Yeah, that's right. Don't mess with our Deep Space Nine.
Yeah. All my Gen X entertainment.
And the Frankie guy's name is Quark, as for physics. Quark.
Quark, yeah.
So.
And his brother's name is Rom. His nephew's name is Nog.
I remember when the Grand Magus came in and he was going to give Quark like the whole sector, like for something like that. Like,
Yeah.
everybody was licking his boots.
Yeah. Grand Magus was always running schemes. Come on, Quark! He was the inconceivable guy from the Princess Bride.
Yeah. You can tell his voice, right?
Right, literally. Sorry, Meme. The live stream has literally just started, so I didn't catch. I think it was in the 5 minutes where it's getting swapped over, mate. But we've only been running for about 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well.
And they had a black captain, so that was correct. They have a black captain. That was much needed.
Oh, yeah. It was Benjamin Sisko. Yeah. Excellent overacting captain. One of my favorite captains.
He was kind of eloquent, you know?
Yeah, he was very good. Yeah. He was a very good captain, Benjamin Sisko. I read this one article, and it was nailed it exactly, that the Star Trek captains are the worst bosses you could ever imagine. Every single one of them is a nightmare boss. Could you imagine working for Janeway? God, I want to kill myself.
Oh, that would be difficult.
Get off my ship.
They say like a lot of women, it's easier to work for a man than a woman. Have you heard that?
I don't know. I've never ever had a woman boss in my life, so I don't know.
I have.
I haven't.
One of my first bosses told me, if you can make it through this woman, you can. If you can work for this woman, you can work for anybody.
I worked for a crazy ex-ranger. And I swear his way of training us was trauma-based. Because it was like military concrete training school, the way he ran this company. I am talking about 16-hour days and screaming at you. You were not allowed to scream at other people. You were not, and you had to get everything perfect every single time. And people, I know there's a lot of people who washed out. Just, they'd come in there for a day, gone. And I remember after a month, he said, "Congratulations." I said, "Sir?" He said, "You made it." And then he quit screaming at me all the time. So
filtering out the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah, and what happened was it built a crew where we started doing that. We filtered guys out. He didn't even have to come around anymore. He would be nice to the new guys after that. After he like built a crew, and then he would send them to us, and we ran boys raw. I am telling you, they couldn't hang. They could not. Man, when are we going to stop? And we look at him like, stop. Maybe you should just learn to get more sleep at night. But I have to change my life. Yeah, you will. That job, I was going to bed at 8 p.m. when I had that job. I remember.
All right, I'll catch you on the flippity flip. Later, guys.
See you, Jacob.
Who was that?
Someone called Jacob.
Yeah, it was
Jacob.
Jacob period from before.
Okay.
Playing Russian roulette sometimes.
He sounded a little bit like Jesse Glover.
He sounds like you little cunt.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
Great globe evidence so far. Do the rest of them have any?
I don't know. There's somebody down the bottom of the server called SynxX. Notice that you've got voice verified and decided to put a laughing gif in the live stream. Hello, SynxX. How are you? You've got control of your mic. What brings you to our server? Got my eye on you, sunshine. So, SynxX, voice verified. You've got control of your mic, my friend. You want to open it up and have a conversation with us about the shape of the Earth? That'd be great. Haven't spoken to you before. I still reckon it was the guy from before, to be honest with you, but hey-ho.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last one was a new one. I'm not sure who that was, but he popped in right above Sonny and disappeared.
Yeah, there was the upside down.
Sync X was Danny.
Okay. Oh well, I'm not going to play detective anymore. If somebody says something stupid, I'll be on them. See you later, SynxX.
Five seconds sinks. 4, 3, 2, 1.
They left.
Yeah, but I had my hand on the ban hammer. He can leave all he wants. He's gone. Womp womp.
He
Dunno,
had
it
a
was just
chance.
it was just a laughing gift that they tried to put in the live stream, and just that just seemed too obvious to me.
Yeah. One of my favorite Greek myths right here.
Sisyphus.
I see there's somebody called One Sauvage that has entered the live stream, and you haven't got any voice verified roles or anything. I don't know if one of the moderators wants to open your mic up now, but if you want to get permission to speak in the live stream, buddy, go to the voice check in number 1. Moderator will meet you there. Just a quick chat so we can unmute your mic. Like
I'll give him VC verified. We're all right here right now.
Cool. So, number 1, Sauvage, you've been granted voice permission, so you can unmute your mic if you want to, buddy, as soon as Meme's sorted that out for you. Welcome to our server. Give me 5 seconds, I bet you're going to run.
He ran.
Yay! Bloody typical. But yeah, not the sort of conversation you'd expect on a flat Earth surfer where we deny the vacuum of space. We've been talking about Star Trek and Ferengis for the last half hour. See, we're all right. We're up with the common thread. We're down with the kids. We're not that bad, trust me.
Yeah.
And notice none of the Ferengis were gay either.
Ferengi.
All right, there it is. Yeah, it's in the name, isn't it? Well done, meme.
Yep.
But yeah, I enjoyed what you had to say about the ancient Greeks and stuff, mate. I honestly was under the misconception of, that kind of taking on a ward and sexual favours and all that type of stuff. But yeah, you put me in my place, mate, so thanks for that. I appreciate it.
I was begrudgingly there. I was there for years, until extremely recently. I always had like a problem with it, but I thought, yeah, I guess they were like that. And it wasn't until I found a nice 48-minute video. The guy laid out all the primary source data and everything. It's like, holy crap, there's none. How did I miss that? I'm kind of mad at myself. How did I miss that? I've read all this Greek shit. How did I miss that? I never connected that. I never, ever, in everything I read, I never read about a gay love tryst in any of it.
Yeah. There was somebody who came in the other day. I cannot remember the gentleman's name, so I do apologise. But we were talking about electric universe theory, just chewing the fat, as it were. And Miggy and I started talking about the voltage rate with altitude, so more voltage with altitude. I don't know if anybody else has heard this claim at all. Gentleman comes in and goes, let's see if we can apply the 3 points to the claim that he's made about the raise in voltage with altitude. So first question. Yeah, that's it. So first question, when was this demonstrated to be true? And mate, I had to sit there and go, I haven't got a clue. It's just something that I read on the internet, and there was a graph and a pretty picture, and yeah, we really have to test the things that we say. And when we apply our own 3 points to certain things, I think we need to shut up a little bit more. As in the claim about the voltage rising with altitude, that's never been demonstrated to be true. Couldn't even tell the apparatus that was needed to do such a thing. So it's interesting. Maybe we should start applying the 3 points to everything we bloody say.
Yeah. Yeah. I do. I do. I'm not even joking. I do. Oh my God! You want to cause chaos? Apply it to politics.
Oh God, I can bet. Yeah.
And everybody's opinion just falls apart.
I'd like to hear it applied to that. Actually, that'd be quite interesting.
Like I have, for every general contractor thinks I'm like some kind of political genius. I'm like, no, I'm just some retarded like semi-anarchist. It's that I don't hate politics anymore because that's a personal thing, right? But what I do is when you sit there and you test theories, honestly, you instantly can, it's false, false, false. And it's like you're Neo, just like no bullet, no bullet, no bullet, no bullet. It's like all of this is bullshit. And here's why. And it just becomes so obvious that the problem is people need a dictator. And that's it. And that's it. That's it. It's that stupid. And when you explain to people why this is the case and why we create systems to prevent that so that we can find a balance, they're like, oh my God, wow, you're intelligent. I'm like, no, it's not. It's not. I'm trying to unlearn things. I was with a group of girls one time, and I'm not trying to say I flex on girls about this, but I do. And I forget how it got to the point. And one of them said something about democracy being like everyone's right.
Oh, okay.
And by the end of it, I had her agreeing that we need a dictator. And I was just doing it as a test. Like, I'm going to test this theory right here, right now. Because I asked her, do you think most people are smart or dumb? And her answer was, most people are dumb.
Hmm.
I said, so why do you think you should? I said, so whoever wins in a democracy has been voted in by who?
Dumb.
Silence. And she's like, dumb people. I said, you sure you think that's a good system? She's like, well, but everyone does have the right. And all I did was say, why? Why? Why do they have the right? Who gave them that right? Why does it exist? What do you mean, why? No answer, because they've never thought about why. Why do we hold that sacred? Why? There's no reason. It's just a mantra. Democracy is sacred. Democracy is sacred. You know, everyone has a right. No, they don't. Nobody has rights. People who have rights fought for them.
Yeah.
Because there's always somebody with a bigger stick who wants to come violate your. You do have natural rights, but there's some asshole with a big stick who wants to come take your food and stab you in the leg. So everyone has the right to the strong man of their selection. It's about it. Because if I mean, what it comes down to is just human nature is just trash. And I don't mean that in a way that I hate humans or anything. I just accept it for what it is. Humans are awful because it's our nature. We're made that way. And that's fine. Just got to accept it and move on and say, okay, how do we live in this? Then you find the best way to live. And it's not democracy.
Yeah, I think humanity as a whole can easily express pretty bad things and pretty good things. Like there's goods in it too, but like as a whole, we have a lot of bad things that just are not. It's not easily natural for us to deal with these things. We just fall into them. It's like it's programmed into us on a deep level.
I forget what philosopher said it, but he was saying that the masses are more immoral than the most wicked dictator. And I know there was a quote years ago from 4chan, and it was, none of us are as cruel as all of us.
That was Plato.
None of us are as cruel as all of us.
You mean what I was talking about earlier about the masses being wicked? Because none of us is as cruel as all of us is directly from 4chan.
Plato believed in a ruler, not like how many people should just do stuff.
Oh, I know. He believed in he believed in a dictator, absolutely. But dictator wasn't a bad word. It just meant leader.
It was like a king. It was like a king or a queen.
Yeah, it was a king. It was an emperor or whatever. Plato, Socrates, they were both smart when it came to that.
Yeah, it was a great.
And they recognized. Yeah, they recognized the evil of democracy also.
Yeah, otherwise you get voter fraud.
Yeah. I don't believe that citizens should be involved in their government, and not at least not the normal ones. It shouldn't even be. They shouldn't even be aware of it. Almost. I think there are classes of people that that exist that are capable of it, but the problem is through democracy, a bunch of stupid, wicked people are in power, and it's through democracy that happened. And there's no way to fix that. It just is now until it collapses. And that's fine.
There's a pattern of democracy being introduced into countries all over, and that it takes them no time to collapse.
You got an example, Kim?
Not any specific. I've just read up on it a little bit.
What was it? What was it you were saying?
That I've read about democracy being introduced into foreign countries, and it took them no time to collapse after.
Oh yeah. The CIA would go in and they would use democracy to set up a dictatorship.
Bit like what's happened in Turkey.
Yeah, they would manipulate the masses into electing someone who was. They were electing them. They were electing the CIA's selection to become a dictator.
Yeah, all throughout South America, this is true as well.
Yeah, it's like, hey, how did all those dictators get into power? They were elected. How were they elected? Because the CIA used propaganda on all the masses through democracy to elect the asshole. So I don't even blame the CIA. I blame the masses because they're retarded. It's like that one guru said. He was like, the people are retarded. Said the people have the power, but the people are retarded. That was what it was. Something like that. He was right.
You think there might be some of those people in those places where they're going like, well, God, if the people would just wake up, then maybe we would stop.
That's the thing. How many dead civilizations are we walking on?
Yeah.
And why anyone think, I don't know why anyone would think that it's not going to happen to us.
Exactly.
We don't leave here. We don't, after we get our striped toothpaste and our nuclear bombs and our porno on our phones, we don't get to leave the planet, right? We're here, everything blows up, and then we start over.
Yep.
And then somebody's walking around on our dam. Someone finds the Hoover Dam and says, wow, aliens must have built this. That's what happens.
Ancient aliens.
And it will happen again. Yeah, I believe that.
Yep.
Yeah, they were ancient aliens, but their religion was flat earth based, Roger.
Or something, We found this small little sect of people who believed as the earth really is. Everyone else didn't think so. Or vice versa. It'll never go down that way.
They'll look at a hospital parking garage that's like all one big piece of concrete and be like, how did they carve the stone?
Yeah, that one.
Exactly.
I like that one.
So they'll be as equally retarded as us.
Mm-hmm. We can't figure out how they got the metal in there.
Yeah. Somehow they have metal inside the stone.
How'd they get the metal in the stone, man?
And they'll be saying that as they're pouring concrete next to it. Right?
Right.
Bunch of morons. I hate academia so much.
But my aliens, man. My ancient aliens. How many people do you think are still hooked on that nonsense?
Loads
still are, but a lot more people are starting to move from aliens and get more in line with Graham Hancock because he doesn't say it's aliens. Mm-hmm. The man says what I say. It was the gods. That's who came here. It was the gods.
Yeah, the gods.
It was the gods. Yeah.
The little G gods.
Thank you. So yeah, small G.
Yeah, it was part of the pantheon. Yes, because the creator God does not exist in the universe, but his Elohim, his divine creatures, the gods he created did.
What do you mean he doesn't exist?
Doesn't exist in the creation.
In the physical world. And
he exists.
What about Jesus? What about Jesus?
That would be the presence of God. So it's like when you make a video game And in order to enter into the 3D world, do you go in there or do you create an avatar and go in there?
Gotcha. Yeah, I agree. Have you ever thought about the millennial reign, though? What comes after that? And, like, what if, you just got my mind going, what if in the millennial reign, when you're walking around on the history, like, you will know what was in there? What happened beneath your feet? You know how people go walk the, road of where Jesus walked when he died and everything, and they're like, this is where Jesus walked, and
maybe we're getting close to that point where we will know. There's a lot of information about what America actually was, that massive amounts of population lived here, and they're just scratching the surface as far as how massive the metropolises, the first highways and everything were in America. So Guatemala.
Guarantee y'all won't give a damn about it at that point.
Yeah,
but you'll know. You'll know the history. You'll know what happened everywhere you walk on this earth for 1,000 years, because you'll have a new body, and you'll be able to, like, I don't know what the capabilities will be, but that would be really cool if you could, like, see or experience, or not in a bad way, but just to know.
Maybe we will know when we pass over that threshold, whatever that is. We may know at that point. That might.
And then when we get down here, for 1,000 years, we'll be like, this is where that happened. This is where that happened. Like, everywhere you walk, you'll know, like, the history of it. That would be cool.
Well, you have to wait and see.
You guys make my mind just go. Zzz.
Might want to see a doctor about that.
But I never, I neither desire the end nor don't desire it. I'm completely neutral on it because thinking about it doesn't help anybody, and it's pointless. Ultimately, it's just a ride. You got no control over it. The elites don't have control.
It's actually the ultimate of our powerlessness. It's like the pinnacle of our powerlessness. Exactly.
Yeah. Embrace it.
Yeah, I like to think about what's coming, though. I like to think about, like, what's your royalty. You're the elite. You are, not them. Like, they steal everything. Like, all the things that, like, if you keep your mind on the things above and relate that to now, but, like, thinking about the kingdom of heaven is amazing.
Well, let's try to not get too into that. We can talk about religious concepts, but let's not preach any religious concepts. We can always go down to the religion room or the chill chat and talk about it.
Yeah, I just like thinking outside the box.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. And believe me, I have these discussions. Just try to keep them. I try to keep them off the live stream.
How will they know?
How will who know?
What matters? People.
I would say anyone who's going to know is not drawn by you or me. He'd be drawn by God. And if that's the case, they'd be drawn down to the religion.
Okay, I'm going to the religion room. Bye.
No, you can stay in. Stay in here.
Yeah.
Did you go?
Yep.
Okay, well, hey, we decided in admin chat we're going to start being strict about it.
Cool. I'll try and help out where I can, mate.
Thank you. Hear that, Drace?
Yep, 10-4.
It's okay to talk about religion, religious concepts. No preaching.
Yeah, or maybe how it relates to flat Earth in some sense, but no preaching.
Well, I mean, even sometimes we get off on these like tangents. We don't want to let them go too far, but sometimes a tangent can be interesting because it's like a religious and philosophical crossover. Because if you think about it, what's the largest religion on Earth?
Heliocentrism.
There you
The
go.
globe.
The globe. Largest religion on Earth.
Heliocentrism is?
It is the largest religion on Earth. So
we're actually talking about.
We are actually talking about religion in here, but what we're doing is we're applying the scientific method to it, which, of course, because it's only religious dogma, it's going to fall apart immediately. So that's why I say our kind of we're going to be fleshing out a new policy on how we talk about religion, because I don't equate religion to like matters of faith or spirituality. That's why we have those sections down there. Religion's just kind of a structure people operate within.
Mm-hmm.
So if people want to talk about religious concepts or about even spiritual concepts, that's fine, so long as there's no preaching or proselytizing.
And I think it's easy to tie the spiritual into the flat Earth, the whole thing, the way the awakening arose in each one of us is a very a spiritual thing. But I think it also ties into where we actually are. So I think it gets down to the facts. I mean, what we fundamentally may be more than anything is spiritual, but we live in this physical plane, and the point that we have somehow come across this, or it was released or given to us, or whatever you want to call this information, it can be very spiritual because it matches with reality, and in a lot of ways has a foundations in other well, let's say scriptures, but that's not the only place. Like you said, in actual science, you can apply the actual science to the creation story, and either say to yourself, does it match or does it not? And when it matches, you have to say, there's nothing I can do about this. Gas pressure seems to exist regardless of my impressions or my opinion about it.
Yeah. Because the very first claim of the heliocentrist globe earther is a miracle. That's their very first claim.
Say that again.
The very first claim of the heliocentric glober is a miracle. It's their very first claim.
Miracle. That it's a ball.
Not that it's a ball, but that everything began via the Big Bang. Like, and they have lesser miracles.
Mm-hmm.
They have lesser miracles after that, but that's what they need. They say, give us this one miracle, we'll do the rest. I'm like, nope, no miracles for you.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about science, we have to only talk about the physical and natural world.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, interestingly, science itself was developed by extremely religious people. It's probably why it works so well.
I can't remember the name of the guy who came up with the scientific methods. I want to say it's Francis Bacon, but I'm probably going to be...
It's Francis Bacon. You're right. Francis Bacon. Yep.
He was quite religious, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. He was kind of a stripe of Christian spiritualist.
Yeah.
Oh, there was someone else too, because it went from him, and then, oh man, who? Oh no, I can't remember who I'm thinking of. I had a long day. Let me think. Oh well, it's gone. I don't remember.
I want to find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started doing a search, but I was going to tell you, how's this for recall? Mimas, remember the other day you said, what did you say right before that? I went back and looked it up in the live stream. And I don't know if you remember the conversation, but I'll interject it now since I remembered it. So
sounds like something I would say to somebody.
What I said was, remember right before you had to go, you go, what did you say right before that? And anyway, so I went back, like I said, I looked it up, and what I had said was that if dying, something about like that we just go through this thing, we die. And I said that there's some important reason why we are the ones that are here to witness this collapse before we pass.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember the conversation.
So I thought that'd be interesting.
Maybe that's the case. Just remember, we're the NPCs.
Trying to wrap my head around that. Then what?
Yeah, God is who said that? God is the player.
Grace.
Yes. God is the player.
So we all are non-player.
Yep.
Yeah. That would make sense because look, how much did we have to say about how those natural laws were set up and lined up? Are we engineers on that? I don't think so.
Nope. Only the programmer who then has control over the 3D environment can be the creator, right? And everything that comes about inside that creation is of the creation. One and done. We're the NPCs.
Were you trying to think of Nicholas Copernicus, mate?
Maybe. No, it wasn't Copernicus. It was someone almost a contemporary of Bacon.
Okay. I'll see if I can find it for you.
I'm looking it up too as we speak here. Let me see here.
Charles Darwin invented science.
Appears to be both in ancient Greece in the thought of Leucippus and Democritus, and in ancient India.
No, because while they used reason, they used a priori assumptions, so I can't include them. Bacon was
well. You would probably be educating me on those, or if you're talking about the Greek, the Greek.
You're talking about the Greek and the Indian.
Yeah.
Notions was they started from a premise. Down the line. In other words, they didn't.
Yeah, listen, continuing on. I'm just reading through the wiki, but so listen, it continues on and it talks about exactly about what you're saying. I was kind of skimming ahead. So it said Nyaya and Vasasika and Buddhist schools, while Charvaka materialism rejected inference as a source of knowledge in favor of empiricism that was always subject to doubt. Aristotle pioneered scientific method in ancient Greece.
Aristotle,
empirical biology, and his work on logic, rejecting a purely deductive framework in favor of generalizations made from observations of nature.
Yes. So Aristotle is really the father of it because that's where we get the term like wipe the slate clean from. Aristotle is what I use. You ever hear me talking to somebody and they're saying, and I say to them, look, imagine you just stepped out of a cave.
Yes.
You have no knowledge. You have no knowledge. You look in the sky, you see the sun. What is the sun? And I ask them, what is the sun doing? And they say, the sun move. Because at its basic primal concept, having no knowledge, your observation is the sun is what's moving, period. Mm-hmm. So I use that reasoning with people quite a lot. Was there a Sheldrake? No, not Sheldrake.
Probably goes on to those type of characters, but it says here further on, some of the most important debates in the history of the scientific method center on rationalism, especially as advocated by Rene Descartes inductivism, which rose to particular prominence with Isaac Newton and his followers, and hypothetico-deductivism, which came from the early 19th century and the late 19th and early 20th century debate over realism versus anti-realism, was central to discussions of scientific method as powerful scientific theories extended beyond the realm of the observable, while in the mid-20th century, some prominent philosophers argued against any universal rules of science at all.
The morons. The later one are the morons. Yeah, the morons.
We're in the midst of that now, yeah.
That's not really the development of the scientific method up to now. What it is the scientific method was developed. It was at its peak in the 19th century and has been degrading ever since.
No kidding. As it got further, just like Tesla said, further and further into these formulas and numbers and stuff until you have no resemblance of reality.
You've built a reality that doesn't exist. Yeah.
Excuse me.
You built a simulation, right?
Talks about Roger Bacon.
Is that Rogier?
Yeah, no.
Roger.
Roger.
No.
Bacon described a repeating cycle of observation, hypothesis, experimentation, and the need for independent verification. He recorded the way he had conducted his experiments in precise detail, perhaps with the idea that others could reproduce and independently test his results. That's not.
Yeah. He basically created what modern science.
Yeah, this is an earlier Bacon, though. So this is in 1256. This Roger Bacon joined the Franciscan order. This is not
oh my God! That's why I always thought it was Francis Bacon, Franciscan order Bacon. God dang it!
This is a different Bacon. He's in the 13th
century. 13th century.
So he joined. So this sounds like this guy was like one of the closest to what we call natural science, Roger Bacon.
Well, they were trying to uncover the truth about the natural world.
Yeah, and it says that he was inspired by the writings of Grosseteste, whoever that is. I don't know who that is myself.
It sounds like a Latin name.
Mm-hmm. So
a Roman.
Roman name for big testicles, yeah.
Grossetesticles. Grossetestes. That's what my wife calls me. Grossetestes.
That's not what she said.
Sounds like bigger stickers.
So wait a minute, Francis.
He has a wife.
Oh, wait a minute. Listen, here's why you never heard of it. That's why I didn't know it was this guy. He became subject to the Franciscan statute forbidding friars from publishing books or him to any scientific or pamphlets without specific approval. After the accession of Pope Clement IV in 1265, the Pope granted Bacon a special commission to write to him on scientific matters. In 18 months, he completed 3 large treatises, Opus Majus, Opus Minus, and Opus Tertium, which he sent to the Pope.
That would be the tertiary, the final one. Tertium?
Tertium, yep.
But you say it tertiary. Like tertiary.
Tertiary, exactly. Comprendo. So let's see. Interesting stuff, you know. I never read this.
Did you ever find La Vida Dolce?
The Sweet Life. Huh. Renaissance, humanism, and medicine. They sure took a backward step in those times, maybe, didn't they?
The Renaissance had good and bad things. I'm going to put the Enlightenment under bad, generally.
We were lied to about the whole thing, about the Dark Ages and everything. That's all a big lie.
Is it a lie or a fiction?
Could be a fiction, or it just could be a plot change, right? That it could have been similar to what we've heard, but they made a twist. I think they made several twists in the plot. Maybe changed some time sequences. It's like a mishmash.
It's hard to say because I've looked into both sides of it pretty thoroughly, and both sides do make some very good arguments.
Hmm.
And both sides at times seem to refute the other side. And I really wish we had more primary sources to really look into that, look and see if we're missing 130 years. I really want to find out.
Yeah. Well, that's what seems to be missing that particular time. Yeah. In the literature and in a lot of historical context. Like, that's what's missing. The time that you request, sir, is not available.
or it may be that there is no missing time at all, and they just made up that a lot more time passed than actually did.
That's true.
I mean, they could have just done that. They could, like I said, it could just be a fiction.
How hard? Yeah. That would be just as easy as anything else.
Well, you would have to have an accurate astronomical understanding to be able to do that, though.
Mm-hmm.
And because you'd have to say, well, this is going to make this predictions, and it looks like the Saros cycle is still accurate as it was 4,500 years ago. So, I mean, there's like I said, there's issues all around.
So what's weird is you think about who those people were that were out there, let's say the conquistadors, when they came to America and found these people. And, well, we don't know exactly how the destruction, we have stories of how the destruction was started in all these different places. But what I'm interested in is when they discovered that these people were like using astronomical sightings, and these sailors had just crossed the oceans using elevation angles. And they were learning how to do it over and over again with great accuracy to come back and forth now that that's what they say, that they had just figured it out. But when they got over there and found out that the lunar cycles and all of these things, which obviously they kept, I mean, they didn't destroy all of the codexes, right? There's a few of them still out there.
The majority 24/7.
I have kind of a hot take here, because you know how I love historians. How did medieval Europe know so much about astronomy before they ever went to the Mayans? Yeah. Okay. So how about this? They went over, they found the Mayans living on this ancient infrastructure, like a power plant and dams and all that other stuff, whatever they were, right? The people had become just a big, giant cargo cult. They had a lot of gold. Spanish murdered them, took their gold, and went back home. And the whole burning of the codex thing is just a legend. Because they already had them. Because they already have that. They had all that knowledge. How they navigated.
Listen, how did they get the knowledge in the first place? Maybe the mistake was that the information came from the Americas to every other place and not the other way around.
What's interesting, what I find interesting, I'll tell you where they got it. They got it from the Greeks. What's interesting is how medieval Europe based their civilization off of the Greeks, who died out before the Romans, and it was the Romans who were occupying medieval Europe before they collapsed. But the society was based on Greece. So all that knowledge was passed down and distributed all throughout Europe before the Romans invaded and started calling everyone who was there barbarians. Right. So the knowledge already existed all across Europe. And the Greeks sent it down south to Alexandria, where the Ptolemaic lines then distributed all that knowledge out that way.
I think they got it from their ancestors in Atlantis. That's what I think.
Yeah, but Atlantis was the world. It was the whole thing. Atlantis was the whole world.
I think Atlantis was America, actually. The Americas was Atlantis. The remains of Atlantis is America. Atoll is an American word. indigenous America, which is basically Proto-Hebraic and Phoenician languages. The start of them were in the Americas. The beginning of the languages and all those other types of things were in America first.
So here's my hot take, because America is connected directly to what we call the North Pole, right? Directly connected to it. It's an easy trip. Straight south, you're in a big landmass. Atlantis, we're in speculation territory here, everybody. I'm not saying any of this is true. This is just an idea.
Okay, I'm with you.
Atlantis, it was a ringed continent, right? There was a landmass, a waterway, landmass, waterway, landmass, waterway, and it was in concentric rings. What if that is the antediluvian world that it's describing? The whole thing.
I see what you're saying.
And Plato was not looking at a story. Atlantis wasn't a city in it. It just said Atlantis. Atlantis was sunk. Could have been just the whole damn thing.
But what do you think about the Reichardt structure in Africa?
Oh yeah. Wait. Which structure is this?
The Eye of Africa.
Yeah.
Huh? Which one?
The Eye of Africa.
Too many people. What's it called?
Now no one's going to talk. I'll say it really clearly. The Eye of Africa. Do you want me to post a picture of it for you?
Yeah, please post a picture of it. Let's take a look at it.
Okay, give me a couple of minutes, man.
No problem. Do you want to describe the Eye of Africa?
I'll let the other guy do that. Oh,
yeah, there it is. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, Levelist has just posted the picture for us.
Yeah, okay. It has a bunch of similarities. I would recommend looking at some of Bright Insight's videos concerning the subject. It's fairly interesting.
Oh, I've seen this. Eye of Africa. I'm going to get a big high res. Get a big high res of it. I'm just going to cite, since I'm citing culturally shared myth, this is not religious what I'm saying. Like, what does that look like to everybody?
What, the picture that Levelist has dropped in?
Yeah, when you like get a high res pic and you zoom in way on it, what does it actually look like? Because there's something you'll notice if you look at it closely.
Like an eye?
When you go...
Sorry, I was just going to say, I just see concentric circles with raised areas and lower areas, mate.
Yeah. Have you ever put a water hose in like...
Oh, God, yes, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Oh.
Bubble. Looks like a bubble. A popped bubble.
What's interesting is there's a bunch of water erosion and flows flowing through the Sahara, and at the deepest parts there's a bunch of salt accumulated, and they found whale bones and other sort of weird stuff in it all around these areas.
Like a drain.
So it's kind of unknown what really happened to cause all that stuff to go, or Africa to turn so inhospitable, if you will.
See, we have something like this. It's called Yellowstone, where you have what you're looking at is, to me, is a caldera, is what you're looking at.
I get you. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a point where a bunch of water was shooting out.
Like a geyser.
Yeah, like a geyser. So, like I was saying before my Bluetooth went dead, is if you take a water hose and you put it under, like, a flat area of sand, which we used to play in the sand all the time, because we grew up in, like, swamp and marsh, and so it was flat and sandy everywhere. So we get the water hose out and we would make like puddles and floods and stuff and blow up our GI Joes with firecrackers. But if you put that hose under the ground and you let it run, you'll see it starts to pump sand up. And when it's equally pumping the sand up, what is the shape that it makes?
Circular.
It's concentric circles that look like waves coming out from a center. It pumps the sand out, sand settles, pumps more sand out, sand settles. And it does it in these like weird waves. And the farther out it gets, the more irregular it gets. But closer in, it is just like a perfect circle. So that's what I think that is. And if you look at it closely, you'll notice that there is a lot of water erosion in there.
Yeah, there is. That was what was mentioned earlier by Joyce. There's a lot of water erosion around this area.
Yep, because when you cut that water hose off, the sand that immediately has the water in it that was just pumping out all collapses inward and creates like this mound or mount in the very middle of it, where it's all colliding back together. And the pressure pulls it down and then pushes it back up because of liquefaction.
I mean, that's definitely plausible, mate. I'm not going to say it's not, but that is a huge area, isn't it?
Yeah, that would be some crazy geological activity that has not been discovered yet.
Well, I don't know. There are other areas around the world that show this pattern formation for sure.
I think collectively, in our collective memories, we've discovered it because we all share the Antediluvian story, right? We all share the flood myth. So I think collectively, like, we have experienced it, but these events are so destructive, there's nobody around to remember it. It's like it's just passed down through myth.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Frisian people are the only people in the world that have Icelandic horses, and their myths and how they came to be was their island sank into the sea, and so they escaped and found their way into a part of Germany, essentially. These legends exist everywhere, basically, and most cultures have some sort of flood myth.
Yeah. Absolutely. What were we talking about before the Eye of Africa? I was saying something.
We were talking about Atlantis being potentially America.
Oh, that's right.
The way I see it is the Eye of Sahara could potentially have been the capital as described by the ancient Greeks in their myths about it, whereas that empire could have spanned a much larger area, including the Americas. Is kind of how I look at it.
Right. I tend to look at usually when a flood, the destruction is on an incomprehensible level. Floods are the most destructive force on Earth. Water is the most destructive force. And
yeah, you can see it when in modern recordings of floods, all the houses go, and afterwards, it's moved so much dirt and stuff. Like, yeah, things are buried.
Right. So one of the things I like looking at is this one video I saw. I think it's in India somewhere, and it's a river that's flooding. And it is pushing boulders. I am not kidding. These are boulders the size of houses. And it is pushing them along like pebbles. They're flying over bridges. That is, these house-sized boulders are like pebbles falling down a hill in this flood. And this is just one river that's flooding. And if I think it to myself, like the structure of Atlantis, like these concentric rings, unless they were made of like just tens of thousands of yards of concrete poured 100-foot thick, I don't think they would exist anywhere at all anymore. Like they'd have to be built like the pyramids were built, like and like the largest structure on Earth the largest foundation on Earth is in South America. It's under the one of the pyramids down there, because that has the largest base in the world, and it's all one solid piece. And so I'm like, okay, a flood might not move that, and that's why the only thing we find of theirs are these massive infrastructure projects, because water is so destructive. Any sign of their like actual civilization, gone, just vanished, no trace, nothing. And so I would imagine a walled city, you'd never find it.
What about these walls? Sorry, what about the walled cities that are found underneath the oceans then?
See, I think those were built. I think those were built after the cataclysm.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the Eye of Sahara, for instance, there's a giant slide next to where, if the flood flowed over there, there would have been like a massive deposit, which is there underneath the water, and like what you see left over would just be the basic remnants from the whole structure. Now all that stuff would have been carried away, and this would have just been the remnants of the waterways, basically.
Right. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm opening up my maps. I'm looking at the Eye of the Sahara because I want to get some context of the surrounding.
Yeah, it's got the mountains as described in the legends. It's got cave paintings in those mountains with elephants, which fit with the legends, and all sorts of weird stuff.
Tell you what's interesting. Oh, okay, here we go. There is a canyon. Okay, yeah, it's in a canyon. It's at the bottom of a canyon. If you look at it, or at least one side of it has the canyon and the other side has the break. Okay. Which kind of tells you from what direction the erosion happened. And then you can see, if you zoom out from it, you can see that it's part of a delta. Oh, wow. All the way from Algeria, all that water flowed out that direction into the ocean.
Yeah.
Into the Atlantic. Like you can see it. You can definitely see it. So
there's also another weird part is like if you look further south and to the east, it's like the water flowed all over through the lower parts of Africa, and there was a volcano that erupted roughly 12,000 years ago, and there's water erosion of that lava flow, and salt accumulated in the lowest parts, which is it's all weird.
That could have been something, but like I said, I don't think anyone's going to find Atlantis, because I don't think Atlantis was,
Like I think if you're gonna like find whatever was there, you would have to sift up all of that insane amount of trash that's in the water right next to it and try to find something there. But like that's insane. It's like it's miles deep.
So here's my any issue with any descriptions of it, like Atlantis and the surrounding landscape, any caves or anything like that, mountains. I think those would all be gone for sure. Especially like if there was a big flood, those caves, they'd be gone, because they'd be filled in with silt, they'd be filled in with rock, or they'd just be destroyed altogether. So it's kind of hard to like, if we could find a structure that like had a stamp on it, Atlantis.
Well, I think it kind of depends on the structure of the caves. If the caves create a water lock, like it could potentially protect protect areas deeper within the cave. I don't know.
Oh, check this out. Check this out. If you look at this on maps, this is great. All right. If you look above it, if you look above the eye of the Sahara, you'll notice there's what looks like a canyon wall. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you look at all the veins of gullies and little canyons that are leaving the eye, that means that's all water flow coming from the center of that eye. See what I mean? Here, I'll let me get a picture of it.
Well, there's water erosion, like there was water flowing off of that mountain down into that basin around the eye, if you will.
Yeah.
And then there's this lower way open out into the Atlantic, which is mostly filled with sand right now. And most of this area has also, geologically, they say, been raised. So I don't know what's happening underneath all this shit, but
I think what's interesting is you see all these trails of water coming from the eye, right? If you go back to the maps, there's a valley in between all these and the canyon wall on the other side, meaning that the canyon wall and this side were both flowing into the same spot. If there is a structure there, like they need to dig it. They need to dig and find it.
there is some people looking at this right now and who want to look at this further. So there might be scanning of the debris and seeing if there's any structures within it and stuff like that coming up, but that's years in the making.
Yeah. You can definitely see that the Eye of the Sahara is at the bottom of some kind of canyon. It's not a deep, deep, deep canyon, but I would call it a canyon because you have a canyon wall on its north and south edge, and you have canyon walls or gully walls at least around the Eye of the Sahara. Let me open up my Google Earth and look at this. Where is my Google Earth at? Google Earth. Google Earth. All right. Eye of the Sahara. Let's see. Let's get. Nope. Come back. Wow, that is really big.
Yeah, it's massive, isn't it?
It is absolutely massive.
And you can see it from space, for example.
All right, so let's get the elevation of the eye.
Is it below sea level now?
It's below sea level.
Yeah. So it's sunk, right? Or potentially. Oh God, I hate it when it goes quiet. Someone coughs, so I know I'm still here. Thank you.
You're good.
That is I gotta say, it's a strange. The geography around it is strange.
There's supposed to be a strait somewhere as well. I don't know if somebody's already mentioned that, but off towards the east, there's a cutout kind of trench that is exceptionally straight. And when we listen to the stories about Atlantis, this is the Straits of Atlantis. But I'd have to find it for you and whatnot.
Is it around the eye?
Yeah, it's off towards the west.
Oh, I found it.
Sorry, towards the east. What am I talking about?
Yeah, I found it.
And supposedly there used to be a bunch of river systems running up and through Africa at the time, and so like it could easily have been used as a commerce to travel from the west end of Africa all the way to the east, or to where Egypt is now.
I know you're looking at stuff. I mean, does it say how large it is across the diameter of the eye, for example?
Let me pull out my measuring tape. Hold on. No, they have a measuring tool.
Okay, cool. You won't be facetious.
I'm going to go from the... Here, let's add point here. Wait.
How much curvature should there be seen over this eye? Sorry.
It's 9 miles. It's 9 miles wide.
That's quite big.
That is quite big, yeah.
So if we imagine water gushing out of this, like you were talking about earlier, that would be a lot of water if it's covering a 9-mile area.
Oh, well, I mean, like, I think Yellowstone was one big giant water eruption, and it covers a couple hundred square miles. Because if you look at Yellowstone in context with the rest of the United States, it's the point where all the water came out and turned the United States into a sea. And like all the mountains in the West are the result of that. Like, and you can look at it and see, and it flows all the way down, and then it broke through in the Grand Canyon, and like the rest is history. I mean, all the geography of the United States is interlocked to Yellowstone.
Okay, that's super interesting, because underneath Africa, in these areas, there are massive amounts of aquifers, or like giant seas of water.
In limestone aquifers, right?
Yeah.
Yep. There is a lot of water flow off of that area. It almost looks like the water was flowing from a higher elevation and broke around that. And this was... I mean, it's not perfectly circular or concentric.
Well, we could blame the erosion on
Yeah, we could blame erosion on that. I think so. Maybe this was a big giant port. I don't know. I do see that straight cut area.
You've seen that, yeah? You found that good.
Yeah.
That's kind of part of the story, isn't it?
It goes up to... I'm going to say Raif. That's how I'm going to say it. Raif.
I think that's how you say it, yeah.
Okay. That, you know what it looks like? I'm going to be honest with you. It looks like... Wow, that just doesn't... None of this makes any sense over here. What the hell? Okay. There's lots of repeating stuff, but that could be erosion, because when you get like high speed erosion, things do start to look kind of like you get repeating things over and over. Yeah. And those aren't perfect. So I'm just going to say that's part of the erosion. It's not perfectly straight. It's pretty straight. But if you go look at the river down below, it is snaking. Once you get down close, it's snaking all over the place.
Yeah.
So it's only straight. It's straight from way far away, and I'm going to say that's odd. I'll say that's odd. Because it's generally pushing this, and there's another one next to it. There's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. What look like straight lines. There's a weird scar also that's just an absolute trench. What the? Okay. Oh, I think this might be what you're talking about.
Yeah, without seeing what you're seeing, mate. I don't know.
If I didn't know better, that looks like a foundation joint.
Oh wow, really?
Like, I mean, that's what it looks like. Like, I don't want to, put my pareidolia in here. It is very just really strange. Okay, there's some strange stuff over there, I gotta say.
It's interesting, right?
It's interesting. There's nothing that says this was a city to me, but there's something to this. I don't know what it is, though.
I don't know if this place has ever been dug by archaeologists, for example. I really don't know. But it'd be interesting if there ever had been any archaeological digs to find out what they found there.
Now, this may be interesting here if I go back to 2D. If you look at it, I'm going to take a picture, and then I'm going to zoom in on something else and take another picture of it.
Okay, mate.
There's a miniature version of it close by. So I'm going to post this in here. Here we go. First I'll see if y'all can spot the other one. Let it load up. All right. And don't pick on me for a low battery. Here's the first one. All right.
Yep.
Can you spot something?
I'm going to have to blow this up. Give me a second.
It's to the left and down a little bit.
Okay. Oh, no. Bloody.
Oh, that's interesting.
And here, I'll mark it on the other one really quick so that you see what I'm looking at. My marker tool. Okay, now I'm going to load this again. It's right here. Y'all see it?
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, now I know what you're talking about. It looks the same. Interesting.
Yeah.
See, there's another circular formation. All right, it's smaller than the obviously large one, but it's
smaller, but has similar characteristics, right?
Yeah.
Makes me wonder. It does make me wonder what it is, because it almost looks like a crater.
Yeah.
Oh man! Oh, don't tell the Electric Universe guys. I know what it looks like.
Oh, plasma discharge.
Plasma discharge point.
It does look like that.
That's what those both look like. Just thought about that. That looks like a plasma discharge point. Like the world's most intense piece of lightning.
Yeah. Bloody hell, that was interesting. That went a little bit deeper than I thought it was going to go. It's even more interesting to me now. I mean, considering it's set within a great big scar or trench.
Yeah. In fact, I can't get that out of my head that it's a plasma discharge point.
Yeah, no, neither can I now.
The raised center, the concentric, semi-concentric circles. Hold on, let me get plasma discharge damage.
Just look at the moon. Sorry.
Yeah. We can't say that. Don't say that. All right. There we go.
I mean, before you go on, right? Yeah, this might be the way that it was created, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't utilized when people found it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's see. You know what? I'm just going to look up something. Plasma discharge formation. Here we go. No, stop showing me the plasma. I don't want to see the plasma. I want to see the aftermath. I want to see the damage it does.
Quite a lot of these experiments are done on sand surfaces, aren't they? So maybe add sand to your search.
Yeah, let's do that. Formation, sand. Oh my God.
It is, isn't it?
Oh my
God. Post that shit.
I am going to post it. Come on, man. No. All right. Here y'all go. Hold on. Let it load into my pictures first. I just saved the picture. Here y'all go. Here's 3 different examples of it.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Plasma discharge pictures.
I mean, even with the deformity, the one at the top, I mean, that's, yeah.
So you get the deformed one, you get the spiral one, and then you get the perfect, or the, not perfect, but the concentric one.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, wow. Sorry.
What do you think about this, Drace? Do you think this is a viable kind of historical guess?
I think it's interesting, definitely, but I'm not going to say it's historical.
Well, I mean, since we're talking about something that happened in the past, I can't say it's scientific.
Yeah.
So all I can say is it's a historical guess, historical hypothesis.
With some correlations thrown in.
I think it's definitely interesting. I like looking at everything.
Yeah.
What happened to Atlantis in the end? It was destroyed, wasn't it? From fire from above? How was it done?
Sunk.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just going to speculate. I mean, okay, maybe some kind of plasma discharge did cause the structure. Potentially, people could have come along and found it, utilized it, and then because the structure wasn't, say, had solid foundations, after a while, because there was a lot of water around, water erosion, it sunk.
Oh my Lord, I just realized something. If you look at this landscape, oh wow. The whole thing looks like a welding plate now. I can't get, okay. See all these straight canals? Like most of this is water erosion. I'm going to say that. But imagine all this water is flowing over all of this going on, right? Let's go back to the Younger Dryas, the end of the Younger Dryas. Mm-hmm. The flood, all the water is now rolling off all the land in trillions of gallons a minute, right? And it strips away this part of the land. There's and there's a discharge here. And it blows all the water out from the region. The discharge just continues for quite a while. And when you get discharges like that, if you look at like iron plating and stuff, you get straight lines of discharge off from it.
Oh, wow.
Little sparks, too, coming off, making little ones.
Yep, little sparks coming off, making little ones.
Oh, wow. That's really interesting.
So if I look at Let me go find something.
Don't forget to charge your phone.
The what?
Don't forget to charge your phone.
Yeah, for real. Too interesting. I can't. There really needs to be more experimentation done in this field. Holy cow. You know what? I'm just going to build my volcano is what I'm going to do and say, yeah, this is what I think volcanoes are. Fight me.
How would you build your volcano then? What's this?
All right, here's what I would do. I would create 2 plates that are close enough to arc, and I would cover them in sand. And then I would pass charge through them to create an arc underground, a continuous arc underground, and see what happened.
Interesting.
Because that's what I think volcanoes are. I think they're a point where it's arcing, and it's creating a just massive arc furnace under the ground. That's why there's all the explosions. That's why there's the booming. That's why there's the earthquakes.
And that's why that makes a lot of sense because, like, the lava travels in lines.
Yes.
So, like, and often, like, they assume it's coming up from like the underground underneath the lines at some point, but like they can't see that.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's probably just in a cauldron of 5,000 degree arcs. Or wait, how much an arc is? What, 8 or 10,000 degrees? Like at its initial spark.
You know.
There was like a picture, one of them underground things they were building, and there was like one of those spirally things on the freaking wall, like on the ground. It was on the ground, some kind of picture.
An electric arc can exceed 19,000 degrees Celsius.
Yes.
They say is roughly 4 times hotter than the surface of the sun.
So it's basically just boiling rock down.
Yeah,
it's
creating lava, and then and then as pressure builds up, because any kind of gas and that kind of stuff, of course, creates pressure buildup, and then rocks fall into it, and it creates more lava, and it eventually it flows and breaks out through the surface at some point. But
yeah,
it's very interesting.
Yeah. Now most of these, like, well, there are some really weird lines in this area that make no sense. Right? All right, so let's zoom this back. Find these. Where are they? There they are. Now, all the elevation changes I'm putting down to water because I don't like that the Electric Universe guys are like think that the actual canyons were carved out. That's dumb. That's dumb because that's just clearly water erosion.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to avoid anything that is coming down from a hill because, again, that's going to be water erosion also. So what we're looking for is you want to find where things are running uphill that shouldn't be running uphill, right? And then you say, well, that might be from scarring.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because rivers don't run uphill.
Not generally, no.
Yeah.
Well, unless you're on a ball, but we won't go that far.
Right. Because a lot of that's just going to be, that's just erosion. My guess is that straight line. That's something. I just don't know what it is.
It's anomalous, right? You don't get a lot of straight lines in nature, let's be fair.
No, you don't. No, be fair, it's not exactly perfect.
No, it's not.
It's really straight for being natural. And I wonder what is that rock made? I wonder what kind of rock it is, because that is black. That is black. I wonder if this rock is heavy in iron.
Oh, that's a good question, yeah.
Because look, if you look where that eye is, compare it to everywhere else, the underlying rock there's a lot of black and red, which indicates heavy iron.
Yes.
Which is, of course, a conductor. I would look in other spots now. There's some other weird spots. There's some other really weird spots.
What do you mean by weird? Similar to this, or?
Spots where the water flow doesn't make any sense.
Oh, okay.
And maybe it's not water flow. Let's take a look at it. I mean, it looks like gullies, but gullies and discharge look about the same. That does not, though. Here, I'm gonna post something because this has stuff running in both directions.
Oh.
All right, so I'm gonna take a picture of this and load it up. And this is probably about, I think it's about 40 miles away. So it's within the same geographical region.
Yeah.
Let me get over here. Right. This. It's loading.
Fuck.
If you look, the erosions, if that's erosion, it's in, and zoom in on some of those, look at all the different spidering.
Yeah, it's going in all different directions, isn't it?
It's in all directions.
It's not runoff from an altitude and it's all going from, say, right to left. That's everywhere.
If you look towards the top, one of them is running in what I can only call kind of a circular. It's the scarring is wrapping around.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah. Top of the picture, yeah.
Yeah, this is. Oh, my brother would be going nuts right now because he's all about EU, Electric Universe.
So is that lightning scars? Is that what we're looking at? I just got here.
I never want to assign that. It's in my opinion, because all of these trails are running in every direction, there's no way it can be water erosion. Water erosion runs either towards each other, and they're all running towards the same area, but they never diverge because they always go to where it's lowest when you're talking about erosion.
Yeah, that's when I looked at it, that's what I assumed it was maybe some sort of electrical or lightning strikes or something along that nature. I just barely got home, so I wasn't following the conversation prior to now.
Yeah. That whole region has like some really odd.
There are some people who suggest that this area of Africa isn't necessarily just rocks and stuff. It's more biology, if anything else. You know who I'm talking about, Mud Fossil University.
Who?
Have you ever heard of a YouTuber or YouTube channel called Mud Fossil University? Of course you have. Come on.
Mud Fossil?
Mud Fossil University.
Is that like they're saying like the Earth is like a giant like living thing?
Oh, well, not necessarily, but there are dead things piled upon dead things piled upon dead things, and what we see primarily on the ground is biology, not necessarily what we think it is.
Essentially, the claim is that there were giant things before who then turned to stone, and that's all of our, or most of our stones is just previous living things from a different age, according to these people.
So I've looked at some of this lightning and water stuff before, and I sometimes think that maybe they work in work together. Lightning strikes and it draws water, or it follows the water because water's a conductor.
Yeah.
There's a girl, I think her name's Michelle Gibson. She's got a couple of videos on that. I watched them. She sort of sounded like she knew what she was talking about a little bit.
Yeah, just think about lightning storms. Like, there is a connection there. Like, if you had these massive floods and they were raging all over the world, that would throw up a lot of static.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Friction from the water could cause that static for sure.
And two, think about like all the seismic damage you're doing to what's under everything. Like if we do have like these big, like let's say, I don't know, iron or basalt plates, like these iron, let's say we have something like iron, like some big conductor that's under everything. And during this cataclysm, they get broken or cracked.
Yeah, there's a place in the Uinta Mountains here. It's called Lightning Ridge. Lightning strikes there all the time, and there's an iron mine right underneath it.
Yeah, yeah. So, like, let's say this is just a hypothetical. If I were building my volcano, I would put an iron plate at the bottom, and I would leave a point where it's damaged, where there's going to be an arc. Then I'd bury the whole thing. Then I would charge it and let my arc happen, and just see what happens. Right. Still wouldn't prove anything because you can't go into a volcano and actually check it. It'd still just be a correlation.
Yeah, there's some people that say some of these volcanoes, not all maybe, but some were like ancient mine dumps, or where they got filled with some sort of material that would erode and cause a lot of heat, and at some point get so hot that it actually erupts to some degree.
I don't think that. I think that Earth has a foundation, and the foundation has damages and cracks. And where those cracks are, these big giant plates, whatever they are, wherever they're not touching, they're arcing, trying to pass the charge through them. And where those arcs are is where you have all these volcanoes.
Well, there's certainly something going on in the Ring of Fire. I mean, it's just
that's Ring of Fire is exactly like the kind of thing I would look for. Is that you can draw your line there, and you can make this one big plate. Maybe that's one big giant damaged plate that's now disconnected from the other one. And if you follow that crack all around, wherever it's close enough, it arcs over.
Isn't the Ring of Fire straighter on a flat Earth than it is a globe Earth? Not necessarily a ring.
Yeah, forget. I need to look at that. I'm going to look at. I'm actually looking at Montana right now because there's something going off in my brain that I got to check.
So when I see the Ring of Fire on I'm going to say flat Earth map, I see it as pretty much a straight line going up the coast of South America, North America, Alaska, and then back down the other side. Asia, Russia, China.
It's almost like a quarter that just got snapped off, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm envisaging, yeah.
Like you snap the edge of a cookie.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah. So you imagine, or like, you got your big cookie, and you like put pressure on it, and it like snaps like a quarter of it.
Yeah.
Or like a third of it, and it's like almost straight across. Yeah. That's what I imagine like the plate is like, but it's like just close enough where along this Ring of Fire that we call, it's arcing, and that arcing is the volcanoes. That's my crazy schizophrenic. There's Yellowstone. All right. See, the thing about Yellowstone is it's all green, so it's harder to find those anomalies.
Yeah. You'd have to pretty much.
I don't think that the Yellowstone volcano is anywhere near in danger of erupting.
Oh no.
because of all the vents. I mean, it's venting all the time with those geysers and various different things, and the water all over the surface that's hot. It's cooling it off. I just don't think that
absolutely
big fear porn about Yellowstone's bullshit.
Yeah, that's all a bunch of bullcrap. Yellowstone's totally fine. I'm not worried about Yellowstone at all.
Yeah, it's got all them vents and water cooling it off all the time. I mean, I just don't see it. I don't think we're in any danger of it erupting. No, and I think they fall into the earth rather than blow up. Myself, those big and where they say they erupted earlier, or they've got those big dents where they fell or collapsed down on the magma. I think that's what takes place, is it just collapses in on itself. It doesn't necessarily erupt. I mean, that would cause some eruption, I guess, some smoke to go into the air and whatnot, but I don't think it's an explosion. I think it's a collapse. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, let's see. The Yellowstone, the caldera is actually takes up a quarter of the state. That's how big this caldera is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's massive.
Yeah. Look, I'll tell you what. Yellowstone is the most beautiful place on Earth, my opinion.
It's certainly cool if you've never been there. I have. I've been there a couple times. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, me and my friend went there in the 70s in a burned out combi. No, it was actually a brand new combi.
It burned out when you got back.
No, we put a new engine in it and then we drove.
Yeah, see, it's hard to find anything in Montana because it's so lush. Like, you can spot that stuff in Africa. Man, the U.S.
Mimas, did you say it's one of the most beautiful places?
I said it's the most beautiful place on Earth.
I would say it has to be one of the most. I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of the rest of it, but I've seen quite a few different places, and I would have to say it is one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen.
I don't think I'm going to find anything in Yellowstone, because in Yellowstone, once it flooded out, everything flowed back into it and covered everything up.
Oh, yeah.
So
the mountains up in Idaho were quite astonishing too.
The
primitive area, hiking up there for a week.
There's huge lava flows in Idaho near the Utah border. I mean, just huge. They go on for miles and miles and miles. They're just big, old ancient lava flows that are all solidified now. And they're cliffs of lava that are 100 feet thick. I mean, they're massive ones, and they go for 100 miles at least all over up there in southern Idaho.
Super volcanoes. Oh no. That'd be the last thing I'd be worried about. Is a super volcano.
Be the last thing I'm worried about, mate. We don't have volcanoes over
here. Yeah, really. Here, quite a ways. Zombie apocalypse? Now that seems more likely.
Yeah. I can point out my window to the zombie apocalypse, mate. Right? No problem.
Just right out there.
Whatever that explosion was there off of Tonga about couple months ago or whatever, it ejected so much water into the air. I think that might be why we're having all this rain.
Possible, mate.
Could be.
I'd agree with that.
They say that things like that happen quite a bit. I mean, the little mini ice age, whenever that was.
Usually find the volcano's got something to do with it. The cloud of the volcano blocked the light of the sun.
Like Krakatoa or something.
Yeah, or like Godrockin said, put a lot of moisture into the atmosphere, so we have a lot of rain. Completely forgotten about when we talk about global warming and climate change. That's our fault. We completely disregard the volcanoes for that.
Yeah, those volcanoes put all kinds of crap into the air, and they generally cool the earth off. They don't heat it up.
What about recently? There was that
person came on and was talking to Miggy, trying to say that the eruptions in Tonga that they measured that it proved the globe because these sound waves that went through. So basically we know what they did.
Sound prove it was a globe.
They presuppose the globe first, then they go, okay, so well, sound waves, if they went from this place to this place and it was wrapped around the globe, then this would be the only way. It's so cockamamie. Is that the right word?
Yeah.
Bollocks.
I'd say bollocks. Yeah.
Bullshit.
I say balls to you. With
balls, bollocks, same thing.
Cockamamie ball idea. Ball la 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 la. Never mind. And this is only on coffee.
Did you find something, Meme?
No, it's just too lush.
Okay.
Let's see. What the recat structure? Rechat. Oh,
I did a lot of looking into that little recat feature there when I first saw it myself. I went full in and like see what is this place, and I come to different conclusions since then. Conclusions. I wouldn't say they're conclusions. A different path has opened up, which it should be if you're looking for the truth.
Mauritania.
Easy trail, right? You're gonna have to be ready for changes in your attitude of where you think you are. That map in the cave thing again, right?
Finally, I found an elevation map. Oh my God, you guys will love this.
Oh, awesome.
Hold on, I better pay attention.
Yeah, sit comfortably, mate.
I'm getting several of them saved up here.
I have also one interesting thing to add. Based on what you were talking about with the iron and the arcing and that kind of stuff, it's funny because all of our beaches are black sand or basalt with iron in it. And we live on basically where that supposed or where the crack is.
Yes. That's a trip. So that's where they're saying these ancient parts have cracked open, right?
Yep.
Or one of the places. I mean.
Yep.
All right, guys, you're welcome.
Where the hot winds.
Oh my God. Sorry. Okay. Thanks, Meme. That's brilliant. That's eye-opening, mate. Wow.
When you do elevation and you have the arbitrary plane under it, you really get to see the true shape of what you're looking at.
So you can see where it let out. That's what I was looking at. Southern California. Those elevation maps in Southern California. It looks like where the flood let out is right here where I live. I shit you not. If you do that with Southern California and you look at those high deserts and you look at the Grand Canyon and where those ancient lakes used to be, it looks like it all let out here.
It looks like a better version of Stonehenge.
What do they call that thing? The Eye of the Sahara or something like that?
Yeah, Eye of the Sahara, Eye of Africa, both names.
Yeah, any of those people that think that that's Atlantis, I think they're up in the night.
I wonder what the local.
This is where the conversation started, mate.
I wonder what the local legends are, or the local stories about this place. What they actually are. I would like to know that.
I think that there would be no legend about this place whatsoever.
Because how large is it again?
9 miles across.
The 2 rings on the outside of the structure are 9 miles apart.
Oh, so it's only 9 miles diameter?
That's pretty big.
Yeah, I get it. Oh,
I don't think it's big enough to be Atlantis, though.
But only where the outer ring is? Is that the 9 mile?
Yeah, 9 miles, outer ring to outer ring. 9 miles.
The outer ring of that, but the canyon ring is much bigger than that.
Oh yeah.
3
But
times.
like I said, this more than ever looks like, especially with the mount in the middle, looks like a plasma discharge.
It really does. I mean, as soon as you dropped this 3D image, I was like, okay, yeah, I see that really clearly now.
Isn't it? Boom, percussion. Like it's like something you see like with a artillery blast into sand.
Does anybody feel like that looks like what you see on the moon?
But yeah, this is. Come.
Yeah, but I can't reach the moon, so I can't.
I didn't say it was just that.
Oh no, I know. Believe me, I see the same things you do.
So,
but yeah, you're not far off the mark.
Like a big heavy weight being dropped into a huge puddle of mud, you know.
Yes.
So that's kind of the relation I see.
Like I said, my opinion is that Atlantis was the whole Earth, and the rings were starting from the center, going. I mean, that's what I think. I think the whole Earth was Atlantis.
Could have been Mexico City for all we know. They were all built on a huge lake, and they
all along the Gulf Coast. There's all kinds of little villages named after Atlantis. All through South America and all through the Gulf Coast, there's little
all around
villages.
the Caribbean. The whole thing.
It might be that the old world was called Atlantis.
Yeah. It's just the part of the story where it literally gives you directions to it. If we're already on it, we wouldn't need directions to it. So, you know, past the Pillars of Hercules, turn right.
Yeah.
You'd have to be somewhere else, wouldn't you? If the Earth was Atlantis, we'd already there. We wouldn't need instructions to get there.
Yeah, and you're saying like these were where the maybe I don't know where the Earth split apart and now it's all different continents.
Well, that's a little trickier because I don't think anything's split apart. I think everything's just water damaged.
I got you.
It's wrecked, shredded.
So water came from the sky and from underneath the earth, didn't it, when we look at the flood story?
Yeah, it came.
Yes.
Most of it came from the earth because if you had water coming from the sky, the heat friction of that much water would boil everything.
Well, this interesting that you say that because there are some people who say that the waters of the flood were hot. They weren't cold waters; they were really hot waters. They boiled the things alive.
What's really interesting about that is go look at what's coming out of Yellowstone. Superheated water.
Yeah, do you know what? You're absolutely right. So the friction idea of the water was one idea, but obviously hot water does come out from the ground, Chris. Come on, pay attention.
Right. And when you go down to the bottom of the ocean, the black smokers.
Yeah. So thermal vents. Pay attention, Chris. You know this. Yeah, thanks, mate.
So you got all this superheated water, like 900 degree water. You know, so it's like 5 times. Well, how many times past boiling is that?
Just
way past boiling.
Yeah.
So like 5 or 6 times beyond the boiling point.
Mm-hmm.
Nathan, that's Celsius. We're not degenerates here.
Wait, hold on. But I just can't take my eyes off it, really. That is really interesting. I mean, Kim wasn't wrong when she brought up the moon when we start talking about plasma discharges. Not saying that's what it is, just speculating. But this is the pattern you get.
Do you know what's interesting, Sonny, is do you know what the concept of Earth was in the very ancient past? And one of the names they had for it was this island Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just like the rest of you, just trying to put together these dots, to connect the dots, you know, like what is going on. And I've come to some amazing not ideas, but things have been presented where all of a sudden I go, wow, I've had aha moments again here and there. about this reality, and it's even hard to talk about in this forum. I mean, not really. I mean, I can talk with you guys about it, but you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, but there is one problem with Plato's with the story of Atlantis. Is
right.
that
With Solon's story, yeah, because it went from Solon to Plato, right? No, not Plato. Who is? I'm all off my Greek mythology. Go ahead.
Yeah, he got the story from someone, and the story that he got it from was way less than he wrote.
Oh, okay.
Is like less than a paragraph.
But now listen to this. Like I find this interesting because they knew of the outermost Indias and the furthest Ethiopia. Ethiopia was just a place where they said burnt skin people with burnt skin, people with dark skin, swarthy individuals, dark skinned people. So Ethiopia wasn't a specific place. They knew about these outer Indias. They called it the third India. It was in the west.
I also need to point out time Ethiopia was not wasn't black. It was full of Greeks, so he couldn't have been talking about Ethiopia.
No. We're yeah. I'm kind of mixing two different things. I shouldn't do that. My apologies.
No, it's all right.
Sometimes I'm thinking along two different lines of thought, so I have to be careful.
That's why there's an Ethiopian phenotype.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. So that's the thing. There was not a specific location, is all I'm saying. As far as that word goes, and how it was used for there were the furthest Indias, and anyway, there's some evidence that that Egypt and that whole thing was here in America. And not only just hearsay or whatever, but actual firsthand accounts from the people that were there in those places. And
My only problem is that
linguistics,
is that they're calling it Egypt. It's not Egypt.
No.
It's
not Egypt. It was
Egypt.
It was before that.
Before there ever was the concept of Egypt. I hate that they go back. Yes. It is part of the proto monoculture that existed before, like the Akkadians.
Exactly.
Like it's pre-Akkadian.
All of that. Yeah.
The entire idea of them they keep using are like modern or contemporary definitions. I'm sorry, the Egyptians are not who we think the Egyptians are. Period.
No, definitely not.
Like whoever built the Temple of Man and the pyramids were not Egyptians.
Yeah, check it out. So check it out. So you should watch this guy's channel that I've been dropping a bunch of links in the live stream. And just because the way he does research, and he's very prolific and does a lot of. Now we could call out people that have any kind of thing on this media platforms or whatever you want to call these that people are speaking on, but we could find or try to find things to nitpick or discredit of how they do things. But if you look at the information overall that one guy has presented with a lot of help from others that have found information that is from the primary sources of people who were there at the time, take that with however much grain of salt you need to, right? But after listening to at least 10 videos of an hour each, what is that?
If you say over 15 minutes, like my attention.
Hundreds of hours of
Oh,
after hundreds of hours, literally, of trying to digest information. This guy reads out of books that, actual written books. And it's very interesting to see what people were writing that were actually, let's say, traveling along with the Jesuits, that were out there wandering along these ancient roads in South America, in Bolivia, and finding Egyptian writing, hieroglyphics that they recognize as those, because they were people out there doing traveling, but they were also interested in the linguistics of these ancient tribes who was living in these places, you know? And oftentimes they come to things, places. There's much more of this actually in America itself that I could talk about for much more time. But just in South America alone, which was huge. So there were cities in the Yucatan where they've done LiDAR, and they've only in one single place, I think is the largest, is it Tulum? I think it's Tulum. The pyramid at Tulum is the largest pyramid in the world. It's
because it goes underground.
Ever constructed. And then Cholulu, which is
Cholulu goes underground. Yeah.
4 times greater, was known as the Tower of Babel. Everything relates it to as
my only problem is this.
Mm-hmm.
Is that I think we can safely say that those are antediluvian structures.
I believe so. Well,
if those are antediluvian, then after that epoch, when all humanity was corralled over into one area from the start of our epoch.
Yeah. So listen,
they all came from the same spot. So all of us share.
Yes. Listen, that I think you're onto something there. That's excellent. So they may be antediluvian. Here's the proof of that. Many times they've come upon these places, and the people that lived there at the time said, "We didn't build this. We don't know who did. Some ancient people in the past built this that we're not aware of." So like that, it could be antediluvian. You know, who knows what these people are like? They could have actually been the Nephilim, the giants. That like people might have been much larger. They were obviously. How did they? Okay, so let's say they did it all with pouring concrete, but they're finding like just in the Tulum area itself, they've only gotten it to 2% of the area. And listen, just the city center is 3 times larger than present day downtown Los Angeles.
Think about it like this. Let's say there was a flood that destroyed the whole surface of the earth today.
Wiped it away.
And 6,000 years later, humanity's finally got iPhones again.
Yeah.
Right? They come and they find everything below New York.
Yeah. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean? Everything below? Everything south of New York?
No, everything under it. Under where New York used to be, and they find all these tunnels and all these massive concrete structures.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Then they go and they find the Hoover Dam.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so they find all of our infrastructure projects. That's all we're finding. We're finding the infrastructure projects of the monoculture.
But no, see, here's where I have to divert slightly from that, because look, what they're finding in South America, the Yucatan, Bolivia, and Guatemala, all these places, it's dwarfing in size and I don't know how to describe it. Not only in the size, but the magnitude of the building itself. They're not just these places sticking out in isolated places in the jungle. They're finding they're all connected with massive highways. Like they're with huge blocks, precision architecture. These like amazing stuff. Like they haven't even scratched the surface even now.
Think about this. Let me think about this. Let's say, like my scenario again, flood destroys the world, and you find all the infrastructure beneath New York City. That's going to be connected with Delaware. It's going to be connected to Washington, D.C. They'll find the ancient highway roads, and they'll find all the underground structures. And the underground structures of New York City, I believe, are like 28 square miles.
Yeah, it's huge. It's pretty amazing.
So big, it is incomprehensible. It's a hive city, like some Warhammer shit. It is. Mm-hmm. There is so much infrastructure underneath New York City. It is mind-boggling.
Exactly. And there's a lot of places. Not that Seattle is one, but I lived near Seattle for a while, and I did some research when I found out about their sunken city. And there's a whole city, and there's reasons, or they have so-called reasons of why they had to build everything 2 stories up throughout the whole entire city based on plumbing. I don't know, like that kind of made some kind of sense. But I'm with you, Mimas, on knowing about all these sunken places underneath cities. Me too. Like I grew up around St. Louis and Chicago, and Chicago, that's a big city and has a lot of places like that.
Yeah. So all we're doing is like I said, we're finding the infrastructure of dead a dead monoculture that was all wiped out, and they all got displaced into roughly the same exact area, which was essentially below the Caspian Sea. And that's where we all restarted from.
Yeah, I think so.
That's where our history goes back to.
Well, because even in Solon time, that's the most notable thing that I can think of of any of those things that's the so-called Greeks had written about this place, is that they knew you couldn't go that much further past the Pillars of Hercules. If that is the Straits of Gibraltar, I would think it probably most assuredly is that. And that's going out west. So they said you could not pass to the west because of mud from the sinking of that island. Now, they called it an island. Here is
another hypothetical I can give you. Let's say after this Antediluvian event, the flood catastrophe, worldwide flood catastrophe, all the water, it's an ice age immediately.
Yep.
Talk about flash frozen creatures.
Yeah, so there you go.
Completely. Everything's frozen, right? So there's a few hundred years here where there's glaciers just sitting there. And so people start building cities everywhere, right? Then what happens? All of a sudden, over the course of a decade, ice melts.
It melts.
Everything melts. And there are so many cities that could be Atlantis, like just from that description.
That's true.
I mean, think about it. And that's probably what happened is everything melted, and the last thing to give way was the spillways, and then that caused all this canyon-like damage, like in the Sahara, in the Grand Canyon. Places like that. These are all areas that are water damage from that final melt a few hundred years after the flood.
See, I can go along with that idea because I've had similar thoughts myself.
I've got this train of thought going, but I'm stuck. Like, what are the properties of plasma?
It's electricity.
I'm just kind of mind-boggled. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like an electric, like liquidy substance or
gas electricity.
They call it because when they make it visible, it looks like fluid, and so they named it plasma.
Okay, that's where I'm getting at, like the properties of it.
Right.
So it would be electricity if.
Yes, it's current.
So I'm just trying so hard to have this train of thought. Like, where do you isolate plasma from? Like, where does it come from?
It's everywhere.
Okay.
It's all over you. It's everywhere.
And salt water. Salt water is a good way to, enhance friction, correct?
I don't know. Salt water is less conductive.
Okay.
See that?
Well, I'm just wondering how the electricity would happen. I'm sorry. I guess I just got on.
Wait, is salt water conductive or more conductive?
More conductive.
They have plasma. They have plasma discharge machines that supposedly, I guess, they actually can cut metal. I've seen some of these working before. But if you look at the discharge, I think you can almost find plasma discharge like on sand or different types of substrate where it looks just like the Grand Canyon. I could be wrong. I think I've seen.
But it would generate.
Sorry, Kim. Yeah, but this is where our conversation started. We were talking about Atlantis. Here's the Eye of Africa. This is what plasma discharges could possibly be.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I have like a train of thought that I can't complete. And I was just asking questions. I'm sorry.
No,
no,
it's
it's
fine,
right.
Kim.
Nothing to be sorry.
Yeah, so salt water would generate friction, which would somehow play a factor into like electrical currents, or maybe or something like that.
If you combine it with like what it's flowing over, like when you pass salt water through limestone, it can create a electrical field, and you can harness it.
Yeah, like a type of a type of metal or conductor. Yeah, that's I guess that.
Yeah. So any stone that's rich with magnesium, it creates discharge with salt water.
Yeah, I'm just trying. I like understanding things, so you got to forgive me. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. But like I think we're probably thinking like if the eye of the Sahara is a plasma discharge, the water had nothing to do with it, and it's coming up from the earth.
Right. And that's what I was getting at. When it's combined with the earth, because the water would be in the water and out of the water, and we're not thinking that we have like a magma core or molten lava core. There would be no need for that with the friction of the water and the certain types of stone.
Yeah,
and
you can think of, you can think of it like this. You can think of it like this. If there's a massive amount of heated water coming up out of the ground, that's going to cause a lot of evaporation, which will cause a lot of rain, and then you have like the catalyst for the thunderstorm of the century, if you will.
Yeah. I'm smelling what you're stepping in. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it. That's all.
That's a good point about hot water coming up and it evaporating and coming back down again. Oh, thanks for pointing that out. I forgot about that. There always seems to be electric discharges as well when volcanoes go off and before earthquakes and so on. I think that's correct.
Okay, that structure.
Yeah, actually, I have only once experienced lightning in my life in Iceland, and that was right before the eruptions that happened. So it's a funny coincidence.
Here, Kim, what I think is that, like, this is just my opinion, is that Earth is essentially like a machine or an environment, right? Its structure is what it is.
Yeah.
And at the bottom of that structure is some kind of conducting plate that it's sitting on.
The ley lines.
Well,
that's why you wanted to do your experiment with the slab of iron, right?
Yeah, and so for me, the plasma discharges are part of the function of a malfunction that's happening on an Earth that has a broken base, essentially.
Right. Yeah. Right. Because there would be an arc of electricity.
I don't.
Yeah. See, I'm getting. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need like the water friction or anything like that. For me, we're on a damaged conductor. Like we're on a damaged machine.
The friction and the stuff could play some parts of like anomalies that we see. I guess that's what I was getting at.
It is interesting that where this Eye of Africa or Eye of the Sahara is right where the waters were conglomerating together to rush out to the sea.
That is interesting.
Yeah, I found that interesting. Yeah.
So to me, I feel like, hey, it's stripping away, and then maybe the weight of the water caused something to happen. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Water leaks down, gets where it's not supposed to. What happens when water leaks down into electronics? Bzz, bzz, bzz.
Short circuit.
Short circuits.
Superheats the water, it comes rushing back. Good.
No, what is weird is that the Eye of the Sahara is 435 meters above sea level.
Okay.
So,
but quite low set in the land that surrounds it, right?
It's lower than the land around it, but it itself is 435 meters above sea level.
Okay.
So I mean, it's half a kilometer.
Yeah.
Above sea level. So it's a very interesting anomaly.
I'm glad we started speaking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've learned. Just I don't know, not necessarily learned anything like. I mean, I've learned plenty from your conversation. Just I have another mindset about the way I can think about things, if that makes sense.
Yep.
It's nice. That's
I like
nice.
your theory, Memes.
You like mine?
I do. It kind of goes along with mine about that this place was built like it was a structure and it had symmetry about it. It had more symmetry than what we observe today. It looks just like a mess.
Yeah, it's destroyed. We live on a destroyed machine.
And this was primarily destroyed because of the flood, right?
Yes. Yeah, for sure. For absolutely sure.
Shorted out.
You can't get away from this flood. It doesn't matter where you turn, you can't get away from it.
Yeah, it's obvious, and there's no way to have the machine work the way that it did originally, but you can see that people or there are some that seem to be still fascinated with it.
So look at this 3D image of the Grand Canyon that I just posted. The last image I just posted. That doesn't look like a plasma discharge. You could make that exact same pattern on a piece of metal.
No, you're absolutely right. I used to do fabrication and welding, and that pattern. Yeah. God, the Electric Universe guys are going to love this, aren't they?
I know.
Oh well,
That's what I was just looking at.
As I was looking this up, that's who's the best information. The people who have done the most digging on it is them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. All requires a flat horizontal plane anyway, pretty much. Whatever. It is what
Yes, it does.
It happens to be a horizontal plane, so good. That's good. It's good that all your technology requires a flat level plane because that's what you got.
So the ring that we are all encircled in at the 60th parallel, where they just trapped us in, you think there's any correlation to that area to the mainlands?
Is there a ring?
No, I didn't say like a ring, like ice ring or anything. I said the ring at the 60th parallel where we're all circled in, where we can't go past.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. You sure about that?
Well, it's in the treaty, so in documentation, yeah, I guess. But I'm just saying.
Going past 60 degrees. You know how they got that? All right. Okay. The thing is, they see Polaris on the horizon. There you have it. Where in that explanation says that that's a ring around where we are? I'm just saying. I like to point out to people that there are things that we all say that we don't know. You know what I mean?
Well, if we were on a ball,
If we were on a ball, it would still be like a ring.
I understand what you're saying, though. I understand what Elijah's saying.
Yeah.
You just don't take no reason to take on any faith that you didn't decide to take on your own. If it's given to you, definitely question it because it is just a faith. Faith is good, but it's great when you come to it on your own. Now, when it's contrived because of some, I don't know, information, or you're combating some information and it seems like it makes sense, and it's like, but we're combating information that we don't have any actual experience with. So at the moment, a lot of the stuff that we know are really just information that well, I'm about to repeat myself, but you feel me?
Yeah, I got you.
It could be anything. Like people laugh when I say it could be Pac-Man Earth. Who the fuck knows? I'm not saying it's Pac-Man Earth. What I'm saying is that because of how we view maps and view the world, depending on what model you go with, you might conclude that it's Pac-Man Earth. You have no idea what the sun's doing and what everyone is experiencing at the same time. Like it could be very tricky. It could be exactly as we expect it to be. The problem is there's an expected instead of an acceptance. Yeah, so you always want to be aware of when you're expecting something rather than accepting something that's true. Like I expect that because I see the sun and all these people see the sun and it goes east to west, and maybe it's going in a circle. I don't know. Looks like it went that way in an oval over there towards the north. My boy sees it. We're on live. Okay, could be a circle. Could be. What if it isn't?
It's a good point. Yeah.
Go look up Goss's Bluff.
What's that, mate?
Australian.
This is why I always say, like, we don't know what's between. We don't know what's between.
It's Gosses or Gosses.
Thanks, mate.
Some Australian named it, so it's wacky.
Yeah. Sorry, Trace.
Yeah, but this is why I always say, like, we don't know what's between us and the sun. Like, the sun can't just appear to move from our position if we have something between us and it that's moving and lensing all the light around. We cannot make assumptions about the sky without having information to actually base that on. Like, if it's just assumptions, it's really bad.
Like if you think about
like they make assumptions, right? So like, okay, what if I make an assumption? What if I say it's all gridded up like I don't know, but let's say
it's like multiple light sources. Who knows? Like, cause what happens? Yo, my headphones like to do the weirdest shit at the weirdest time. I'm so mad.
And
me too.
But they sound
Miles
perfect.
away.
It sounds perfect right now, though. So
Because I'm not using my headphones.
Okay.
But
now we can hear.
But the thing is, like, okay, let's say, damn, we all know what synchronization is, right? It could make something look like one swift, one continuous motion, but it could be so smooth and so synchronized that something could appear that way, but it's not really that way. It's a bunch of moving parts. So all I'm saying is, unless we actually knew that this plate, first of all, living itself, I don't know if y'all know, it's amazing. Like, it's like, how is this happening? You know what I mean? So it's like, you just never know. I don't know. I now that I don't believe it's a globe, I like to keep my mind clear of speculation so that I can make my own. I'm not taking on anybody else's speculation unless I like it.
I have found a similar structure with similar geography to the Eye of the Sahara.
I've been looking for this in the background as well.
Goss's Bluff. Yeah, I found the image just by chance a little earlier.
Now look at the surrounding area. Compare it to the Eye of Africa or Eye of the Sahara, which is definitely larger, but
this is really similar, mate.
Yeah.
And
sorry,
it's in the spot that has the most. If you zoom out of Australia and you look at where the water swirl is, that's where all the damage is. Like where it's massive amounts of cavitation and land stripping.
Yeah.
So it's like almost like it got down to the bedrock.
Yes.
And that's when the discharge happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I concur with that. Thank you for finding that, mate. I've been trying to find something similar to the Eye of Africa anywhere else on the Earth, so this is what I've been looking for as well, mate.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, so this is what we've been talking about, Elijah. We started talking about Atlantis, and then we looked at the proposition that Atlantis is actually the Eye of Africa or the Eye of the Sahara. Then we started looking at plasma discharges. And ever since then, we've gone from one thing to another, mate, and it's kind of gotten crazy. So I think that's where you joined in the conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's not crazy. You know why?
Go.
Remember our journey with rainbows? That was crazy, but is it? You know what I'm saying? So I've posted, right? Because if you look at comets, if you live in a city. Or if you live in a city, there's like with the high buildings, and they have like these what kind of lights are those? I don't know if they're not fog lights.
Halogen lights.
Like not a man leaves man back. Yes, you already know. I'm just Paul. The ones that kind of project the light if it's like misty and you can see it. Like
yeah, they're like halogen. They're like halogen lights, man. They're just large halogens.
Okay. So now. It's crazy because, you know, we were just talking about comets and stuff. Then I'm riding down the street and I look up at the building. I'm like, oh, shit, that looks exactly like a comet. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Because comets really aren't balls of fire, first and foremost, or gas tail or ice tail or dirt tail, whatever the fuck they want to call it. It's not that. I know that for sure. But it damn sure does look like a light. It looks exactly the same.
I found the same thing. I found the same thing before looking through like a monocular at distant lights off in the distance. But I wanted to stop because you said something about synchronicity, and then you said a couple other things about that. And I was thinking about what you're saying, and I was thinking we don't see it. I don't know. I hope it's in line with what you were talking about, but I think it's our resolution. No, I think it's our resolution. Like there's something about our timing of how we perceive things. There's kind of a pulse to it in our receiving this information. So if there's more information there that is in between our recognition pulse or perception pulse, if you will, then we kind of miss some of it. Like we don't see how it fits together. I don't know if that makes any sense about what you're saying about synchronicity or not, but that's a thought that came up.
I mean, this is speculation. As long as I can go where you're trying to take me, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I'm just saying that there's things going on, and I think it has to do with how these natural laws all line up together that we can't see because of our resolution. Maybe that makes more sense.
Now you know how true that is. Now, because Jeremy's been saying forever, yo, we see it in a circle. We see a circle. The horizon is a circle, and I'm like, no, like you can spin around in a circle like. But so
there it goes again.
Hey, Jedi.
Yo, Jedi. And here it comes. So
hold on.
So the thing about sorry,
I posted something for Jedi in there. You see where the blue arrow, the direction that's going?
Yeah.
That crater is directly in the center of those edges of those canyons. You know what's right past that blue arrow is the Grand Canyon.
No way.
All the water was flowing through here and stripped all this, and it ended up in the Gulf of Mexico.
Fucking hell.
Yes. Yeah. I thought I forgot to tell you. Thank you.
Wait a minute. From which place? Wait a minute. From which place?
Meteor crater that's in Barrington, Arizona.
Oh, but right below that is where everything rushed out. Oh shoot! Hold on.
No, it's not below it. It's in the center of it. Everything rushed over this spot.
I got
That's where you have this discharge spot from.
Yeah. So hold on. So the discharge, but then which way did the water flow?
It's the blue arrow.
The water flowed that way into the Gulf of Mexico, right?
Into the Grand Canyon.
Oh, into the Grand Canyon.
This is actually where they theorized the spillway was that ran over. And then formed the Grand Canyon.
That's the way, interesting. Kaibab is a freaking biblical word. There's all these biblical names in these areas.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But yeah, sorry, Elijah, go ahead.
Oh my god.
Robot now. Elijah, sorry.
Poor Elijah.
Stop.
You sound like a 90s internet.
It's like, okay.
You're roboting a lot, Elijah.
Elijah, you're roboting so bad, it's bad.
It's 1990s
Here's an
dial-up.
interesting tidbit. In Caratumbo, there's a river. Yeah, the Caratumbo River, where it empties into Lake Maracaibo. Basically, it's one of the most electric places in the world, and it's almost non-stop lightning strikes there. But it shows you how when you have running water and the right conditions, it can create a very electric situation.
What if what it's doing is literally leaking onto the electronics?
I've actually been. I've actually been through the Panama Canal and gone through. Isn't that the lake that's right there? I think so. The Maracaibo is after the Panama Canal. There's big, huge lakes. Maracaibo, yeah.
They tried to connect some of the lakes up when they were building the canal. But yeah, going back to what Meme says, if you drop water on your electric components, what happens? Sparks and shit.
What a trip, man. Can't believe I've been through there. I think about that. Who was that person?
That's crazy.
All right. Am I still?
Yeah, it's still bad. It's bad.
It's probably not your headphones, so don't break them or anything.
No, it's definitely my service. I'm in the store.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better.
Oh yeah, I was in the back of the store. Okay. So, what's up, y'all? Yes, sir. Peace, gang. Peace. So check it out, right? Imagine, based on what we were talking about earlier, it's like all Meme did, right? All he did, which is essentially what all flat earthers have done since the beginning of this. No, okay, maybe not all of them, but the ones that are like me, because this is all I did. All he did was say, "Oh shit, looky here, what's this?" Right?
Yeah.
That's somebody relaying information. That's how we survive, as humans. Then there are these people like Kosho, like how we spoke about earlier. Like if you were to go into gyms and share this, they're not looking at it like, "Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's this." They're gonna be like, "What's the point of this?" So you're saying that the Earth is flat? Like their brain is already shut off. It's already gone. I think that's their job, to stop people from making a hullabaloo about things that should be hullabalooed about.
I think you're right, mate.
Look at this. Look at what Dre's look at this.
I know.
Come on. That's it.
It's wild. I mean,
isn't that what the news does? When it gaslights you, it's like, "Oh shit, look what."
Yeah.
Actually, that's what they do when the public really is aware. they downplay it to the OD. Not only do they downplay it, they don't downplay it. They downplay the straw man and then let you argue over that.
All right, guys, I found another African one. This one is probably this is going to be the weirdest one out of all of them. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. First, I'm going to show you. Like,
let me get 5
this.
5 segundos.
The flow thing, first of all, is insane. Here, I'm going to post that first. All right, hold on. Back to Discord and open up pictures. You know.
Oh, wow, man.
Yeah, I haven't posted yet. There you go.
No, I'm still stoking on the Catatumbo lightning.
Now, there's that. Now, let me get closer to it. Explain this geography without saying Great Flood. Just do it.
This is another one of Bright Insight's exact locations where he's like, yeah, there must have been a flood here because the lava flow has been cut.
Wow, look at that, man. Wait a second.
So I can't use the words flood or water when describing how the fuck this happened.
Because that's obvious that it's...
I can do it. I can do it. You ready?
Go on.
Yeah.
Bob Ross. He did it.
Bob Ross.
The famous painter. Anyway.
Exactly. What? He could do it.
There seems to be like little similar structures outside of it that look like the Eye of the Sahara.
Yeah, I just noticed that as well.
Reoccurring.
Yeah, I noticed that. So when we were looking at the Eye of Africa earlier, Mean pointed out a couple of other circular structures, and whilst looking through these images, obviously he's put a flag on one, and there's a couple around.
Quite a few.
Now, this crater has actually become the most interesting one to me. I found like 12 others already that are similar, but this is here. Tell me, you see and you'll see it. I know you'll see it. The raised center right here.
Oh, hell yes. Go on, Bennett.
No. Hell no.
Will it be large?
Hell no.
That's what I thought.
Let me see if I can find a...
That's not an accident. That's like, come on, bro. Look at that.
Oh, let's show.
You're going to try and find an elevation 3D of it?
And for 3D, yeah.
Thanks, mate.
Look
Definitely
at that shit. What you're seeing here is a barrage of asteroids in a circular fashion.
Oh yeah, this would be the story, wouldn't it? This would be meteor impacts and shit, but I don't know.
It says impact crater.
In fact, it burst out a pulse wave that.
Do we lose him again?
I think so, yeah.
It doesn't say meteor impact or
It just says impact. It just says impact, doesn't it?
Their stories are that these are meteor impacts.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
And that the meteors that actually did the impacting are conveniently vaporized.
Oh yeah, they've gone now. Yep, so any evidence of the meteor has gone. Yep. What's the name of that meteor crater in America? The really famous one.
Behringer?
I think that's it, yeah. They've got a, iron meteor in some kind of case. They said this was the meteor that caused it or whatever.
They never found it. They never found a core, though, actually.
Yeah. let me think. There's iron, natural iron all over Earth.
Mm-hmm.
We find iron, therefore that iron came from a meteor?
Yeah.
Logic.
Yeah. There's loads of iron on the Earth, but this iron came from the sky. Had to.
All right, I found a topographic map, but it is straight on. But you can, but it is still, it's still usable, certainly.
Drop it.
All right, and here I'm gonna. One is 3D, but they're both straight on, but they're both 3D. Come on, load up. Thank you. Well, I should say one is high relief, and the other one is topographical. So they're much more visible in these two.
Ooh. Oh yes, they're definitely much more visible, aren't they? Bloody hell. And there's very little difference between this structure and the Eye of Africa. All right, the Eye of Africa might have a couple more concentric circles, but the overall structure is, well, actually in the top image shows a few. There's no difference really.
Yeah, on this scale,
it's got all the same features, basically.
Yeah, I would say you're just looking for similar features, and nothing else is going to be the same. I will say this, is that there's a lopsidedness to all of them. Like one side's heavier than the other.
I noticed that of the Eye of Africa one. The west side seems a little bit... Meh.
And with these massive craters, it's pretty apparent. With the smaller craters, it's not. But with these massive discharge spots, they have all the similar features of like that lopsided feature.
Yeah. What do you suggest that lopsidedness is then? No.
The what?
What would you suggest the lopsidedness means or is?
I would say that on that scale, you probably have, millions of filaments of plasma. And it's at that scale, them all of them spinning around like that, it's going to be like what I would imagine this looked like was a giant tornado of light.
Yeah,
that's what I would imagine we would have, just a giant tornado of blue light, blinding blue arc light.
That's absolutely fascinating, mate.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Funny thing is, it's also about 9 miles.
Yeah, it is. It's about 9 miles.
Oh, okay.
So
that's interesting as well.
Maybe they were arcing with each other.
Wow.
So I would say these are surface discharges, but volcanoes are subsurface discharges.
Okay, yeah.
That's how I would frame my hypothesis. Although it doesn't really qualify as that yet.
No, not just yet, and I'll lay off you. But no, that is definitely fascinating. And I can go along with the idea of this being surface and volcanoes being subsurface.
Just look at the raised center. That's what's really impressive about a lot of these.
And, we can point at the moon and show similar structures and so on, but when we discharge plasma on beds of sand, this is what we get.
Yeah.
You chuck a ball at sand, you don't get a raised area in the middle.
You get a depression.
Yeah, because it's been depressed.
You get a depression and shock waves. That is not what you get with plasma. You get structures is what you get.
Mm-hmm.
Concentric structures.
So, Atlantis was everywhere. Okay.
Eden of Africa. Let me put that into, let's take a look at that. Yeah, I think when you're looking at like volcanoes, or like calderas,
Mm.
I don't think you're going to see as many of the Eden of Africa.
Here's one in, oh, look at that. Here's one in Iceland also. I know it's kind of, that's pretty crazy though. But that's an interesting, oh, Drace. Yeah, the one Drace posted. What's that one? Hold on.
Wait, where is Eden of Africa? What park is that?
Let me
If
look
you
at-
write Ngorongoro crater, you find it.
Ugh. Okay, how do I spell that?
It's in the Serengeti, Tanzania.
Yeah, I posted a thing in there with.
Well, I don't want to lose my search bar. Just
Right,
say
I'll spell it for you because I'm looking at it. So Ngor.
Got it.
Ongoro.
Ngorongoro. Ngorongoro. Ngorongoro.
It's probably just
silent N. Ngorongoro.
Second, how do you do it? Hold on.
This is 3,200 mile.
Yeah.
Right.
That. Oh no!
1,600 feet high walls.
Sonny, really, don't look at the guest page. Look at the map.
Where? Okay, hold on. Where's
yes.
Where am I at? I lost my place.
That is not a subsurface volcano. Because if you look right above it,
could be a category error on my part.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm sure they're calling it a caldera.
Oh, I don't know what they're calling it. I just found it. I'm just like going.
Y'all want me to post a picture of this place?
Yeah, could you, mate?
All right. This is. I'll wait for the audible gasp.
Okay.
Go. This is great. I love this. Hold on.
The last place I posted, the last one I posted is in Iceland, actually. So it's a different one.
Okay, it's posting. Look above it.
Oh my! Oh wow, what's that?
Yeah, check that.
Holy shit!
The discharge right above it.
Nice cover up to that high pitch.
Boom. Wait a second. What's below it too? That whole area looks like it just
look at that.
At the
feature. A bunch of discharge float, a bunch of water flowed out above and below it.
Yeah, that's present in every single one of these features we looked at. Is the water flow has stripped away where these discharges are coming from.
Yeah.
That's That's another great find. Fucking hell!
Look at the canyon that's above the whole thing.
Yeah.
Look
at that. Look at that discharge looking thing.
And I bet if you follow the geography of this, you will find that it is the spot where all the water rushed through.
Crazy, man.
It is. And it's like some like land of the lost, like Lost Valley looking. Like you can tell that's where all the water and seeds settled right there. Like that's where the water grew.
And there's still lots of water in that whole thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You can see it in the pictures.
Well, that's because
it's not a dry space rock. It's obviously something else.
Yeah, the water here, because it flowed to the left, the water was retained on the land. The water that flowed to the right, if you look at it, turned into desert because it all flowed out into the sea. All the good soil got thrown out into the sea. But wherever the waters reversed and just went further inland, you have nice, lush, beautiful areas.
I get you. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So, like in the deserts, the topsoil was stripped and rushed out to sea, and you don't have topsoil anymore. All you have is, I would say, the insulating layer. I'm pretty sure that's what the sand is the insulator.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Because if you look at Africa, you can literally see that it should have been green. All that got, all the topsoil got ripped away. Then you have a layer of like sand, a very massive layer of sand, And then you see what's under the sand is all this like dark rock.
Yeah.
I mean, you can
The weird part is there's shells and fish bones in that sand.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
That's because the flood covered everything.
It looks like they're all low-lying areas now. They're actually not filled with water still. So look at this part of it. Is exactly what you see with the elevation topographic. Look at that. You can see it. And water's in the middle. But those other areas look lower almost than the water level. Those lowland green areas. Trippy. Kind of all this kind of makes you go,
I've been doing that for the last hour and a half, mate. Since we started
Funny thing
talking.
is, that little caldera is just right next to Mount Meru.
Oh, it's not, is it? What? Serious? Huh?
Wait, so it's right. What?
Yeah, what?
What mountain are we talking about? What mountain are we?
Kilimanjaro National
Kilimanjaro?
Park. Yeah, there's a mountain nearby who's called Mount Meru.
Is it Mara?
I need to find it again. I zoomed out to try to look in.
Yeah, let me go into 3D since.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to start looking at cave paintings a lot differently.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I found it again. Okay. It's right next to Kilimanjaro, Arush National Park. There's this big crescent-looking thing, and Mount Meru, Andreas Point.
Arush?
Sorry, what?
Spell Arush for me.
It's just right next to where we were looking in Africa.
Is it? Oh, okay. I've got Meshi. I don't see Kilimanjaro anymore. Lake Manara. Is it north of it or south of it or?
I'm dropping a little picture so you can see the Kilimanjaro's there on the right. The hole we were looking at is on the left, and the green thing right next to Kilimanjaro on the left is so-called Mount Meru.
Okay. Let me. Arusha. There it is. Mount Kilimanjaro. All right. Oh yeah, Arusha. That's a peak. Oh, the crescent moon. Yeah, the crescent moon. That's one of the discharge shapes for the cinder cones when they do the discharge.
Oh, really?
The plasma discharge. Yeah, when they a lot of the cones that are left in the center of the discharges are crescent shaped. There's some that are dome shaped, some that are pointed, and some that are crescent.
Oh, wow.
This is supposedly a stratovolcano when I looked at this further.
Yeah, that Mount Kilimanjaro, that's...
So really close to this discharge point we have, or pretty close to this discharge point, we have one of the highest points on the Earth.
Yeah.
Mount Kilimanjaro, just the way that it's set up, is there's a. Yeah, like see how it's got a flat top, but on the flat top, it's got a discharge point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Oh, wow.
I love on Google Earth. Wow, they have some super high res 3D on here.
That's all those satellites, mate.
Yep, good old satellites. Like, if I didn't know better, I'd say there's discharge over that region. They're like the largest ones that exist. Because, I mean, that one, let me get the measuring tape out. Let's see how big it is.
At Kilimanjaro. Yeah, let's get some more images of that.
Okay, that small crater is 4 miles. No, yeah, 4 miles.
That's still pretty big.
That's big, yeah, but that's the small crater.
Well,
oh, wow.
Look at the size of that mountain. Wow, trippy. It's outrageous. Look at that view.
Oh, wow.
Outrageous. It's on the edge, right on the edge there. Yeah, what could possibly cause that much? That's an unusual erosion pattern, you'd have to admit.
Oh,
wouldn't
God,
call
yeah.
that normal erosion, would you?
Termites.
Well, you just didn't want to be in this region at all.
Dangerous, yeah.
You could tell there's some erosion afterwards, of course, but
like fun.
if you look at the general structure of that whole thing, like that's massive. Like, if you can imagine some event caused this, one single event, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, like, well, for all we know, all these discharges happened within a matter of 20 minutes.
Yeah.
All at the same time, all over Earth.
Wow.
What was happening too at the same time? All that pressure.
No wonder all the. You think this could tie into the megafauna dying off?
Oh, I don't know. I
don't either, but it's possible, I suppose.
It can't be real, Sasha. It looks cool.
What can't be real?
The moon coming.
The moon's sinking into the Kilimanjaro.
Oh yeah, that's not that's an overlay.
Yeah, it's still cool. Cool little artwork somebody did. Hey, Mamus. Sonny.
I'm reading now how many people was on the Kilimanjaro. Do you know?
No. How many people were?
I'm reading for Mount Everest, and it's written 7,000 people, and for Kilimanjaro, it's 8.
Oh well, it's well known that Everest is not the hardest climb; it's just the tallest. People who want to make a name for themselves go climb Everest for their ego. But the real hikers go to like K2 and Kilimanjaro.
Man, nobody's going to Kilimanjaro. It's 8 people only went.
Oh, I thought you said 8 deaths. 8. Okay.
8 people. Yeah.
Wait. Hold on.
Whoa.
Is no one allowed to climb it?
No, I don't know. I was reading that only article that
only 8 people have summited it.
Yeah.
I was going to say, like, lots of people have summited Everest.
And how high is Kilimanjaro?
5,895 meters.
Jeez.
Oh, wow.
About 16,000 feet. Wow, that's way up there, man. Crap. That's crazy. That must be a very dangerous place. Look at this.
Come on, look at that top. Does that look
Look at this part. Look at this in this season with all covered with ice. Look at this one. Be up there. 5,900. How many meters? Okay, let's see.
Yeah, it's all a load of hog swallop.
19,340 feet. Holy crap.
Hey, so can anybody explain this visibility? So I took a screenshot this morning. I'm out here on a job location in Shaw, New Mexico, New Mexico. Anybody ever been out that way? It's like right on the border of Texas, New Mexico.
Yeah, I've driven through there.
So this morning when I woke up, I was checking the weather to see what it was going to be like today, and it gave me a visibility. Right? Look at that visibility.
19 miles.
When I saw it, when you posted this morning, I thought it was hilarious.
That's awesome, man. You could you could literally see actually hundreds of miles in that area though, like at certain times. I was driving through, I could see, holy crap, I could see like halfway across New Mexico almost.
I don't have it like measured out, but from where I'm at, there's an oil derrick that has a flame shooting out of the top of it, and I swear up and down that thing's at least 45, 50 miles away.
Whoa.
I can see my bare eyes.
50 miles away. Mm-hmm. I can believe it.
So
now there's some slight elevation changes, but generally it's flat. It's not much elevation change.
When I was 16, my friends and I drove across country. We drove from Savannah to Los Angeles.
Oh,
right?
my gosh. What year was that?
This was 1990, early 1997.
97. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, we get to this low flat area, right? It's the desert. I forget what state we're driving through. And I remember we all saw we saw mountains off in the distance. And I said, how far away are those mountains? And one of my friends said, I don't know. It can't be too far away because, like, we wouldn't be able to see them. And I remember getting out the map. Didn't connect any dots back then. Didn't think about it. Didn't occur to me, right? So, no. So I was not a flat earther back then, even though...
But you remembered the numbers.
But I remembered 84 miles.
To see that fucking mountain.
I got the map out. The first mountain was 84 miles. And we drove for over an hour before that mountain started to loom up at us. Like it, I was like, yeah, you really think it's only 20 miles away, Justin? No, that thing was like 84 miles away. So, but like out in the desert, you can see so far, it's bonkers. Out here, you're lucky if you can see 5 miles.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't matter how far. Sorry, man.
It's all right.
No, what I was going to say, it doesn't matter how far we can see. It's obviously not the curve of the Earth that's stopping us from seeing shit, right?
Right.
It's that weather app that our friend just posted earlier where we've got a visibility of 19 miles. Oh,
fucking ridiculous.
It is.
Shouldn't it be 3.5 miles?
Yeah.
What's up with that 19 miles, man? That's further than you could see on a globe.
Well, they admit that you can
That's
see
if it was
Kilimanjaro
flat.
from over 100 miles away.
The derrick that I saw was at least 50 miles that I can make out clearly. I'm sure if I scanned long enough, I probably could. I'm leaving this location tomorrow, so I'm going to get out my P1000 and I'm going to see how far away into the city I can take pictures and measure it out and everything like that.
Yeah, get that camera out, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Crater Lake, Oregon appears to be another one.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's called Crater Lake, so yeah, we'll go with it. Most craters now.
It's got a very off-center promontory in it called Wizard Island.
Cool. Okay.
But it connects at one end, and that's one of the other ones is that get the oval shape, and the peak will be at one end.
Okay.
So I'm going to take a picture. Let me measure it first, because Crater Lake, I'm pretty sure is big, but I can't remember how big. It's add point.
9 miles.
About 6 miles.
Oh, well.
The lake itself, well, it's 6.15 if you're going from wall to wall of the actual discharge.
Okay.
Let me post that one.
So it looks like God got pissed off with everything and chucked coffee all over his machine.
His keyboard.
Sparking today, yeah.
Yep.
I almost did that one day.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Ming.
Oh, one of the most beautiful national parks, by the way. The water is mirror placid, freezing cold, massive conifer trees all around. And the woods are like those Bigfoot jungle, like Northwest woods. The U.S. is so lush, it's hard to spot like anomalies, just like scrolling across it.
And obviously, you guys live in America, so you know this place like the back of your hand. And obviously, we started in Africa. I think we found a crater in Australia as well. I wonder how many craters exist in places like Russia, China, Mongolia, Tartaria. Call it.
Especially in those wooded areas that nobody gets to go to.
Yeah, and we can't see them from like the air because the ground is covered in vegetation.
You guys will be happy to know tonight's low is 43 degrees Fahrenheit. That's pretty freaking cool.
The good thing is here in the United States, we're like, a crater? Put a tourist box on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Where's that one? Where do you think that one is?
It's a hole in the ground. I swear I can make money out of it.
Yeah, and yeah.
That looks like a drawing, a painting that T-Dub.
But how do they make money out of it? They make money out of it because there's a little story behind this hole in the ground. This hole in the ground was made from a rock from space. There you go. Give me $10.
Come on in. Yeah. Yeah.
What
it
if
used to be? It used
what
to be
if we
10
stopped
cents.
listing craters?
Inflation, we have to charge $10. It used to be only 10 cents for this go to Mars ride, but
What if we stopped looking for craters and started looking for the geological features that we find around the craters to try and find more?
that's a good idea.
That way, it's a blind way of testing to see if it's the region that could be like associated with the discharge.
That makes sense. So you'd have to have chemical makeup within the area too. Yeah, okay.
What I posted is it's a hole in a gas pipe caused by lightning.
Find that topographic map.
You know, doing that, I found one right away.
There you go.
And it's not even listed. It just is what it is. Holy cow. Let me take a picture of it. It's small.
Here you go. Look at this topographic map. This is what I was talking about in the west here. Hold on just a second. You tell me that doesn't look like an exit
Hold on a second. Yeah, that's where all the water. That's where all the water.
All the water flowed right that way.
Yeah.
All the way down here. And where I'm at.
Oh yeah, T-Dub. That's nice. That's a nice picture, T-Dub.
There's San Diego. You could see me down at the bottom there. So.
What is that of, T-Dub?
It's a hole in a gas pipe from lightning.
What?
That's brilliant. Thank you, mate. I thought that's what I heard you say.
That's outrageous.
Without you telling me what it was, I wouldn't necessarily be able to tell the difference between this image and what we've been looking at for the last hour and a half. Because they look the fucking same.
I thought it was some kind of drawing, like that someone painted it.
There's also the potential that some of these discharge points could be hidden under lakes still.
Oh,
yeah, that's the ones that like we won't find.
Wow.
I am looking. My thing is stripped away topsoil, stripped away sand, above a canyon.
Mm-hmm.
That's like my profile that I'm looking for.
Okay.
And I already found one. I posted it.
I've got to look at Cheddar Gorge now. Crap.
They're all the way to the Grand Canyon. Whoa.
Holy crap. Oh, man. Oh, Lord. Look at this. Hold on. Okay.
Gets better and better.
It does, doesn't it?
Let me show you what I just found. All right.
I'm like tripping out now.
You're doing Google Earth.
Look at the island of California, man. You can see it.
Oh, wow. What am I looking at here?
Fresno is in the middle of a freaking inland ocean.
This is all right below the mountain in the U.S. Here, let me post this.
Did you see the open hole that was like Hell's Gate or something like that? Did you ever see that?
No. Here, y'all check this out. Look at all of them.
Oh, wow. There's a few there.
There's a lot there.
Where was this again? Sorry.
This is Gray Mountain. This is right around Grand Canyon.
Okay, so you're basically just looking all around the Grand Canyon area and seeing what you can find at the moment, yeah?
How's the black stuff?
I keep getting stopped because I'm starting from the Grand Canyon and just moving, and I just keep getting stopped. But it does seem to follow that where the water was like really rapidly flowing, not where it got like into the canyon area. It didn't do it there. It's where it was up top when the topsoil was first stripped off is where it's doing it.
That's crazy.
It is.
Wait, this one's by the Grand Canyon?
Yeah.
The black stuff? What? I've never seen this one before.
Wow, what is that black side? Is that just a deep cavernous section or something?
It's just dark water. How the resolution picked it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Outrageous though. Still, look at the man. Match that up with these these topographic maps. Yeah, you match some of that stuff up with these, and you go like, "Whoa, holy crap! What really happened?" Especially in the West, quite amazing. Like it looks like a disaster zone.
Yeah, for real.
Seriously, some kind of big disaster happened right there in the Midwest, in the West.
Yeah, it was when all the ice melted, it created it spilled over the dam down there in the southwest, and created the Grand Canyon.
What's this one?
It's not in the canyons. It's like above canyons is where they are. It's like a little hunt.
Yeah.
It's like the coldest night of the
Eternal
year here, I
fire.
think.
That's where I'm going.
I know, I'm off topic. Get back on topic, Sonny. I am still on topic. Don't worry about it.
I'll get my big stick out and get you back on topic otherwise.
That's right.
Down in the green states, there's just... Well, wait a minute. Hold on. We do have a massive water flow spot up in Pennsylvania.
Now we got springs all over where we're at.
Starts up there.
Springs and orals, of course.
Yeah. Lake Ontario, Buffalo.
What have you just posted, Trace?
I was looking for stuff, and in the middle of China, I found these weird pools right next to this desert.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I've seen
Well,
those.
that's pretty
I don't know
trippy,
what the hell.
isn't it?
I don't know what that shit is. I think it's some kind of plant or some sort.
Is that Google Earth?
Those are what we would refer to here in the States as kettle lakes. So they have no connection to like any bodies of water, and like geologists can't figure out why. And it's because they were depressions in the ground, and when the floodwaters flowed off, it didn't flow off below those. Like the water was resting in a hole. And if you look at all the water flow around it. Like all that's nothing but water flow.
Around what? On which image?
On the where he posted on Zhejiang.
Yeah, that in the last one. Yeah, I see the flow. See the flow area. Let me. Trying to pinpoint where exactly.
Yeah, you can tell where the pool was on the topographical map of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
U.S. suffered the least, or almost got the best results from it.
It's a town.
But you could see how at some point it looks like the middle section was completely washed out.
Yeah, well, they called it the Inland Sea. Well, I mean, there's like whales there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No kidding. It may have actually been just a river from like, instead of it being the Great Lakes. There are some maps that show it only a river.
Some don't look right about that, man. It looks like someone just overlaid some shit on it. It's covering something up.
What's that?
The town?
Yeah, the town.
Well, it's China, so they're probably not allowed to look at it.
Yeah. I should have gone to bed 2 hours ago, you bastards. But it's so interesting, man. I can't go.
I'm actually glad I stayed up this time because I've been getting really tired.
The China
early.
thing, I think, is actually related
Glad I came in here
to. They have come out and said that they're expanding their geoengineering programs, and I think they're just pumping a bunch of water into these massive pools right next to this desert area and trying to evaporate them and create clouds so it rains.
Oh, okay.
Which, I mean, if that's what they're doing, good for them. I mean, that to me seems...
It could be.
You know, a smart...
That's what it looks like.
Oh, no, it looks weird, though. The town thing, it looks weird. It's like there's something under it, black.
I'm going to check Afghanistan.
Ooh.
Check Israel.
Yeah.
Southern Israel, to be more specific.
Should do a Google Earth search and see what we can find with that.
So like it's weird. Like I seen a pattern out there, and like I took an out of focus picture of Jupiter, and it's the same fucking pattern, dude.
Huh?
I'll show you my comparison.
Thank you, mate.
Oh, we just happened to find the same spot in Xinjiang. Xinjiang, that's it. I was like, what's that giant? That is a massive, just flat desert.
Yeah, they got some weird symbols out there in the desert. In that desert,
that's fucked up.
It's also China has a bunch of pyramids that they don't allow anybody to look at.
they have like like alchemy symbols, like full on alchemy symbols in the desert.
Sorry, I don't know what an alchemy symbol is.
Alchemy.
Oh, thank you. Yep, I know. Thank you, mate.
Like the symbol for Earth, and then another was a symbol for Jupiter.
Is it past 2 a.m.? It's like 3 a.m. there.
3:45. Nearly 4 o'clock.
Yeah, same here.
You should go to bed, bro.
All right, Mum.
Good luck with that.
I know how I feel when I'm like up till 3 a.m. Holy crap.
Every once in a while, I
feel rotten.
Sometimes your mind just wanders, man. That's part of the consequence of life.
Well, like that, the conversation been interesting. That I've been able to stay up and actually looking through information. So that's good. That's kind of a good thing. But it's almost 8 o'clock. That is definitely past my bedtime. I was gonna go back out again, but then I'm like, I don't know, man. Maybe not. Too cold.
China.
Everything looks different after this convo, mate.
Oh yeah.
Miles across, dead gum.
Okay, wait. You haven't seen nothing yet. I'm in Google Earth and I'm zooming into freaking South America. Let's see what I find.
So this is how I've been looking at the Earth since 2003. That's when I got into electric discharge and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like I said, I was off heliocentrism a long time ago, but I wasn't a flat earther.
Holy crap.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm never going to go to fucking bed, am I? What now?
You guys are not going to...
Oh, no,
You're not even going to comprehend it. You guys are going to trip out. Wait till you see what South America is showing. Just
how are there that many houses? There's no way. No way.
You should see all these structures, bro. Wait a second. Hold on.
The fuck?
Hold on.
How are there so many people in China?
There's like a billion of them. What do you mean?
Look at all.
Look here.
There's a billion of them.
I'm gonna.
There's a lot of them that live out in the middle of nowhere, like the Uyghurs.
It's also they have a lot of houses that have no one in them because the Chinese economy kind of
right.
You have to have a house, and a lot of these houses are just complete junk, and they just degrade over 10 years and fall apart.
I'm gonna show you a picture. All right. Oh, come on, load up, load. Come on, there we go. All right, nothing special.
Okay.
Nothing special in this picture, except it looks moldy.
Except it looks moldy. Okay, yeah. I understand what you mean by that, yeah.
All of those dots are not houses. They're towns.
What?
They're towns.
Yep. They have like insane amounts of ghost towns. It's insane.
And this only a small section of what I screenshot.
So,
no, China's fucking huge when you zoom in.
All of these areas, these blotch areas, are towns.
Towns.
Now, I understand the idea of the Chinese housing market, and now all these houses are shit and nobody lives in them. But I didn't realise there were... Mate, I couldn't even tell you how many towns there were if I individually counted them.
I mean, every little tiny white dot is a village.
Fucking hell.
Sorry.
I zoomed in.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, you first.
No, okay, so just real quick. So I took this screenshot of Google Earth. It's in Israel. And if you notice the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the octagon shape with the circle inside of it.
Yeah.
Doesn't that look like the fucking Jupiter out of focus picture that I have right above it? There's like a slight, mild line on the inside that's a full circle. There's no, it's not straight edge lines. It's a circle inside of an octagon.
I understand what you're saying, yeah.
I just thought it blew my mind. I saw that when I took my picture out of focus. I'm like, that's what that symbol looks like. And I had to go through all my screenshots to fucking find it.
That's crazy.
It's great, Jove.
But here, I'll show you some other pictures.
Oh, that is a weird one. Lloyd? Yeah, those are Wa Anus Lake. Wa Anamus Lake. It looks like spilled paint.
Yep.
Here's one I took of China. This is in China.
Yeah, it looks like something Salvador Dali painted.
For real. It looks like an epoxy floor I would do.
You do floors?
Yeah, I do resin. And I do concrete. I own a little...
I'm picking up mud engineering right now. I'm doing mud engineering for oil rigs.
Oh, nice. You start you off at 78,000, right?
A little more than that.
Yeah, more than that?
Yeah.
Not bad.
I figure I'll be making like 750, 800 a day.
Yep. I charge $1,000 a day for work, basically. But I don't work every day.
Right. No, you'll get it done in an efficient manner and do it correctly. Just
yeah,
a day's work is a day's work.
Yep.
So check this shit out. Let me fucking find it real quick. Did I take a regular screenshot of it?
Have you seen this graphene concrete they're calling concrete? Since you do floors, I was wondering, were you aware of this?
It's been focused on bringing the graphene. I mean, maybe. I mean, I haven't done graphene yet because, like, nobody down here cares about that. If it ever becomes more cost efficient, everyone will switch to it.
There's a Chinese base right there.
Yeah.
No, it's a fake base. Switch to what you can see.
It's fake. Could be.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in the doings of men.
Oh, excuse me.
out there by that base, there's like, I'll have to screenshot it again because I can't find it. Like really big fucking alchemy symbolism.
From what I'm reading about this graphene concrete, it's a little bit interesting. It's about 2 times as strong compared to normal concrete and 4 times more water resistant. Could have some uses in some weird applications, but I don't think everyday use is ever gonna turn to that.
It's what we like to say cost prohibitive. I mean, concrete is already $200 a yard now.
Wow. Bloody hell.
Because of sand. It requires sand, and people actually stole sand from a resort not that long ago. And trucks came and stole the sand off the beach because they're trying to scrape the bottom of the oceans. There's actually a sand shortage because they can't use desert sand. I'm sure you know this about concrete.
Yeah. Problem is when you use beach sand, it makes your concrete yellow. Colors your concrete.
Can we figure out some way to use all that sand in those deserts?
Yeah, you turn it into glass, and then you grind the glass, and it actually gets rigid again. So, yeah, I guess we can recycle sand. You guys looked into the swinger effect? Anybody read about it?
The what? The what effect?
The swinger effect. They're claiming they pulled something out of nothing, which is a pretty bold claim for scientists. They pulled something out of thin air. Electrons out of a vacuum, basically.
More on Mongolia. Let me look over here. Maroon.
They used graphene, and they basically did a variation of the Casimir effect with one atom thick, allegedly sheets, and created electrons out of thin air.
Who claimed to do this?
I think I posted a few things about it, but if you go look at those articles, it'll tell you. But it was a simple tabletop device. That's the kicker. That's the important part. Thank you. Yeah, and you can check out that they've also done Lawrence Livermore Labs fusion ignition, where they've also claimed to create something out of nothing. I know it's a bit off topic, and I do apologize. Check it out in your free time.
That's okay. We about beat this dead horse.
There's something I'm looking for in Mongolia right now. It is a long, straight crack in the ground that goes on for hundreds of miles, but I can't remember.
I'm looking at the Caribbean, so we're on
different sides.
Parallel paths, kind of opposite sides. Look at that one of the Caribbean. I could see how it looks like a whole shelf just sunk right there. Huh. Oh.
You know what's weird is like I'm looking at this area all over again, and the structures have changed. Like it used to be all like flat land. Now it looks like it has like elevation and terrain to it.
Right, gentlemen, I have literally got to go to bed. But if you find anything else that's interesting, please let me know.
I will.
Thank you, mate. Right. Good night, gentlemen. Speak to you soon.
I'm actually going to go
Good
to bed.
night, Twitter.
I'll see y'all.
Good night, Mimus.
Night.
Yeah, me too.
I'm getting tired.
It was fun.
I just got back and they left, so I bet it got interesting.
Yeah.
Some Google Earth lookups.
Yeah. I heard some interesting things about Calaveras County. Probably doesn't mean anything. It's California, but let me see. It's supposed to be ancient cities found. So I'm thinking I should be able to see something. I saw all kinds of stuff in South America and around the Yucatan. Oh my God. You go to Google Earth and start looking around in South America a little bit. Pretty outrageous. Let's see. Now I'm in California.
Have you ever looked out into the ocean to see what kind of islands you can find out there?
Not a whole lot.
And then when you zoom in on them, there's like housing and airports and all that shit. And it's like, why have I never heard of this fucking island?
I haven't actually used Google Earth that much. What cities are near there? Okay. I see. Okay. Up near San Joaquin, Amador, and Sacramento, and Tuolumne. Right up by Yosemite. Let me see here.
It's a river or crack.
Yes, Yosemite's right there. Thanks to all those balloons up there taking pictures of Earth from low Earth orbit and them calling it satellites. Isn't that cute?
They've been doing it since the Civil War in the 1860s.
I know, isn't that crazy? So to think that other civilizations didn't have like balloon technology would be ridiculous. Look at the concrete technology they had. Oh, wow. Okay, so you start zooming into some of these canyon walls and mountaintops all around the West, and it looks like ancient buried walls everywhere. Walled structures everywhere you look. Wow. Okay, I'm going to look for something more definite. Let's see.
I found a max prison off the coast of Africa.
Area of Calaveras County. Let's see this. What?
Like type in Alfred Fowler. ALFRED space FAURE.
I keep noticing the more I look at this cosmological constant thing that they use words like sacred, right, which lets you know that it's a religious. And later on in that same article, they're talking about like philosophical decisions. It's kind of telling, right?
How do I get on some of that $800 a day? I'll settle for a quarter of it. I'll just have to start my own wilderness tour company. That ought to do it.
There you go. There's a weird mountain for you. What's up, man? Tristan da Cunha. Tristan TRISTANDACUNHA. Tristan da Cunha. Or here's another one, Inaccessible Island. Put that into your search.
There's a black market for sand. Isn't that interesting? Sure, go ahead. Sure. Yeah.
You sleeping out here? You sleeping out
Hot
here?
mic. Hot mic.
That's my boss man.
Hot mic.
How hot do you want to be?
Good luck. Muted that dude.
This one seems to be owned by some type of woman.
Stancy still. Sonny, what did I just watch? Looked like a sandcastle.
It actually is. So, like, I got duped. I was looking for ancient cities in California. I found this one, and this guy's filming a sandcastle. That's funny, man. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to get tricked.
Especially upon first look, you like look at something, and go, "Wow, look at that old structure, amazing."
Hey, the pin that I just dropped, or the location I just dropped in the chat, 27 degrees south, 109 degrees west. There's an island right there, and there's a bunch of craters on that island.
Let's put this in then. Okay.
They're small craters, but there's a bunch of them.
I could get hooked on Google Earth at this point now. I'm like, here we go. Ordnance. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. That took me to, hold on.
Should be a place next to it called Orongo. It's an archaeological site in Chile, but it's way the fuck away from Chile. Like it's like the measured location to Chile from that location that dropped you 2,000 miles, 2,300 miles. That's how far away that island is from Chile. And it's a property of Chile.
109.
Yeah, don't let me get y'all caught up on Google Earth.
Oh, 46. Let's have the wrong coordinates. Put them in wrong or something.
Y'all have a good night. I'm gonna head off to bed.
Have a good one. There we go. Let's see. There it is. Beyond critical Earth. Oh.
Bit quiet in here. Yes, the globe. That didn't work. Thought it might get some ears wagging.
Yeah, what happened? I left. When I left, there was like a mad conversation about plasma discharges and all sorts of shit.
I don't know. I just turned on and no one was talking, so I yelled out, "Earth's a globe," and no one even responded.
Yeah, I heard that. How you going, Timbo?
Yeah, good, mate. Yeah, what was going on before? Plasmas.
Yeah, talking about plasma discharges, like being could be the cause of some of the geological features we see around the place. Yeah.
I've seen this. I've seen this stuff before. Yeah, it's like the caverns and stuff like that. Yeah, like the Grand Canyon, things like that. They do look like electrical scorch marks, like lightning. Like, have you ever seen when they put electricity into a tree, like or wood? They connect to live electrical points at one end of like a piece of wood, and it runs like a like a lightning strike through the timber. It looks exactly like a water system, like that they claim has been done by erosion. So it's pretty cool.
They're making some mad money out of that, actually. Some people.
Yeah, so they've been doing that, and then epoxying the top of it and selling the tabletops as like well, they call them lightning tables, but they look really cool.
I saw that, yeah.
But it is freaky how similar like those, like if you look at a mountain range, yeah, even just look around where you are. Just go on Google Maps
zoom out. Even that covered in trees, if that had no trees on it, you'd look at it and go, "Oh fuck, look at that! That looks like a lightning, like fork lightning or something."
Right.
But like they say, just because something looks like something doesn't mean it is something.
True. Exactly.
Like a fingerprint looks like the cross section of a tree, you know? Just because it looks exactly the same, it doesn't mean that a tree, circles in a tree are a fingerprint. Although they are all different, so it is a type of fingerprint. But you know what I mean? Like the giant tree stumps. Just because they look like giant tree stumps doesn't mean they are giant tree stumps.
It's just like a signature of creation, right?
Are you talking about the fingerprints?
Yeah, like the. It's like the. I mean, if you want to call it that, it's like in a sense, it's like a fingerprint in all of nature. You know.
Well, they all seem to be the same. That's the freaky part. That's what we mean. Like with those river systems or canyons, you know, looking like
Like the
electrical
blood.
torch marks.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. It looks like a
Trees
blood
looking
vessel.
like fingerprints. You know, flower petals, all in the Fibonacci
Yeah, it's like
sequence. You know, like
it's sacred geometry.
yeah, it's everywhere. It's in fucking it's in cyclones as well. Even just normal weather systems, because they all spin around in a circle. If you get out far enough, if you get out into space, and you see the
Yeah, right. I'm glad to know you survived yesterday, Timbo.
What's that?
I'm glad to know you survived yesterday.
Like the tennis.
Yeah, I was a little worried about you.
I
thought
had a bit of weather.
I thought maybe the Coriolis effect was gonna get one of those balls and take your head off.
Yeah, because sitting on the court, you know, we're spinning at I think Australia is about 700 or 800 miles per hour, or where we are on the apparent presupposed
dangerous,
globe.
man.
So,
Yeah, it's dangerous. I mean, plus you're upside down, so like that doubles. It's dangerous, man. Super dangerous.
Mate.
It's risky shit right there, man.
Yeah, so they serve those balls at 200 kilometers an hour. So you know you're going to minus 200 kilometers. So they actually minus 1,000 kilometers. They're serving it.
Well, which way's the court facing?
Yeah, true. you got me, man. You got me. I concede. It was good though. We didn't get home till 2:00 in the morning.
Man, did you get hammered?
No, I had a few drinks early when we were watching the Zero. When the what's his name? I always forget his name. The Russian guy. Tall Russian guy. Well, we were watching his game against the Australian. I had a couple of beers, and then I was getting full, so I had some gin. And then I just thought, if I have any more, I'll fall asleep here or something. So I just stopped and ate, and then we saw that game, and then we watched the game after, the Collins girl, the American girl, versus someone from the Czech Republic. That was a good game.
How much are they
And then we
charging
went
for a beer there?
for a beer.
Yeah.
Is it, $13 for a can.
What the?
Yeah, but you know those schooners, T-Wad? You know how they sell the plastic schooners at like the footy and the rugby and stuff? They were selling them there as well. $15, man. So that's a 475 mils. Yeah.
Gotta be kidding me, man. What the?
Man.
Wow.
I remember the days of dollar schooners happy hour. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
That's
here
going
in
back a
the
while now.
yeah here they're trying to outlaw. Do they do y'all do tailgating? You know what that is?
We've got a different version of tailgating. Our tailgating is following too close to a car. So I know
Yeah.
your
Well,
tailgating is something else. So
it's the same. I mean that as well, but it's
it's sitting in a car park and having a
yeah
party. Yeah.
it's like hanging out in the parking lot of a sporting event and like
Yeah.
partying out there before the game, I guess, or whatever. But
Yeah, you can't do
they're
that
trying to,
here because they have dry areas that surround the sports stadiums. So
yeah,
a dry area is where you can't drink. So
right.
most of the sporting areas are in parks. So that park will be a dry area. So you can drink inside the stadium, but then when you come out, you can't have an open canister. So
Right.
you can't really do that. I think the only place you can do that is the horse racing, and they actually sell tickets to the car park at the like Melbourne Cup and stuff like that. You can have a barbecue and beers and stuff like that, but nowhere else.
It's not a dictatorship, though, right? Yeah.
No, not at all, mate. No, we live in a free country over here. You can't do this. You're not allowed to do this. You can't do. Okay, no worries, mate. Yeah. Everyone does
It's
it anyway. Like they have a period between Christmas and New Year's where you can't drink on the beach in Melbourne, but it's just like it's like around St Kilda and places like that, and no one cares. Everyone just does it anyway. I think it's at night to stop like the young people coming along and getting pissed on the beach. But if you just go and take an esky and you're there during the day with your family, you can drink all you want. I don't enforce it.
well, they prohibit smoking in our main street, and like so, but everyone does it. You still see people out the front of the pubs and it's the
Yeah.
shops, on breaks and smoking. You still see butts lying around. I
Yeah,
don't
because
think
you
the
live in the
cops would
country
even
too,
bother.
don't you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think the cops would even bother like fining you. I think you'd have to be a real smart ass to them. They probably just say, "Oh, put that out, mate," or whatever.
Yeah, of
But
course, yeah.
I think the rangers would probably fine you for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it can start a bushfire, something like that, yeah? Or are you in a national park, are you? Around a national park?
No, just because they're usually assholes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like they would be like the happier of the people because they deal with more animals than people, but it doesn't seem to work that way. There's like more control freaks.
They'd be like greenies, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they're basically like they actually have to learn basic like they're basically a constable. They have really limited like constable police powers.
Right. So when they get the opportunity, they're like, yeah, finally, it's my turn, my time to shine.
Only in state forests and national parks, though, yeah?
No, in our town they can they can if they want they can do traffic policing and like mark your tires and fine you for parking too long and things like that.
Oh.
Yeah, like traffic cops.
Because I know I went camping the other week, and there's a few young guys behind us. There's me and my son. We were surfing, and then we went into the forest just to go camping. And there's like four. I would reckon they were like 18, 19. Four young guys had their music blaring, had the biggest fire you could ever see. You think it's peak summer, we're in the middle of a forest. These guys have got this huge fire going. And, they woke up in the morning. They were up all night. They woke up in the morning. They put the rest of their timber, they put the rest of their wood on the fire. They packed up and left. I went, what the fuck?
You got to be kidding me.
Nah, no
Idiot.
shit, man. And like anyone who's not in Australia that's listening, we have these pretty bad bushfires, most years, and these idiots. We're in the Otway National Park, so down Cape Otway. Mate, it was blaring, and they just left. So me and the guy next to me, I had 20 litres of water left, and the guy next to me had 10. So we poured 30 litres of water on this fire to put it out, and it was still smouldering. And then the ranger came. He goes, "Oh, what's going on here?" We go, "Oh, the kids put on their fire and they left." And the guy next to me took down their number plates. So they were going to get everyone who had a car there. There was 3 cars out of the 4 guys. They were going to get I think it was a $2,000 fine for leaving a fire unattended in a state forest.
Yeah, that's good. That's understandable.
Fucking oath. They won't do it again.
Yeah, but the thing is when if they get fined that money, do they give that money to you as a reward for putting it out?
Nah, that will go into the forest management. So they do things like backburning and stuff like that. So they go into the bush, like into the forests, and if there's a lot of fuel on the ground, like leaves, old twigs and branches and stuff like that, they'll pick a calm day and they'll light it up all on fire in a circle, and it'll burn into the middle of the circle, and then it'll run out. All the fuel will run out to prepare for the summers. So they spend money on stuff like that. So I don't mind our money, fines, taxes going to stuff like that. But
wait, they still let you do that there?
Yeah,
you mean like
yeah. They've had to start again after when was it? When were those fires? Was that 4 years ago or 5 years ago? 4 years ago.
18 or 19? Yeah.
Yeah, the big ones that went through Victoria, New South Wales. I think they even went to South Australia. Yeah, they've started. They have to backburn again.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Was that the same year as Christchurch?
I think it was actually.
Was it? Oh, it might have been. I don't know.
Oh, the earthquake? No, that earthquake was longer than that. Okay. Or do you mean the shooting?
No, I mean the shooting.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure about that. Could have been.
I just remember Max Egan always going crazy about that.
All those greenies trying to, bring in those laws to protect the wildlife, save koalas and all that. They're probably responsible for the most koala deaths in history.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, 100%.
Why? What do they do?
Well, they're the ones that stopped the backburning. So the greenies went in and said, we need to save this Australian natural habitat. Yeah, which is all the sticks on the ground, all the leaves on the ground. We've got to leave it for the koalas and the kangaroos and the wombats and stuff like that. And that's what catches fire. So the government said, oh, well, now we can't backburn. So because the greenies said that we can't backburn. So, and then we had the biggest fires we've ever had. And all these koalas got burnt and killed. And I think they've put them on the endangered list again. So, because we couldn't backburn. So these people trying to save habitat actually fucked up the animals. Idiots.
And it's stupid too because a lot of Australian flora relies on bushfires to reproduce.
Yeah, it's the only time the seeds come out is in fire.
Right. Extreme heat, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got no idea, do they? For people that, claim to know the environment, they actually don't know anything about it.
Yeah, it was probably the indigenous people that taught early settlers. You got to do this.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna end up with
Or you're
problems.
gonna die.
Right.
Yeah. I think they used to hunt like that as well. They'd corner off an area, light it on fire, and then like create a path for all the kangaroos
Yep.
and stuff to come out, and then they'd like spear them and stuff like that when they run out of the fire. And then they worked. I think that's how they worked out that's how the forest regenerates, and so they just kept on doing it.
For sure.
Pretty interesting stuff. I'm reading a book at the moment about Aboriginal medicine and stuff like that, just with native plants. Like,
oh, cool.
How to survive. Like if you got stuck somewhere, like what plants you can eat and stuff like that, and get nutrients out of, and for sore stomachs and headaches and everything. So, and it's area specific too. So you got your Victoria, you got the Alpine area, you got the arid zones, and then you got the coastal regions. So it's pretty cool. It's a big book.
Who wrote it?
I'll have, when I get home, I'll have a look. It's an Aboriginal. I think it's a collaboration. So someone's got all the information from all the tribes.
Right.
Tribes, or what do they call them here? They don't call them tribes, do they? People. Like the Wurundjeri people. And
what do they call it? No, I can't think at the moment.
Yeah.
it's on the tip of my tongue.
It's a shame too, because we don't do a lot of history here, especially at schools and things like that. You don't learn much about Aboriginal culture, or even if the Europeans coming over and them killing all the Aboriginal, if all those stories are true, we don't know about history, but I'm sure those parts are true. But like what actually happened, no one repeats. No one tells us, no one teaches Australian history in schools.
Yeah, they taught us a little bit. They really, like, when I was going to school, they pounded the whole narrative, like, to make us feel guilty about even existing as a European culture in Australia, like.
Yeah, the devastation and you're white, so you must feel guilty. Hey, wait a minute, I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I didn't do it. Fuck, man. Yeah, but you can say that because you've got white privilege. Fuck, man, I was born this way. Don't be racist.
Well, I think it's, while, that sort of thing did go on,
Of course, yeah.
Well, everywhere, anywhere that, places were getting, taken over. But I think a lot of them too were, like, wanted to, like, learn from them as well. Like, there was academics, explorers and that went in and tried to learn about their cultures and their languages and things like that, and study them, study the culture.
They couldn't have survived in the middle of Australia without them. So, they had to learn from them how to actually survive in those areas, how to find water, how to get water.
Right. Yeah.
Eating bugs or grubs, and where to get meat and what flowers to eat.
Yeah, what was safe and what wasn't safe. Yeah. Exactly.
But it's pretty tragic, like the Tasmanian story. They just went in. There's not one. They say there's not one Tasmanian Aboriginal left. They all got wiped out. If that's true, that's tragic, mate.
Yeah,
That's
it is.
fucking. That's that's horrible. And before anyone gets angry, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying I find it hard to believe history as it is. So if it is true, which it most probably could be, then it's devastating.
Yeah. And when they were finished there, they went for the Tasmanian tigers. Like, why?
Oh, yeah. They wiped them out because they were eating the sheep.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. It was the, I think them and wombats are the only meat-eating marsupials.
Right, yeah. Only carnivorous ones. Wombats, eh?
Yeah.
Hey,
Wombats. Now I'm not sure. I'd
they
say
omnivorous?
that, but Tassie Devils. Sorry,
Tassie Devils,
Tassie
yeah.
Devil and the Tassie Tiger. That's it. They're a vicious animal. Tassie Devils. They're only small, but
Yeah, I never learned much about them.
yeah, you should hear them going off, mate. They got these sharp teeth. But that was that was another show I used to watch. It was Search for the Thylacine. So that's the scientific name for the Tassie tiger, the thylacine.
Yeah.
And it's another show that got me hooked, like the fucking Bigfoot one, where they made a whole series saying, "Oh, I think we," and then the ad comes on. They go, "Oh, I think we got one." So then you watch it. You go, they never found one. I watched so many episodes of that Finding Bigfoot. I never saw any fucking evidence of Bigfoot. And then they came out, oh, maybe they're going to find a Tassie tiger. I got sucked into that again. No images, no noises, no evidence, nothing.
That's hilarious.
I reckon there might be some left.
Yeah, the wilderness in Tasmania is so sparse. Like, sparse? That's not the right word.
Yeah, there's got to be places that no man's ever seen.
Yeah, look at those areas around Cradle Mountain, like it's just mountains and wilderness. No one's anywhere near it.
Well,
Got to be some in there.
There's terrain there that is so rugged that they can't get to. They helicopter guys in to cut timber, and then they helicopter the timber out.
Yeah. It's a cool place. You ever been to Tasmania?
No, I've only been as far south as Adelaide.
Yeah. It reminds me of New Zealand. It's a bit cooler, heaps of forest. Beautiful place.
Yeah, it sounds nice.
Hobart's really nice. It's a city. It's got a harbour, and then there's these mountains in the background.
What do you think about the New Zealand Prime Minister stepping down?
Is that true, or?
That's what I heard.
I saw an article about it today, but I wasn't sure whether it was real or not.
Probably getting a promotion to the To the Davos meetings.
Yeah, to the WEF. Yeah, she's a piece of work, that one.
Did they have it worse than like Melbourne?
And not as long, but I think they were a lot stricter over there. But I don't think that New Zealand have got the police force to actually enforce it. Imagine trying to police those Maoris and Samoans. Like, how are you going to do that? Like one of them will take out like 3 or 4 cops, you know? And they don't have guns.
I don't really know how that works if they don't have guns.
Well, they didn't have guns when I was there. I don't know about now. But...
Do your police have guns?
Yeah.
Okay.
They got no brains, though.
That's a requirement.
Victorian ones don't mind using them either, do they?
Yeah, they love the tasers and the pepper spray. They were shooting rubber bullets during COVID when we were protesting. It was bang. They were shooting tear gas and rubber bullets. Because we wanted to work. How fucked up's that? I don't want that thing, and I want to go back to work. Yeah, fuck you. Boom. They're ludicrous. You wouldn't have copped it that bad, T-Wad, in rural. Yeah, wouldn't have been that bad. No.
Yes, I saw. Well, I didn't, but my missus saw one incident.
No, someone not wearing a mask or something.
Were they meditating on the beach?
No, I'm not on the coast, but yeah, no, they were just having a bit of a gathering, and yeah, probably got carted away, handcuffed, and all
that. Ridiculous. It was funny when we first got, I'm going to say, let out. You were allowed to like meet up with friends and family at a picnic in the park. Mate, the parks were packed. Everyone was getting pissed in the park. Like you were limited to a group of 6 or something. So what they'd do is they'd set up a group of 6, and then like 5 meters away they'd set up another group of 6, and then the cops would just going to the parks and going, "Oh, are you guys together?" And they go, "No, we're not together. Oh, can you move a bit further away from each other?" But they didn't accommodate for it, and there was just like beer bottles and everything just left in the park, just around the bins, because the bins were full.
That's insane.
but they did that, and so everyone was just trying to find loopholes. So the pubs were allowed to sell like takeaways. So all these people would meet up because you were allowed to exercise. So they'd meet up in their exercise clothes, and they'd walk to a pub, stand out on the street and have a beer, and then walk to the next pub, and then walk to the next pub, and then the Premier got on and he banned it. He goes, 5 days, no. 5 days, pubs are shut for takeaway. Fuck off, idiot. It was funny, they were doing pub crawls in their exercise clothes. It was pretty funny. Like I'd say it was bad, but everyone was just taking the piss out of it, really. And no one was really like paying much attention to it. Everyone was walking around with masks hanging off their chin, like it was just so you didn't get a fine. But there are those serious people that go, put on your mask.
You just tell them I'm not pretending to be sick, so you'll feel better.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, there's people on the tram last night wearing masks. Still.
Yeah, and they've taken the medicine how many times? Probably.
Well, they say that 95% of the population here have. I go, nah, I don't think so. I think you're fucking lying about that one.
Yeah, I did too. It's probably like 80%.
I would say it's even less than that.
Well, because there's that old study done that like said that 80% of people are not capable of disobeying orders, even if the order is like immoral.
Have you seen that movie? What's it called? The Experimenter? Is it?
I don't know. I really watch movies.
I can't remember the guy's name. Did a series of so-called quote experiments. They were kind of like social experiments. Was he a psychiatrist? American dude back in the I think it was in the 60s or 70s, and he'd have these test subjects come into a room, and they had to press like a button when a person in another room that they couldn't see, they could hear them. If they got it, and they'd ask them questions, and if they got the answer wrong, they had to press this button, which gave them an electric shock. And to the point, and each time they got the answer wrong, the shock would increase in voltage or whatever, and like so it become more intense to the point where they were worried that the person was dead, was dying. They were going to kill the person, and they kept going. A lot of even as reluctant as they were to press that button, they still did it. There was like only like a small minority that didn't out of the test subjects.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah, someone's posted it in the Milgram experiment.
Right. Oh yeah. Wow.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, very interesting stuff.
Does anybody know why the Freemasons that their year is 4,000 years ahead of the Gregorian calendar?
Sorry, what was that?
Like for them, their calendar, it's 6023 this year. I guess 6023 instead of 2023. And like instead of it being AD, like after death or whatever that is, like theirs is AL.
Yeah, they don't recognize the Gregorian calendar.
I just wonder what theirs is based on. Is there a way to know that or not?
Oh, lineage.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they've supposedly kept records of their lineage and the years and that the people lived.
Yeah. Well, that used to be how people kept track of a lot of things, right? Like they would like write the names in their family Bible and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Did they use constellations for keeping track?
Some cultures did. Yeah, that would probably also be incorporated into it. Yeah, they had their astronomers. Yeah.
Can anyone kind of go over how constellations work on the flat Earth model? I can elaborate too.
There's no real model like.
Well, I guess
what
my
do you mean?
question is, for example, I see, so right now in the night sky, once it gets dark, the constellation Orion is very visible from where I'm at. And if it's like, let's say 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and it's pitch black, the constellation will be coming from maybe, I like to pull out my compass, but it starts to move throughout the night, because if I were to check on it in a few hours, it's going to be in a different location. But then the next day, it kind of appears back in the same spot of the sky that it was earlier. So is it doing a full revolution overnight during the day? Does anyone know like at what rate they're kind of moving? And then why do we see certain constellations at certain times of the year? Because this is only visible here probably until the end of winter, and then it'll kind of disappear.
Well, how would you, if you were on a globe, how would you ever see the same constellations in the same place more than one night in a row if it's moving, if it has 3 different points of rotation?
I mean, I know what they tell us. They tell us that. I'm thinking.
Well, they say that it's.
I just checked out for a bit. What was the question?
They say that the stars are so far away that you can't tell the difference and that they're moving along with you throughout the galaxy or whatever, right?
Right, but I mean, we all, according to the globe, certain constellations are visible in each hemisphere throughout the year.
Right. I mean, you can navigate using them.
Right, so I just, like, for right now, Orion is very visible, and it's been this way for like a month or two, or maybe longer, and then it's going to kind of disappear in a few months where I won't be able to see it anymore. So I'm just trying to understand if there's like a good video or diagram of how the constellations are moving throughout the night sky, or with a, in the firmament, because it looks like it kind of starts in the east, and then as the night goes on, it starts to make its way west, almost as if it's on the same circuit as the sun.
Right. Well, that's how everything in the sky works. It comes up in the east and goes away in the west.
But where does it go during certain times of the year then?
Well, I'm just going to go and look for a video for you. There's a good one. Okay. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, cool. Because, I mean, I always can recognize when Orion is here, and it's like usually in the, I guess, late fall, winter time. And then if it's on a globe model, like if you use that app, that Star Tracker app, it'll show you that it's beneath you, but that's just because it's probably further away. I'm trying to understand how quickly it's moving in a night sky and where it goes throughout the different seasons. If that makes sense. I'm trying to explain it, but...
Yeah. Trying to think, like, kind of off the top of my head, like, what's kind of like a way to.
Well, because I mean, look, I believe flat Earth, so I'm just trying to understand though, if it's in the firmament and there's a dome above us, and the stars are fixed in that firmament, but they're moving, except for Polaris, then why is Orion not visible for me throughout the year? Like, is there a wobble or something in this?
I just think it would be above a different part of the Earth. Oh, here you go, Timbo. Just put it.
Okay.
If you've got a spare hour and 50 minutes, this is a good one to watch. It's not definitive, but it gives a kind of an idea of what he thinks could be happening. It's not just him, so he's compiled some evidence from different people and makes some good points. But again, it's like what are you doing? You're looking at the sky to do what?
I'm just curious how these constellations are moving and why I see certain ones at certain times of the year. I mean, I believe it's to help us with the seasons, right? If we look at it as a giant clock.
Yeah,
like the sun
correct.
tells us
When to plant, when to harvest, when the animals are born, spring lambs, everything like that. Well, I don't know if it's for us to do that, but they did do that with tracking the sky. But the problem with that question is, like you're saying, what are they doing? You're like, we don't know what they are and what they're doing, so it's a really kind of loaded question,
Yeah.
Right.
I think ancient cultures in particular are more concerned about what they were doing rather than why or how they were doing it.
I mean, I look at it like they're rotating overhead when it's a certain season. So it's like to me, if I didn't have access to technology and I had watched the sun every day, so I knew kind of what hour it was. If I watched the moon, I kind of know what day of the month it is. And then if I watch the constellations, I kind of know what season it is. It's just, I'm trying to understand how the constellations are in different locations on the flat Earth model throughout the year. And what, because,
no,
like I said, Orion.
There's no model.
Oh, what was that?
Sorry, I'm eating a cupcake. Yeah, there's no model.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
I mean, they show us like the flat Earth app, right? Has that model.
Okay, you're talking about an AE map, yeah?
Yeah, the Dave Weiss app or whatever. It kind of shows you. Maybe I should look at that more closely. And I'll watch your video too.
Yeah, I think there's like
So
a
that's
zodiac.
just
I think there's a zodiac overlay.
Projection. It's a projection of a globe map.
Mm.
So there's a problem. So if you want to go off a projection of a globe, you're going to come into some things that don't work, because is that actually where we live? You're just taking coordinates from
It's hard to tell.
people who have drawn a globe and then flattened it out into a flat Earth map, but the coordinates still stay the same. Like, is that where these places are? Or you know what I mean? Like,
well,
are you trying to say that a Gleason map is a flattened out globe?
Yes.
Well, the Gleason map was created before the globes were. So does it make any sense?
Not exactly.
Are you sure?
Yeah, well, Alberuni made one, but I don't think it encompassed what is claimed to be all known land. It pretty much only just had the north region in it, I think. Don't quote me, but I don't think that he had the southern regions in it.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, it was just that concept that he'd incorporated. But but he was apparently he was a globe proponent. He's the one that said he measured the radius from the top of a mountain.
Right. That makes sense.
So I think that these guys that that thought the Earth was a globe were trying to essentially they were just trying to put what they thought the globe was onto a flat aspect for practical purposes. Because you can't really do it with a globe. It's not practical to navigate with a globe in your hands. Use charts.
It's like
mixing. How do you go upside down when you're in the water? We're going around here. What?
Well, do we have any theories then? What do you guys think? Any ideas? How these constellations are, where they're going, etc.
Silence.
Don't know, man. It's a tough one.
Oh man. Well, it's just interesting. So every day, every night lately, I wait for it to get dark. I'll see Orion. It's coming from the east. A few hours go by. It's starting to move across the sky. If I were to check on it right before it got light again, it's going to be towards the west. So it's moving, but the stars are fixed in their positions. But the whole dome, the inside of this dome must be circulating. And at what rate, at what speed is it going? Because, they tell us it's a 24-hour cycle. Is that actually true? Is what I'm trying to understand that, number one.
Yeah, that's the clock. It's 23 hours and 56 minutes, I think. Sidereal day, I think is the correct one.
Okay, but then I'm wondering
That's why that's why they claim to have it's the same time. Have you ever heard of someone ever say when the Earth is on the other side of the sun, why isn't it 12 hours later?
Yeah, I've heard you guys.
Have you ever thought about that? Yeah. So they claim that 6 minutes that they've added to a 24-hour clock stops it from being 12 hours later. You understand what I mean? So 6 months later, you're on one side of the sun, and 6 months, and then another 6 months, you're on the other side of the sun. So it should be daytime. It should be nighttime when it's daytime. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, so I'm really not concerned. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think I'm just trying to understand how it works on a level plane rather than the globe.
Find out. You can tell me as well.
Okay, this is a good question then. See, it's like we don't have the answer. I'm just prepared for someone to ask me that one day, but that's kind of
Well, it doesn't. The thing is, it doesn't work on a globe.
right, because we should see different stars and they should be all in different positions. And
should see 90 degrees in different direction.
So if we were to track it, though, couldn't we? I guess we can't track. Because isn't Orion, if it's changing with the seasons, and, I'm in the U.S., and so we're experiencing winter, you're experiencing summer, the constellation, so you would see different constellations at night than what we're seeing, because they're going to eventually rotate our way, but why are they rotating throughout the night and then reappearing back in the same spot? So it's almost as if these constellations maybe appear from the firmament, like they're turning on a light, and then they kind of dim. Maybe it's that. I don't know. I mean, they're moving. It's definitely moving.
Yeah, I'm not sure, man. The sky definitely moves. The constellations change. No one's saying they don't. We have seasons. We have all this stuff. A lot of staunch flat earthers will just say, "Well, why are you looking at the sky?" I'm interested. I like the sky, but I've got no answers for it.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone does.
So you're not that interested, though.
I'm not that interested that it's going to take over my life.
Yeah, I mean, you've been in this Discord for years, so right? So I figured you might have heard some perspectives.
Actually, I haven't been here that long. Maybe over a year or something.
Oh, got it. I thought you had said you had been on this thing for like 7 years. I was like, damn.
No, I've definitely been a flat earther for way longer than that.
Okay.
Just your whole
not
life,
longer
right?
than 7 years, but maybe 9 years, I think.
Okay, maybe that's what I heard.
Hey, what? How long have you been on this server? Like part of the
Only a
furniture, aren't you?
couple of years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you reading the voice text, Dust?
Let me go check. I saw the video you posted.
Oh, it was critical inception. Just the stars move slightly faster or slower.
It's faster, I think. Yeah.
Faster than the sun?
Yeah, and then the sun's faster than the moon.
Wait, say that again. Did I miss something?
But, so if you think, so every year the sun, the stars come back to the same point, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
How do they do that? If we're flying through space.
Right. Well, I'm taking space out of it and trying to understand.
Yeah. I know what you're looking. I know you're looking for a replacement or something, but unfortunately there isn't one. There might be. Someone might have one. I don't.
Yeah, there's been attempts to, to put it into a
people can make
perspective
up
that we don't
stories.
experience.
Well, I'll watch this presentation you posted. It says Shane's presentation of the Southern Star Trails.
It's pretty good, and he's contactable as well. So.
Okay. Are you able to see Polaris from Australia?
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
Maybe north. I don't know. North. Seaward.
There's reports of it having been, I think, sighted as far as 22 degrees south, I think.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
So it's like towards the horizon?
Maybe. I think, yeah, I'm not sure. Don't know that was Australia, but it was like maybe in the ocean, on the ocean, I think.
Yeah.
From a ship.
Maybe if the refraction is just right that day.
Right. I'm not sure. Like, yeah, one day I'll I want to get to a high enough place and see if I can make a sighting. That'd be interesting to try and do.
I don't know if I believe this, but on astronomy, DAC Exchange, it says currently Polaris is a declination of a bit over 89 degrees, which means that no one south of 1 degree south latitude can see Polaris.
Right. So it's like, okay.
But this is just, I'm just reading just Google things, yeah.
So those star trails in that picture, are those taken over how many hours?
Which ones?
The picture you posted of Shane's presentation, it shows those perfect circles.
I'm not sure. You'll have to, I'm sure he's got the information there somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look into this stuff because it's kind of cool.
But we do see a rotation north, and we do see a rotation in the south as well. With Star trails. Just to go.
Rotation.
So that's why I say we don't know what the sky is doing, what the sky is.
Okay. Well, we hope we get to figure it out one day.
You know, just because they've India just said it's not a rotation.
Or test mic check. You guys hear me?
Nothing rotates. Okay.
Well, what is that visual doing then? If it's not rotating.
Visual, no.
I'm inferring.
Yeah.
Okay, it's moving, but it's not. Maybe not rotating. They take an arc. Okay. So it's kind of like how the moon might disappear completely in a new moon. Like we can't even detect it. Maybe they're doing the same thing. And it's kind of like how comets can appear and then reappear, but they can track it. They like the people that tell us, oh, there's something coming. Do they know because they know it's circuit, or do they know because they see it before we do?
Because it's been seen more than once.
So then how do they know? We took upon people to
So they've seen it reoccur.
Well, because you know how they're trying to tell us right now there's this green comet's on the way and it hasn't been here since 50,000 years ago or whatever. It's a bunch of BS.
Oh, really? Because half the time they tell us there's a comet, and I used to get excited, and I couldn't fucking see it.
I know. I've only seen one comet in my life, and I think that was Hale-Bopp when I was a kid.
Like the hype for Halley's Comet when I was about 12 or 13, and the hype that was put out for Halley's Comet, and all the stories. Oh, you should have seen it. Like back in the day. Oh, it was amazing. It lit up the night sky. All this stuff, and it was like what I thought I was looking like. What I thought was Halley's Comet. What they told me was Halley's Comet was just this little blur, and that was through a telescope. Like I couldn't see shit.
When was that? What year was that different than the Hale-Bopp, or is that the same one I'm thinking of?
Was it 86? Halley's, I think.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Let's see.
It was like early 90s.
Oh, it says Halley's Comet was 86.
Mid 90s from.
And the Hale-Bopp Comet was 97. Yeah. Or wait. 95, yeah, Hale-Bopp. So I remember the 95 one. And they're saying that it's not going to come back for 2,500 years. Is that what this? Oh my god. Have you guys been listening to Joe Rogan, that one guy that was on there named Jimmy Corsetti that talks about these ancient civilizations? Does anyone catch that?
Snippets.
Well, I just want to sort out this. Default. Default, if you want to, you've got your mic open. Can you talk instead of typing in the chat?
I don't know, because we're going to go over rotation versus spinning.
Yeah. Can you get?
Are you guys talking to? Yeah, default. Is that who you guys are talking to? That's he's like a mod here, but this is a new account of his.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? Mic check.
We can hear you.
Oh, cool. So I was gonna say, like every Tuesday, the milkman delivers the milk
to my house. So it would be wrong to say he is rotating, right? I mean, that would like be totally wrong, right? Because
No, it'd be back and forward, yeah.
well, it's like a route or a path that he takes every Tuesday, right? Like
Is that bong?
Fucking bong.
yeah, mate.
Yeah.
Mate.
That's what
I
I've been trying to
recognise that
tell you
voice.
guys.
Fucking bong. I almost banned you.
Stop it. I know you to ban me for sounding like a troll in text. Yeah. Oh, and I was gonna ask, like, when you see an airplane disappear, right? Like, would we naturally assume it's rotating or going around something, like, even though it's going in a straight line?
No, I think I used the wrong
Well, think of
words when
this.
I was describing it. You know.
Yeah. Well, think of this. Say I was watching Talladega Speedway, and I'm watching the race cars go around, and I do a long exposure photograph. So it's going to leave a trail of the cars that goes all the way around the track. Would you say the cars are rotating?
No.
Right.
No,
Right.
exactly. So it's like you
Wrong
have to
word.
actually describe these things. You wouldn't say the cars are
Yeah.
rotating or the track is rotating or the earth is. You wouldn't describe it that way.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Somebody, those. I think I get confused when I say rotation because you look at the star trails, yeah, and it's because all of them are spinning, not spinning. All of them are going around in an arc at the same time. So on the photo, it looks like a circle, but they're only moving a certain degree. So that's what's deceiving about it, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
because you're not
depends
getting a
on.
whole. It's not a whole rotation because it's impossible to get a whole
No.
rotation.
The
You can't do
longest.
that.
Yeah, the longest I've ever seen is one pointing towards Polaris, and that was, I think, 16 hours.
Yeah.
That's the longest I've ever been able to find. And I looked pretty hard to find like a full 24-hour one. Because you figured by now someone would have did it, right? Because like something like a
Yeah, well, when
million
you got a
people live in
midnight.
the Arctic.
Yeah,
Well,
and
a
then when
million
it's
people live
dark
in the
for that
Arctic.
long.
So like somebody should have got it by now, you'd think.
Like a 3-month one.
There you go. You actually should be able to do it for 3 months. And it should make like a smear across the sky, right? So it should actually like a spiral. If the heliocentric model was correct, right, because of the tilt of the Earth, the star trail should be like a spiral that goes across the sky for 3 months.
Yeah,
Like a
even
wobbling
over that
spiral.
16-hour, you'd see something like that.
Yeah, you'd see it like spiral, like make a spiraled circle around your head. Well, in 3 months it would make a quarter circle spiral across the frame.
So does that mean whenever they show those?
I should take up a GoFundMe to go do that shit, dude. That's actually, you could sell that as T-shirts and art, man. That would be cool as hell.
So when they show those visuals of the whole thing, does that just mean that like part of it's done on a computer?
No, it's because the stars overlap. Right? So say I have a star at like that's think of Polaris as the center of a compass, right? And then you have a star that's north of the compass, star that's south of the compass, star that's east, star that's west. If you go, but they're all in the same distance from Polaris. Now, after like what would it be? If you go over 4 hours, if you go over 3 hours, the star trail of like north is going to overlap onto east, right? And east is going to overlap onto south. So it's going to look like a circle, but but no one star actually did a complete circle.
Yeah. That's what's deceiving about those images. Yeah, people go, "Oh, look, it's a circle."
And I have seen some of the time-lapse star trails where the star trails, they don't stay symmetrical. They like overlap each other a little bit.
It seems like they would have to.
Well, if you took a long enough one, they would end up overlapping. That's the thing. They should overlap after 24 hours, but
Right.
Yeah, 'cause
not
the sky's
perfectly,
moving
right?
across.
But not perfectly because of the tilt of the Earth, right? It's supposed to be tilted. So it's going to be like a little bit off, and then it'll make a spiral. Like each day would make would like slightly miss coming back in on itself, and then loop back around, then slightly miss again, and slightly miss again as the sky would process. Would it be east to west? Yeah. So I mean, but that would be a cool thing to actually go do, man. That would be badass. It would be hard to do though because you got to keep this camera still. So you probably have to like pour a piece of concrete and then like put the camera in it inside something that's sealed so the wind doesn't vibrate it or anything.
When you could only do it in the north too, because how you going to get? You can't get. Well, you can't get to the south. You can't
So
get far
Bong,
enough south to do it.
Bong, I'll give you your roll back, okay?
Oh, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, yes,
Dude, I was so
yes.
close to. I thought you were a troll in the lobby, dude.
I was trying to, I was trying to get in here before you did because I had a lot to say in the longer
Dude, I was so close to banning you, man. Because you said something about religion, then you try to friend me. I'm like, this has got to be a troll. Brand new account. It's got to be a troll. And plus you're asking to be BC verified, and like most people with new accounts don't know about that unless it's an alt account. So I was like, this dude has to be a fucking troll.
Right. I was like, I'm gonna come off as
You
a
were
troll. I'm
ready.
trying to.
I was pretty close, man. And then I was gonna like ignore you and go to bed, but then I heard you on YouTube, and I'm like, shit, man, that's Bong.
Cool. I made it. I made
Yeah.
it. Yeah. So I was like, oh no, you have to create another one. Yeah, I heard the guy saying, and I was like, when you're up, like say you're up in the sky and you're looking down and you're seeing like a vehicle right beneath you, like travel away from you towards the horizon, it looks like the car is rising up, right? So now we can
Yeah.
also say that the car is rotating up around you. According to that logic, right? Look, it's rotating. It's sinking into the sky. It's setting into the sky. Right? I mean, that's perspective. That's if you're up there looking down at this plane versus being down here looking up there at that plane, whatever those things are up there. Who knows how they? Yeah.
Hey, Dust, do you want to? Dust, do you want to ask your question to Indio? He might have a better idea of what you were asking. I know it's a sky question, but
Yeah, I mean, I can try to. So let me try to paint a picture because, okay, I'm in the US. I see it gets dark. As soon as it gets dark, the stars start coming out. Then I can start to make out Orion, the constellation, and it's very noticeable right now. And I don't see it throughout the year because I kind of see the night sky almost daily just from where I'm at. I can have a good view of the stars. So if I see Orion and it's coming from the east, in that same evening, a few hours later, it's going to make its way towards the west. But then the next day, so then tomorrow, if I look up, it's going to be back in the east again. So what is it doing throughout the day and the night? Is it making a revolution? Is it doing, like, how is that constellation staying here? And then the next season, it'll be gone.
So you don't know how circumnavigation works on flat Earth?
I don't think so.
Okay, so you're total fucking noob, right?
I'm pretty new, yeah. I mean, I believe the Earth is flat, but
so you it doesn't. Okay, I'll just
I think
pretend you didn't say that.
was pretty good work.
And if you want to
Pretend
refer
you
me
didn't.
to a video too, I can always watch that and come back. And if I don't understand,
Look, I don't have to refer you to a video. You can just get. There's a channel that's called Circumnavigation.
Okay.
So the stars appear like if you're in what we call the north. If you're in the north, Europe, Asia, North America, the stars appear to rotate around, not rotate, but go around Polaris. And if you wanted to go around, go around the world, quote unquote around the world, you would go in a circle. You take a compass, that compass would point north, and you would go around Polaris, because the compass points generally towards Polaris, and you'd end up back in the same place. You didn't go around the ball, you just like walked around your house.
Yeah, I think revolution was a good word.
Okay, yeah, so that part makes sense to me.
So if you walked out your front door and walked around your house and then came back in the front door, your house ain't a ball, dude.
Right.
Because of how we use the spatial reference, right? We either use the North Star or we use a compass, and a magnetic compass points north, and we just keep traveling. And if I want to travel west, all I have to do is keep that on my right? I just have to keep Polaris on my right-hand side, and then I'll end up back in the same spot. And all I did was go in a circle.
Right.
So there's a channel for circumnavigation. So the stars work the same way. There's no difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
the problem is when you get to the south, when you get to the past the so-called equator, things get a little wacky.
Okay.
Because that same spatial reference doesn't exist, right? So how do I know which way is north now? I mean, it gets all. I mean, I could get deep into it if you want me to. There's actually three. There's actually 3 norths, 3 easts, 3 souths, and 3 wests in reality. Okay. So there's where the sun rises on the equinox. That's east, right? But there's also the latitude, longitude system, right? The mapping system. It's what they call the geographic North Pole. That's another east. And it's not the same direction as where the sun rises on the equinox. Well, it is in some places, but it's not the same everywhere. And then there's the magnetic direction. But there's something called magnetic declination. So a compass don't always point north, depending on where you are. Don't point north. When I say don't point north, I mean doesn't point north in such a way that it points to Polaris. But we call that, when we take a compass and the compass points in a direction, we call that magnetic north. But it can be off by up to the largest number I've seen, 23 degrees. So, but if you compared, like, okay, I'm looking at north on my compass. Okay, where's the sun rising? Oh, the sun's rising like freaking northeast. Oh, which way is the latitude, longitude line pointing? They're pointing east, northeast, right? So all these 3 directions don't actually line up. But everybody thinks they do, but they don't. And you can easily verify this yourself, right? You can just Google magnetic declination, and it'll show you a map, and it has field lines on it. And those field lines are where your compass will align to. And then if you want to like look at a globe or a map, you can look at the latitude and longitude lines. And if you want to look in the Oxford Dictionary and look at the definition of east, right? It says where the sun rises on it's where the sun is on the horizon at the equinox, right? And then you can go into timeanddate.com. You can type in 2 locations. I'll give you that are on the same longitude. I'll give you 2 of them. One is Canuck, Greenland. That's Qaanaaq, and then Tierra del Fuego, Chile. And you'll see that the sun rises at 91 degrees on the equinox in Chile, and it rises at 84 degrees on the equinox in Greenland.
Okay.
But one thing Globus used to say is, why does the sun rise at the east everywhere on Earth at the same time? Fucking don't. It does in a sense when we define east as where the sun rises on the equinox. But when you compare it to the coordinate system, it doesn't. And when you compare it to magnetic so-called east, it doesn't.
Okay. Can we go back to the constellations for a second then?
Yeah.
That's so like going back to my example, I'm seeing Orion now, but then in the spring it'll be gone.
Yeah.
But so
the sky moves, dude. The sky
moves, but it's moving throughout the night though, and then it ends up back in the same place the next morning or the next evening.
It's not the exact same place.
It's okay. I mean, it's similar,
there's
right?
Actually, there's an actual timing for it. It's like slightly less than. It's like I don't know what they call it.
Yeah, it kind of.
I don't know. There's a name for it. There's an actual name for it, like how the stars don't match the what they call the rotation of the Earth. It could be a sidereal day, but I don't think that's it.
Okay, and then
Like if you took a telescope and pointed to a spot in the sky in a particular star, and then you waited 24 hours and looked back through the telescope, you're not going to see that star
in the same spot.
No, you're not. It's going to be slightly behind where you saw it, and every day is going to be like this.
So are they okay? So why do we see different constellations throughout the seasons? Any insight on that?
I just told you why. That's the reason why.
Because just kind of a
don't go to the same. Yeah, because they don't make.
Like, you know how the sun moves in and out based on the seasons and on where you are located. Like if you're in the south or the north. Let's say you're in the north, right? Yeah, your summertime, the sun has moved closer to you or closer into the equator, and when it's your winter, right? It's moved outwards towards us, Australia, or outwards out away from the equator, right? And this is what we call the tropics, where the sun, is moving in and out, So the when you look at the stars, they seem to be doing the same thing, the constellations as well, especially. Just observing us constellation, you'll see that it's moving as well. And I was going to ask earlier, would it be accurate to call it a calendar map? A calendar map, the almanac. Navigators use this almanac to know where the stars would be, right? Should be, because they kind of like a calculator.
Yeah, you
based
can
on how
actually
they're
buy
moving.
something. It's called. Remember, Bong, the planisphere.
Yeah.
Remember those? Yeah, you can buy a planisphere. It's not a ball; it's a flat plane which the stars are on.
Right.
And you turn it, and
Yeah.
it changes by the season.
Yep. And to be able to navigate such a big landmass like Earth, right, so accurately using those things in the sky, right, tells us that those things in the sky are very clockwork, like more accurate than our clocks. Like their cycles, seasons. So how we have seasons, and we're
Right.
just trying to catch
We
up
base
and
our clocks
model.
off of it.
Right. Right. So it's really mind blowing what we don't know. What we think.
Yeah, we didn't invent clocks and then look at the sky. We looked at the sky and then invented clocks.
Okay. Yeah, that's very helpful. I mean, I think the part that's confusing me is that
the sun and the stars aren't in alignment, the alignment of time.
Okay.
They're just not in the same alignment. And
the sun is a little bit faster, right?
Yes, I think so. But then the moon is fucked up too. Like there's something I have to go look at it again. I haven't looked at this stuff in a while.
Yeah, I think the moon goes faster as it gets towards the winter.
Yeah, there's something but they don't use the sun to time the stars. They use the moon. It was something like that I read. I can't remember exactly what it was. It's been a while. You can if you look at in the same spot in the sky after 24 hours, the moon will be in a slightly different place, and the stars will be some fraction of that, 2.5 moons. If the moon is ahead, say I was looking south, right, and then the moon is one diameter to the right or to the west, then the stars will be something like 2.5 lunar diameters to the east. The same star that I looked at, the same stars that were with the moon at that time. It's something like that. Like I said, it's been a few years since I even looked at any of this shit. And it's not really that interesting because it doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth, quite honestly.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to understand how they could work on this.
Think about it like this, right? Say I had a table, and I took a tape measure to my table, and I found out it was 48 by 48 inches.
Mm-hmm.
And anything the lights above that table do, no matter what I see them do, can that change the dimensions of the table?
No.
Okay, then. So that's
doesn't
matter what the lights do. Because if you measure the Earth, that's what it is. It doesn't matter what the lights do. And I know that's kind of hard for people to accept, because the entire globe model is based upon looking at the sky and not at the ground, which is freaking batshit crazy in my opinion. But teach his own. It's like trying to figure out what your house is made of by looking at your neighbor's house.
Mm-hmm.
You mean looking at the TV more?
Yeah, actually looking at the TV in your neighbor's house.
Yeah.
Right?
I went to my neighbor's house. I watch TV. I think my house is made of bricks.
Yeah, I think it's just interesting because I'm just always surprised when I see Orion night after night, kind of in a similar spot that it was the night before, but then it starts to move through the night. Then the next day, it's back to where I'd seen it earlier in the night, like I did the night before.
It'll be in a slightly different location.
Yeah, slightly different, but still, for the next few months, it'll kind of be there, and then it'll make its way across the sky and always appearing once it gets dark in a different spot. But
it'll process. And the reason they say this happens because of something called the sidereal year. Because if it didn't happen this way, right? So you have this problem, like if the Earth's in an orbit. So say I look at the sky at 12 midnight, right? The sun is supposed to be all the way on the other side of the Earth. I'm looking away from the sun. I'm looking at the sky. So 6 months later, when you get on the other side of the orbit and I look at the sky, I should see a completely different set of stars.
Well, that's what they
say. Stars that you can't see at all anywhere on Earth.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Because it's facing because I'm on the other side of the sun looking away from the sun. And if you look at the sun, you can't see stars on the other side of it, right? Because the sun's too bright. So, like, how is this not happening? So they invented this thing called the sidereal year, that the Earth doesn't actually rotate the full rotation. This is their reasoning. And then the stars move because of the tilt of the Earth, and then the orbit, and then there's 50 different goddamn things that they add to it.
So we just missed it, right? It slows down just enough, so we just miss it. And that's why it appears as if we are on a flat surface. So we're not.
and you have to realize one thing, that you can make all sorts of predictions using some geometric model, like orbits, elliptical orbits, and blah, blah, blah. But there's other models that make the same predictions, and nobody's running around saying they're real. It's really just an arbitrary philosophical choice that doesn't mean anything. Because Tycho Brahe made a model that the sun and moon orbited the Earth, and the planets orbited the sun. Ptolemy made a model called epicycles, where the planets rotated around a circular orbit. Galileo made a circular orbit model, and there's even another third model. I can't remember what that was. That was like the planets revolve around Venus or something freaking weird. So, no, that could have been the moon. So Tycho Brahe was the moon and the sun orbit the Earth, but the planets orbit the sun. So he made it wasn't just like a conjecture. He made a working mathematical model that made predictions, dude. Like he could say, oh, because I can put in the calculations in my model and say Mars is going to be over here, right? And it's just a fluke of history. And it's not really a fluke. He got poisoned, but it's just a fluke of history. So I'm glad you're here, Bong, because I knew you were going to be here. Do you know how I knew you were going to be here? I was talking about you 3 days ago. And I was like, I know that motherfucker's going to show up now. I'm like summoning him like a freaking spirit. Because someone was asking about all the occult stuff, like John Dee and Kepler and all that shit we dug up. And I was like, man, I wish Bong was here, man, because I'm having like an elderly person moment. I can't remember anything.
But you know why I came in? Because of this thing I keep hearing. The idea that the Earth is a ball because we see it, because NASA. But the idea that the plane is flying in a straight line. I just wanted to chime in. I guess that's what. Yeah, and that. Oh, AI is the other reason why too. So maybe that's the stars.
Oh my God. You've been fucking with the Chat GPT, Bong?
GPT-4. I mean,
no, the Chat GPT thing. I was screwing with it. Yeah, it keeps trying to brainwash me into that the Earth's a ball, man. No matter what I ask it. Literally, no matter what I ask it, if you ask it anything about the globe, it gives you like a paragraph of propaganda. It's fucking hilarious, dude.
Of course, because that's all that's on the internet, right? I mean, the poor thing can only draw upon what it's allowed to draw upon.
Look, it's funny because it'll try to answer the question with like one sentence, and then it'll insert like 4 sentences, like a paragraph of propaganda, and you can ask it all different questions and switch it and change it, and it'll try to answer that question, but it always inserts this paragraph at the end of it every time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty pretty messed up.
I heard you can train your own model, let's say you fill it up with flat Earth facts, you get your data, flat Earth facts, and then feed that
It's a
into
good
it, and
idea.
then you can get it to write website or blogs and just fill the internet with flat Earth. I was like, yeah, thank
Yeah,
you.
we could do that.
Yeah,
Make our freaking flat
that's
Earth
why I came
AI
back.
bot.
Yeah, and you were the person I wanted to talk to about that too. Even art, how you said the models, you can write code with it. You can develop models. You can animate.
Eventually, like these guys, all these Globers, man, they're gonna be saying sorry because someone's gonna program some AI and it's gonna be able to make all these crazy predictions, and it's not gonna be using Newton's laws. It's not gonna be using any of the crap that we human beings have conceived of. It's just gonna be just spitting shit out, and nobody's gonna know why it spits it out. No one's gonna know how it works, and like. And all the arguments like, well, it works, right? So it must be the truth because we can predict where Mars will be in 32 days. Yeah, the AI is going to be able to do that too. And when you like look at the algorithm, it's not going to be Kepler's laws of motion in it. It's going to be something completely different.
Exactly. I mean, I think we're gonna be able to even say because I had the idea. I was like, look, I think we could probably use AI to actually develop a flat Earth model, a cube model, a pyramid model, and make them all work and predict stuff. Like what I mean, and I think the AI can do that like real fast, like seconds. Like the new GPT-4 they got. It's they're making it available for everybody. And I feel like they're gathering more data. Like the computer has to understand how people behave and think, the context, language, speaking, and that's what all this, allowing us to use it so that we input our, how, the human, the
Oh
aspect. You know
yeah,
what I mean? Like, yeah,
they're
like
just getting a
abstract.
bigger data set. Yeah, they're
Right, right.
just getting more data from us by us asking the questions. They didn't open it up for free, right? There was
Right.
motivation behind that.
Right, and that's why I thought, I think this is something we should talk about. It's going to be even easier now to fool people and to fake things because you could do it right now for free on Google Colab. Uh, Dolly 2. There's a free alternative for Dolly 2. It's called
I used all my things
Unclip.
on Dali. I had it make Smurfette and Mordor. It came out pretty good.
There's this thing called Carlo, Karlo. If you type it into Google, Carlo Unclip, Unclip, it'll take you to the Hugging Faces. Bro, you just go play there, man. I mean, that's Dolly 203 for free, and it's just as good. Carlo.
Called what? Carlo?
Yeah, Karl. I'll grab the site, the link.
A Hugging Face Space by Keiko Brain?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Did you find it?
yeah, I got it. Here, I'm gonna post a link.
It's
I'm
so
gonna
much
post a link.
fun, bro.
Okay, so let me get back to Kepler and these freaking orbits things though, real quick. So Kepler, he killed Tycho Brahe. It's pretty much proven because they dug up Tycho Brahe and he had cyanide discoloration on his face, and that's how they thought they killed him. He killed him back then. But then, because Tycho Brahe did like volumes of observations, Tycho Brahe was his what would you call it? His intern, for lack of a better word, who's something like he analogous to an intern. He studied under him and helped him. He was his little helper boy, and helper boy killed the master, and then came out with his Mysterium Cosmogoraphicum or some shit like that, with nested spheres and like sacred geometry on the cover. But it turned out that he didn't even use that data. He actually faked his own observations to make his model work. And that's not my opinion. That's the opinion of the New York Times. You can look it up. Type in Kepler fabricated his data, and it comes up. Then so there's a whole history behind this shit. It's not just like the mistake to think that these people were scientists. They weren't scientists. They like we think of scientists. When you think of scientists, you see a guy in a lab coat writing equations on a chalkboard. That was not these guys. That's not the life they lived, right? They did astrology. They did alchemy. They did all sorts of weird shit. And they weren't scientists as we think of scientists.
Yeah, they're like the word scientist. You know, when I think about the word scientist and the word Freemason, it's almost like like what do you mean scientist? Like, you mean like people who are trying to help the world be a better place, like a Freemason?
The funny thing is, like, people see the Matrix, right? And they hear, so the Matrix where they had Zion, right? And everybody like, oh, that's like the Jewish promised land or something. That's not how I heard it. I heard Scion, which is Scion, which is like a mental state, like an all-knowing, all-seeing mental state. I can't remember the exact definition. Hold on, let me see what the exact definition is.
You heard of that movie called Scion Flux?
Aeon Flux?
Yeah.
Scion. Scion Flux.
No, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it wasn't that. It was like it's kind of like the Fifth Element.
An offshoot.
Yeah, Aeon Flux, dude, with the freaking. I used to watch the cartoon, bro.
Okay.
There's a cartoon that used to be on MTV.
Have you that the word Scientia was the name of the tree in the garden? The tree of Scientia? And later on, it came to be known as the tree of the knowledge. So they like changed the word science to knowledge, or scientia to knowledge, I guess.
Not knowledge of what, right? We gotta like, cause, people just say knowledge.
The knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, good and evil.
All right.
People always leave that part out, man. It's the knowledge of good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
That means that Adam and Eve were actually innocent because they didn't know the difference between right and wrong. And when they realized the difference between, like a little kid, when you don't know that. So the thing about not knowing the difference between right and wrong is that there's no point in punishing you because you don't know, like, you only punish the guilty, like people that have knowledge of their guilt. There's no point in punishing somebody that doesn't know they're guilty because they'll just perceive it as you're just abusing them.
Yeah.
So they have this in the law. It's called mens rea. You got to have knowledge of your guilt. You have to know what you're doing. And like when you plead insanity, what they try to figure out is not if you're crazy or not. They say, did this person know right and the difference between right and wrong when they committed the act? And if you didn't, then they won't punish you because there's no point. Because like if you're so crazy that you don't know the difference between right and wrong, and you're a crazy person, you're like, they're just these people. They're beating the shit out of me. They're locking me in a cage for no reason. I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
You're supposed to have, like, the punishments. It's not a punishment if you don't feel the pain, right? And the pain of remorse and, of conscience.
Yeah, it would be just torture or cruelty. For no reason. Yeah, because and you don't feel guilty because it's in the Bible too. Like with the law, if you don't know the law, and once you know the law, then you know that you've broken the law, right? So and that's where that then comes into effect where the punishment then. So it's
Hey, Indio, that
Yeah.
definition that Bong posted of Scion, is that the same one that you were referring to?
No, I can't find it. No, but I mean, I have a bunch of definitions for it. A descendant, especially first generation, the heir to a throne, a guardian, a detached shoot of a twig containing buds from a woody plant used in grafting, shoot or twig.
Yeah, it's
Same spelling though,
That,
yeah.
yeah, but I don't.
descendant.
That's not the one I'm talking about because psi is a root of the word science is a root of a root word. Root meaning.
Let's check it out. Scythe from scythe.
So if you think of the word conscience, sentience, it means like it's hard to describe, man. Like consciousness. To know, right? The knower. Because some of the words we use are complex and like the root words, right? Like when they were developed forever ago, they state a fundamental thing, right? Like so if you look up the definition of science, it means something like the pursuit of knowledge or something like that.
Hey, Flat Earth made the mainstream news yesterday.
What up?
USA Today. Yeah, USA Today, man, big article. I think they're listening to us because they're doing everything. It's a huge.
Did it say Indio banned me?
Fucking. I think they're listening.
Yeah, that looks like Pai Mei. He seems to be.
Our reporters tried to research flat Earth, and we went onto the most popular Discord, and we got banned.
That's a fuck. I think it's AI written, but anyway.
Look, I refuse to have people come in here and pretend like we're pets in a fucking zoo, man.
Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna get banned.
Science meaning state or fact of knowing. What is known? Knowledge of something acquired by study.
That's the thing. The state of knowing, that is completely in the conscious mind, right?
Yeah. It's all open to interpretation, huh?
Well,
like it's not nothing tangible. It's just conceptual. You know what I mean?
Only the thing is, this is a concept that only someone with consciousness can even understand.
Yeah.
To know, like.
Yeah. That makes sense.
What is it to like? Listen, this is ancient philosophical shit. What does it mean to know something? Yeah, like if you can figure out that riddle, I mean, go for it.
That's tough.
Yeah, it's abstract, bro.
I know fire hot and hurt.
Listen, the irony is we all know what it means, but we can't verbalize it or describe it, right? It's not something that can be described. It can only be experienced, right? Because we all know.
We can't show an example of it.
We've all had the experience of knowing something. Well, most of us. I don't know how many Glovers are in the chat, but the rest of us have.
Yeah, it's not like something you can present an experiment on and show people like an actual thing you can hold.
This is why they call consciousness the hard problem, man. It's the hardest problem in all of so-called science, right? It's the hardest problem. It'll never be solved. Not at least not in my lifetime.
It's the best, hardest, unsolved problem. Yeah, it's a good unsolved problem. I think it's good that it's unsolved because.
Hey, Saints, you there, man?
Would all be like we're all chipping on DMT if we all knew, the secrets, the why, how, why we are here.
Well, ironically, I heard a Jewish Kabbalist describe it like this: What does the painting know about the artist? What can he say about the artist that painted it? Right? You can't really know, but you have to be like outside of what you're in to know it, and then you're not that thing anymore. So I think that's probably why psychedelics, right? They kind of put you outside of your normal state, and you're kind of like outside looking back.
Like when you die outside.
Yeah, probably like that. Exactly like that.
That you cannot be
That's why they're
anywhere
called the Grateful Dead, bro.
I heard it was scary. I heard it was like death. But I was like, yeah, but who's ever experienced death to actually compare it to death? Like that's kind of silly.
Yeah, no one's gone back and told.
Yeah, like.
Well, only one person I know.
Death experience.
Hey, my buddy died. I don't know. They brought him back to life. And when he died, man, he was going up in the air. And this is a fucking true story. I swear to God. He went up in the air, and all he could see was flat, man, forever, right? And he comes back. They revive him. He wakes up and he goes, "Where's my iPad?" And he instantly became a flat earther, man. It was like, what? No shit. So
he was experiencing flatness, even in
total flatness when he died. Yeah.
Wait, is that a real story, or are you joking?
Swear to God, on my mother's grave.
Wait, say the story again. Wait, I need to hear this.
My friend Al, he died, heart attack.
How'd he die? Okay,
heart attack, and he was dead for I don't know how long, like 5 minutes or something. But they brought him back, and as soon as he, was waking up, man, he said he was going up to heaven and wherever, man, but it was all flat, man. He was like freaked out. And it's like, dude, where's my iPad? And he started searching flat Earth immediately, man.
But he had heard you talk about it before?
No, never talked about it before with him.
Listen, you think heaven's a globe?
Exactly.
It's not a globe. There's no space heaven.
I'll try to get him on here sometime. Let him tell the story firsthand.
Dude, yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
I think I've sent him the link, but I'll bug him a little harder. But that's how he became a flat earther. I was like, welcome, bro.
When was
what this? A time to come in.
2016, somewhere in there. Yeah. Pretty early on with everybody going crazy with flat earth, man. Hey, it's still going because it's in USA Today yesterday, man. They're talking about flat earth, man.
What was the article? I just tried to find the one from yesterday, but I don't see it. I see a bunch in December.
If you scroll up to, I posted it at, where did I post? Oh, right there. Okay, there it is. Let's see, where'd it go? Damn. I went past it. I posted it. Where the hell did it go? Dude, what the hell? Something's repeating here over and over and over. There it is. 8:03, 8:08, 8:08 past the hour. It's a couple hours ago. Yeah, it just talks about all the points that we usually bring up. But it brought up one I thought was interesting, man, that it said something about solar eclipses in the southern hemisphere prove a flat Earth, or solar eclipse in Antarctica proves a flat Earth. I've never heard anybody ever make that claim, man. Ever.
First time I've ever heard it. Right now.
Like, who the fuck made that fucking claim? I want to talk to them. Yeah. Southern.
You know how it is. Just a straw man. It's just like, listen, they fucking hired some lame reporter or like some freelance. They didn't fact check anything. They just published it because they had to fill space. Like, who can we fuck with today?
Right here,
like, we need to fill up. We need a 500, 600 word piece of filler. Like, Who's on who we're gonna fuck with today list? Oh, Flat Earth came up.
Yeah, Flat Earth. Yeah, let's fuck with them. Planes flying on a flat level plane. She says in the article that the pilots have to constantly adjust to maintain their altitude.
No way.
I swear to God.
No way.
I was like, what? Every pilot I've ever talked to, they're like, no, man, we just go out, we hit the fucking cruise control, and we're good, man. You know?
Yeah, they literally take a nap, man.
Take a nap. My dad, my buddy's dad, man, he was a pilot. And he used to smoke in that cockpit, man. Back in the day. Yeah. Then he went to chewing tobacco when they.
Oh, I got back in the day. I'm sure some pretty rowdy stuff happened in the cockpit.
Oh yeah.
When the FAA wasn't such a hard ass.
Yeah.
And when the stewardesses were like super hot.
Yeah. Yeah, they claim the Chicago skyline picture in this article. No stars in all the NASA photos. Cities upside down. I mean, yeah, it covers a lot of stuff in here, man. Yeah, it's pretty good. It did mention that Karen Nerberg in front of a green screen, and that's David Weiss. He did that with his wife, right? And he never ever said that this was her or anything. Somebody else did, and it took off. It went fucking viral, and it went viral enough to, they're still writing about that one, man, because that was a pretty funny video, man. Did you guys ever see that? The green screen?
No, I've never seen it. No.
It's hilarious, dude. But yeah,
I mean, I'm sure it's good that they post these things because people might look into it.
Mm-hmm. I'm calling it a win, man. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Because they don't give. I just read the articles, and they don't give much of a counter argument. They just say it's proven from photos and because of gravity.
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically this. The same cucky answers we get in here every day.
That's hilarious.
It's hilarious, dude. Yeah, it's
really
good.
weird. Oh my god, to be in this mindset, to be like, they're just trying to propagate this lie day in and day out, all day, every day.
Yeah.
It's insane.
No.
Wait, send us that Dave Weiss video. I'm curious. I'm trying to picture it.
So, the Karen, the Karen astronaut, blonde-haired girl with her hair going like straight up.
Yeah.
Big. You probably seen a picture of her with her hair straight up. And I guess she's did a lot of videos up there and stuff on or in the studio wherever but. He did a video with his wife sitting like on a stool. She had a green screen behind her. And David dressed up in a green screen suit, head to toe, right? And he was lifting up like a bag of chips, and she was flipping it around.
Oh, yeah.
and he was holding it, like it was in space, man. It looks so fucking real, right? And so they have that, came out. David never said that this is a real footage or anything because he did it side by side,
Mm-hmm.
And he never said it was her. Somebody else did. Somebody reposted his video and put her name in it, and it just fucking took off, man. It went completely viral.
What were they saying about it?
Oh, look, this is fake. This is totally fake. This is not her. And David's like, dude, I never said it was her. Somebody else did.
It was like an example. Yeah.
But he made it. It was great, man. But yeah, they're still talking about it. They're still out there.
Don't they have videos like that too, where it's astronauts that are pretending, and then they're in front of a green screen, and then it got exposed that they were just someone was doing that.
I think there was one. I don't know if that was that English guy. What was it? What's his name?
It was a girl. She was like sitting on a stool too, and then the footage came out that she was faking. It was so embarrassing.
Yeah, it's all green screens, man. They've had green screens since the fucking 30s. By the way, man. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, they could have pulled that shit off in the 60s, no problem, man.
When do you think this goes? When people really start waking up to this, do you think it's like the
I don't
next
know,
decade?
man. I think it's still going pretty good, man. I don't know. I hear a lot of people going, they don't really give a shit. You know, they're like, yeah, I know about flat Earth. Yeah, it's cool. All right, later. Yeah, it's just weird, you know. But
it's the novelty has worn off.
yeah, for some of the people that heard about it in 2017 or whatever, like, yeah, whatever, man. I got to go to work. But for the rest of us that are completely obsessed, they're like, hey, man, I'm not giving up this fight. There's no way, man.
Oh, that's the hard part for me. How do I go back to work now?
I don't know, man. You get up, brush your teeth, grab a fucking cup of coffee, and hit it, man. Hit it.
It's not easy.
It's not easy, no, but you can do it. I do it every day, man. But I work for myself, so that's helpful.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
You guys heard about the Kraken? They're about to release the Kraken.
The Kraken is coming, man. The Kraken is in the house.
Yeah, I would hold off on that. Well, we'll just wait for the Kraken to come out. And then,
hey, it's good to hear you, Bong. Your mic's a little bit low, man. I got you jacked up pretty high, man. But
I thought so. I got to get in the mic.
I hope you've been good, man. It's good to hear your voice. I always good to see you.
I've been very good. Yes, very good.
That's good. But no,
speak louder now because
a little bit. I mean, if you got family or something sleeping or whatever, I get it.
Nah, it's cool. Still daylight here. We're all good.
Oh, okay. That's good, man. Good to see you, man.
Hey,
we had Siri Rose. Did we talk to her? Well,
T-Wad and me talked to Siri Rose last night. It was a good conversation.
Okay.
Yo, what up? Yeah, we had a good chat. That was good.
It was a good chat.
Well, welcome back, man. I don't think I got a chance to talk to you last night, did I?
No, I don't think so. I think you left before I
think I went to bed. Yeah. I think I went to bed. Anyway, welcome back.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah.
Welcome back.
And learning.
No, this place is different, man. You can go on some other servers. I heard some people talking about other servers today, and they're like, it can get pretty testy in some other servers, but not here, man. I mean, it's pretty rare that we have an argument in here with a Glober or amongst ourselves. It's pretty rare, but they keep a tight moderation in here, keep it cool. And thank you, mods, for doing that. That's a lot of work. I appreciate it. Even I get out of control sometimes, I got to be muted. It's all right. We get excited, man. We get Globers coming in here, man. We get really, really pumped up, man. We want to jump on them, man. And it happens, man. And the other night, Roland, my boulder, came in here, and I got really fucking excited to try to tell everybody, man, watch out for this sleazy little slimy one here, man. Watch out. And yeah, well, you guys have been around the block with that Mongo, man. I'm like, well, I don't know if anything's true. I don't know. I don't know. And that's like a red flag in here these days. You come in here and say, you don't know you're sitting in a chair? What? What is wrong with you? Well, I don't know. I really am. I don't know that for sure. Okay. Man, I don't know if there's some medication for that, but maybe. I don't know. Might want to check it out, man.
Well, you don't know. You don't know. I mean,
right.
You don't even know. How can you even know what you don't know?
I like telling people, man, you don't know what you don't know until you know what you don't know.
You know what you really don't know.
You know what you didn't know. Right, there you go. It works. So yeah, there's this unknown stuff out there, but I know I'm sitting in a fucking chair and talking on Discord 100%, that, you're not going to.
I know I'm a tree. I have beautiful flowers coming out of my head. I know that.
Right. No, I got my wife some flowers today. It was nice. She was happy.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful flowers. Amazing. Anyway, love flowers. I can't believe, it's the middle of winter and we got flowers. It's great. Thanks.
I know the story of Star Wars, and I heard the Earth was a ball, and
right.
of Star Wars.
I watched Star Trek Next Generation, man, on TV. It's definitely a ball, man. Come on. I know.
I have great knowledge of the Matrix. I am an expert in that movie. Yeah, I know a lot about it. Right? I mean, right? It's like
that's it, man. I mean, the brainwashing, dude. Bong, the brainwashing is so good, man. These motherfuckers nailed it. Fuck. Television, movies, done. Radio, done. You're done.
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Well, you know that you're sitting down because you are experiencing sitting down. That's how you say you know, because you are experiencing it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But that was Mr. Sensible, man, saying, well, I'm pretty fucking sure. Like, no, man.
You know what else we experience a lot every day? If you ever go outside the house, flat a world that's not a ball, because the horizon and the water and the ocean and all these things, we know that it's flat, right? If you're a builder, right, and you level something, you know that it's not curving ever, because 180 degrees is not curving, right?
Tempo and T-dub are not upside down right now, man. I'm 100% sure of that. I know that.
Why would it be? Like,
well, they're in Australia, according to the globe. I mean, they would be upside down, and being upside down is ridiculous.
Well, first you would need some kind of, somebody would have to say to you, right, that what you know, right, is not true, right? Because someone has to defy logic and reason to you to say to you that water is curving, right? That's like crazy talk, isn't it? Because you know that water is not curving. So how can someone say it's curving? Why would they lie to us?
It gets to a point where I'm in here for the laughs at this point, man. I'm kind of in the rocking chair of flat Earth, just sitting back trying to laugh at all of it, because it is hilarious still to this day. I don't know how many years, 7 years in here running, and it's like, whoo, that guy just used gravity as his excuse for gas pressure. What? Are you kidding? That guy's crazy. Oh, poor guy.
That's okay. Oh, you can't gravity. Like, how do you get? Like, come on, guys. We can't. Don't we know that we can't just say gravity? Like, how do we not know that gravity doesn't prove a ball? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Am I the only one that's? Yes, you are.
So funny, man. Even Dustin's laughing right now. He's like, yeah.
For experience, anything that tells us the Earth could be a ball, right? We don't ever.
What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and
I'd
say that's
but But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, yo, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that you. Hey, man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I was like, you can say that.
That was a great conversation, Miggy, Mr. Sensible. Oh, that was great. That was a good one.
Sit on it, Potsy.
That was fucking awesome.
He kicked us.
Yeah, you missed that one, Bong, but just trust me, it was awesome.
Yeah, the new Glober defense is nothing's real. Well, that's not new, but it's the latest. It's the latest trend. Brain in a jar, brain in a vat. Nothing's real. I don't know. I'm sitting in my chair. I've never eaten before. I can't say that 100% sure that I've ever eaten, even though I'm, up 10 years old.
What if I told you, right? What if you do that you are actually standing? You just think you're sitting on a chair because you're small to see that you're standing. But what if I could prove to you that you are actually standing, even though you are experiencing sitting? What would you say?
Well, I can convince you if I have $7 trillion that, and I can convince everyone or most everyone that you live on a spinning ball, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. And I'll do it through TV, radio, books, everything. I got you. I got your head. You're in outer space, man. You're an astronaut.
Well, you forgot that. So that's only half the battle. You also got to have the threat of punishment. So you got to push them away from something and towards something else at the same time. You got to push them towards the
right.
The space porn, the space crack. We also have to they have to be afraid of something at the same time. Something they don't want. So they don't want to be called dumb, stupid, retarded, idiots. You're not going to sit at the cool kids table anymore if you're a flat earther.
Right. You're done. Yeah, you don't get to hang out with grandma on her 80th birthday because we can't invite the flat earther. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna get kicked out of some shit, man. That's all right. But with getting kicked out of shit,
probably the flat earther.
And I ended up here hanging out with you guys, man. That makes up for any family bullshit that I got kicked out of. 100%, man. You people are logical. You're free thinkers. And those are the kind of people I want to hang out with. People are actually, critically thinking about where they live. Oh, that's cool. That's a shitty thing to talk about. No, how did the Raiders do this weekend? Oh my God, did you see that fumble? And he fell and he broke his finger and he came back and it was amazing. What? Yeah, I give a fuck. I want to know where the fuck I live. Don't you? No, man, I just want to know how the Raiders did this weekend. Thanks. Okay, you're done. Go get your Cocoa Poke, man. It's over there. You want me? Do you need a ride? Fuck.
And
yeah.
Well, sometimes +2 is 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like on Earth, it's 4, but in space, it's 5. Don't worry. I'll explain. You'll learn the things. Okay, you'll learn.
A dip angle is curvature. Come on, Vong, you know that. Dip angles are curved, right? Everybody knows this. What?
You need to specialize in this field to really get it. Yeah. Non.
I missed you, bro, man. I always had a good laugh, man. Just stupid shit, man. You got to make fun of it, man. At some point, it's like, okay, dip angles or curves. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good. How do you get an angle on a straight line? How do you get an angle on a curve, man? Talk to me.
Well, if you draw some dots, I don't know.
Well, it's because it's a straight angle. That's why it's curved, Bong. All the fucking sailors know that. Come on.
I don't know how things work on Earth 32, but here on Earth 1.
Okay, you guys are gonna go there. A dip angle is curvature.
Look, everything. Listen, everything is curvature. So they imagine what they think flat Earth should be. They imagine it in their head, and they imagine it wrong. But they imagine it in their head, and if whatever happens doesn't match what they imagine in their head, that's proof of a globe, no matter what it is.
Yeah, it doesn't have all the explanations that they imagine in their head.
That's funny. Crazy, man. I hope you guys are smiling, enjoying life on the flat Earth as much as I am. I'm enjoying the shit out of this crazy shithole. They tried to sell us, man. They tried to sell us a shithole globe that farted from some Big Bang thing, man. Fuck off. Like, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's funny, man. I just laugh. Every day, man, I wake up, I'm like, I smile, and I get out of bed, I'm like, man, I can't believe these people believe this crazy stuff, man. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm not bored anymore.
Not bored. There's not one day there is no boredom in flat Earth, man. I mean, you get in, man, you're like, oh shit, this is so cool, man.
2022 was wild for me.
Dude,
and then meeting all you guys was pretty funny. Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, it was a great little meetup, man. That was perfect. Right before Christmas and everything. It was good, man.
Yeah, it is interesting though to have to go back to a minority or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you got to find that balance. It took me a while. I wouldn't say I was pretty intensely in, man, for several years. I mean, I was like gangbusters, man. I ran into a crew of guys and gals that hung out like this online.
Mm-hmm.
Debate Globers or anybody that thought they were on a globe. And back then, man, we did a lot of screen sharing. We could literally screen or share our video screens, and we would just share a video and watch it and discuss it. And it was 24/7. Again, same thing here. And it was great, man. I learned so much, and there were some real warriors, like a lot of the guys in here, gals in here, warriors, and they just, it was a fight. It was a lot more yelling and name calling back then. Now it's much more. I think it's calmer, unless Nathan Oakley. He'll call you names if you're a Glober. But we don't really do that around here. We don't try not to. And I've never ever wanted to attack the person. I always wanted to attack the argument. Let's go. And when they start going, oh, you're just an idiot, you don't understand, man, and that's like a red flag. Immediately, I'll say, whoa, where did that come from, man? Shit, we're just hanging out and talking about physics, bro.
Physics, that, bro.
Check it out, man. Physics. I open a can of soda, and it goes, psst. Why does it do that? Because it's gas pressure. Oh, okay. Well, how does that work on the Earth? Gravity. Well, you're an idiot. You just don't understand it. Sorry, Mr. Flat Earth, dude. You don't get it.
Yeah. Have you ever considered we do understand it, and we understand it enough to realize it's a bullshit story?
Yeah. It's it. It's just another story in a book that we've been told, and we've been handed down. We've seen it on TV. I mean, I'm an American Indian, so when you tell stories in the American Indian culture, man, it was a story. You sat around a campfire, you told the story. You didn't write shit down. You didn't write fucking shit, fuck all down. We just handed down the stories, man. And there's some pretty wild American Indian stories, dude. You know, shape shifting, all kinds of crazy shit. There's no way you could verify any of it, right? But it's a fucking story, man. And I don't buy most of it. I'll tell you that, man. Most of that American Indian shit, I'm not buying, man. I don't.
But their attitude is like, if they said they didn't believe you, you would go, "Oh, so you don't understand it?" Oh, I understand. Like Jesus walks on water. Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, you don't understand it then. How stupid is that, dude? I mean, it's like,
like, you know, some dude shape shifted into a deer, and I'm like, what? Where do I witness this shape shifting thing, man? I gotta see it with my own two eyes, man. Nobody's shape shifting. Fuck all, man. Nothing. So nobody's going to outer space. None of us have been to outer space. None of us have been to Mars or fucking Jupiter. Nothing. We got nothing.
Except for the furries and the
the
weird.
Yeah.
Can I grow a tomato?
If there was space, man, I'd be all for it. Send all the furries to space. I'll pay for it.
Yeah. Yeah, but like in a reality world, it's like, okay, plant a seed, grow some corn, make a tortilla. Cool. That we can do, man. 100%. We know that for a fact because we do it right here every day, and that's cool. But go outer space and Mars, no, none of us are going there. Nobody's going. It's such a great story, but they sold it with such vigor, man. They just kept selling it, man. Yeah. People just buy it up, man, with their imaginations, man.
Man, I don't watch Mars or space movies anymore. It's because they've removed like the philosophical / you know what I mean, those things, and they kind of just leave these agenda driven, so it's like a waste of time to watch it now. Where before it was like, oh, what do they really mean? Like like Star Trek,
Well, I mean, I think it's safe. I think it's safe to watch some of that shit just for research and say, man, what are they feeding to the people, man? How good is it? The movie Gravity was one of the fucking greatest CGI fuck-alls in all of fucking space movie making, man. It was fucking unbelievable.
Going and being in space, like, look, you don't want to be in space, right? Only Freemasons have the what do you call it? The courage to face such, and some women too, but you know what I mean.
When Hollywood comes out with a movie as graphically amazing as Gravity, I mean, it was fuck all, man. That shit looked real, man. It looked like real space, and that shit was blowing up everywhere. And yeah.
It shows how they can fake it, though, too.
Yeah.
But what are the chances that a tiny little pebble or screw is floating around, in space, and it's gonna go rip right through the, it's like that's what caused it. Yep. I guess I'll watch it. Okay, whatever. I'll watch it.
I know and we're supposed to believe that we can navigate all these launches day in and day out with all that shit flying around up there and satellites.
Yeah, that was I was into that back in the day. I was like, wait a minute, there's like 15,000 satellites in space. Wow, shit, that's a lot, man. You got to be careful up there. And they know where, not only do they know where every 15,000, they know where every single speck of fucking dust, they track every speck of dust. I mean, like a thing of sand. They got, what? How do they do it? I asked a physicist that worked at Boeing, I go, how do they track that shit? He goes, they just do.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
that's the answer I got from a physicist. They just do. Okay, thanks.
So
I got an
much
answer from astrophysicists that satellites they can only last 2-3 years up there, and then they have to come down. I was like, well, that's interesting. Never heard that one before, but maybe because they're not really up there.
What about Voyager 1 and 2, man? They're still going.
Yeah.
How's that work? Where can I get some of those batteries too, man? Because I would love to have one in my cell phone, man. That'd be cool.
You know what I think is crazy is that they have the same people.
Like this year from Voyager 1. Yeah, it's still going. Yeah. It's been very weak, though. Very, very weak.
It's
another couple of years.
It's got a millionth of a watt of power. Come on. And it's amazing.
It's an interstellar space, so the sun is not really giving it anymore. What you guys have solar panel, battery? Just the sun is not anymore with the solar wind. You know what I mean? So it's just out there on its own now.
What a shit show we're in, boys and girls. I hope you're smiling and taking it all in, man, because there's so much to take in. We're well up the mountain here, man, and the rocks are starting to fall down on the. Yeah, we're gonna get there, man. I know it. I just, we have so many silver bullets now. We got silver bullets. We got an entire machine gun with silver bullets at this point. And all they keep doing is like that just like that article we just read with USA Today, man. They're like, all they got is like, gravity. That's their answer for shit. I'm like, what? That's all? Is that all you got? Oh, come on.
That's all they need, like
all they need. But
the IQ of the world has dropped a couple points, so it's kind of challenging. We got to change our strategy altogether again because adapt to the.
I wonder if they're gonna try to spin it one day, though. If they're gonna try to say, "Hey, we lied for your protection all this time," or something. You know what I mean?
Well, they don't have to.
We used to talk about that, man. What would they say if they came out and said, "Yeah, we had to do it for your protection because the aliens and the people on the other side of the ice wall, and they were going to come and attack us." What?
Yeah.
They would come up with some crazy shit, right? And we're like, "Oh, okay. Well, that was smart of you guys. You guys are great, man. Thanks for lying to us all these years." Yeah. Okay.
Well, I don't think they'll ever have to do that because I think they're going the AI route, the simulation route, that we're all a simulation in a simulation. So it really doesn't matter if it's flat or a ball, right? Because it's a simulation anyways. And then there's the idea or the idea, right, that we are not the first original, right? That the chances that we are the original is, I don't know, what are some 99.99999%, like whatever, or 0, whatever, it's not us, and that we are definitely a simulation of a simulation. We just don't know how far down the line we're.
Dusty, man. Dusty, did you see the Flat Earth Buddha posted a meme and says it's the sleeping positions of different professionals?
No, I'll have to look.
It's at 10:54 past the hour.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I had never seen that one, bro. That is
They're not sleeping. Yeah.
tight, bro.
Yeah, you just can't.
Yeah, we ain't sleeping. I didn't sleep for a whole year. I just.
That is
close. Footage from space to see the flat earther in his bed, but he's there. You just can't see him.
You can't see him. Yeah.
I know my poor boss is like, dude, we know you don't care about your job right now. And I was like, I couldn't tell them why. I've got it. I mean, it's fine, but
you'll be all right. You'll get through it, man. We did.
That was last year, and they were like, we know you don't want to be here, that you don't care about your goals, nothing. And I was like, I'm just going through a lot, guys.
I got to take care of some personal shit.
Just family shit.
Yeah. Just like, you'll be all right. Yeah. Dude, I went through some serious, I like 2 years. I don't think I slept, man. I just like, I was just fucking on fire, man. So
yeah, no, it was exciting to me because so many things fall into place once you come to this.
Yep.
And that's the trippy part.
Yeah, and things can fall into place, good, like in your personal life. I mean, my goodness, dude, we've had 2 marriages on this server. 2 people that met on this server. We have a baby that from that one of those marriages. And I don't know if you guys know, but Glad Flo got married yesterday to KJ. And I just want you guys to feel that love, man. The love does pour out of here, man. And when you pour love into something, it does come back. And Glad was saying today that he just wishes everybody could be as happy as he is right now. And I get it, man. He just got married yesterday, man. Dude's like, he's on the moon, man. He's over the moon.
The honeymoon.
Yeah, the honeymoon, baby. So yeah, he's in a great place right now.
That's awesome. That's awesome, man.
Yeah. So and Witsit and Kai got married, and they have a baby now, and that was because of this server, man. It happened here, man. So great things can happen. You just don't know. You just don't know. But if you put out the love, man, it'll come back to you. It'll come back. So just keep putting it out. Keep putting out the truth. Stand on the truth. Dude, water doesn't bend, bro. I'm standing on that one. What do you got? You got a bendy pool, bendy lake, bendy ocean. Where do I see this bendy thing, man? Where? No, you ain't got nothing.
TV. On TV only.
On TV. As seen on TV.
Yeah. TV screen. Hologram. Yeah.
Yep.
That's where you would see it. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah.
Definitely on TV. We got any newbies up in here, man? Anybody got any questions? Want to hit us up about something about sunrises or cardinal directions or gas pressure or anything? Anybody?
Or straight lines, 180 degrees. You guys want to talk about angles or
angles? We can cover a lot of subjects around here, man. We can go into some serious physics. We got math. We got math professors up in here. Yeah, we got some. Bring it.
We got nerds. We got all kinds of nerds. We
got nerds, man. We got computer nerds up the ass around here. You got a computer question? Bring it. You got Bong and myself, man. If you want to ask us about, something crazy, man, we'll figure it out. No worries. We're Bong and I are different kind of thinkers, man. We're a little. We're not as deep, but we have a great insight that none of the rest of you have. Which is. Here's the ridiculousness of their shit right here. Yeah. A water ball upside down. Are you kidding me? What? Who would have? What kind of diabolical mind thinks of this crazy thing, man? Damn.
Can you do it upside down? Like standing on the ceiling? Or like, what do you mean?
Right. Upside down, standing on the ceiling, man.
Or oh, you mean the land is upside down? That's I can't really picture it. Like, you lost me there, man. What do you mean upside down? Like
come on, Bon.
Land is actually upside down.
Hey, listen, Bon. It was 2,500 years ago, man. People thought they lived on a flat Earth. Okay. That was in the article. Dusty read that part. Yeah. Well, of course, we've known it for 2,500 years. And
TV.
Of course, we've known it a really long time. A really long time.
Of course, the camera wasn't invented. We were barely using Polaris, and of course.
There's this stand-up guy. Well, there's this guy named Math Powerland or Bolin. I remember his stand-up routine where he's doing like the open night mic, right? And he's got the screen up there, and he's like, so for like 2,500 years, man, they've been telling you it's a globe, and a globe, and it's. They went through like, the 60s, and they finally got enough power to send a rocket up if it's a globe, man. And they shoot the rocket up. Do you think they would tell you they were wrong for 2,500 years, or would they just go start making up some shit and saying, "Hey, man, we got to do some CGI, man, because it's not a globe, dude. We checked it out." But we've been standing on the globe for 2,500 years, bro. I mean, come on. We can't, say we're wrong. We can't say we're wrong. Would they tell you they were wrong? No, they're never going to tell you they were wrong, right?
Well, America, when the military or something goes wrong, a mistake is made in an operation. When a police operator, state, whatever goes wrong, do they tell you? Well, they just spin up a story that's safe for consumption.
That's a good point. They're like, we're still looking into it. We need to investigate a little bit. They'll make up some shit, stall, whatever they got to do. But eventually, the truth comes out, man. I used to be afraid of the apocalypse, but now I embrace it because the apocalypse means that all truth will be known. And I love that thought, man. Maybe it's a dream. Maybe I'm a bit of a dreamer, but I really, really want everything exposed. And we are getting exposed to the most wicked, fucking stupid shit you could think of, man.
Yeah.
And if you're tough enough to handle that, good on you. If you're not, man, grab a beer, smoke a joint, go for a run, go camping, whatever, sailing, whatever you got to do, man, to keep you cool, because it is a wicked world, man. There's a lot of wicked shit out there, man. I'm like, damn.
More and more people that aren't into conspiracies are talking about that too in my world.
Yep. I find that interesting, Dusty. I've noticed that too. Last year or so, man, really people are starting to go because of the Coco shit, man. Coco 19 shit. Well, what else are they lying about? I'll tell you right now, Dusty, I've had at least a half a dozen guys come into this Discord and talk to me and say, "Hey, man, the reason I'm here is because of that. Got Coco 19 shit." You might be one of them. Are you one of them?
No, I mean, I was already kind of looking into things before, luckily. I mean, ever since the towers went down,
Yeah. Well, the towers went down, man. All just like pancake.
Yeah, when that happened, when I was in high school, I was like, okay, this looks suspicious.
That looks weird. Mm-hmm. Building 7. Have you checked out Building 7? Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
I remember watching it live as a teenager going, this looks like a demolition building.
And there was also Building 5. A lot of people don't know. It doesn't get talked about it much, but it's a smaller building that went down too. Building 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's it's obscure. Hard to find video on that one, man. But
that's interesting. Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff on it, but I don't know about.
But yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, that was when I was kind of like, just becoming an adult and thinking, well, maybe this is not what we're being told.
Yep. And I was right there with a place called Waco, Texas, man. I was like right on top of that one, man. I was like while it was going on, I had my buddy, man, who was like, dude, this ain't right, man. Something's wrong. What the hell's going on here?
I don't know much about Waco. I need to look into that one.
Yeah, look into Waco. I mean, I could tell you some stuff off of here, but yeah, it was one of the ones that was like, damn, that's crazy. The government will do that? Really? Man. That ain't good.
Hey, I have a question that's like flat Earth related.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone been on Joe Rogan that is in the flat Earth community?
Just Eddie Bravo.
Just Eddie. Okay. Interesting to me that Eddie's like supposed to be one of his best friends, but like Joe just shuts it down every time.
He tries to shut it down. He tries. He ain't gonna shut Eddie down.
I know. You would think that he would pay more attention to his friend that he's known like 30 years or whatever.
It'd be like trying to shut up Miggy, and like, no. You're not gonna just scoot past that, Joe. Sorry, bro.
Do you think it's because he's just not allowed to talk about it in a way that investigates it more, or is it because he just doesn't think it's real?
Well, did you not hear the other night that Rogan, he's flip-flopping back to the moon landings were fake? Did you hear that?
Oh, really? No.
Oh, yeah, man. Somebody told me that. I trust. Double check me on that, man. I haven't looked back into it, but apparently Joe Rogan is going back to.
Yeah, that's good. They're so close, all of those guys. I feel like another couple years.
It doesn't necessarily mean that he's a flat. Thinks the Earth is not a ball, because a lot of ball earthers believe the moon landing is fake because they're having bases on the moon, aliens, or these
all that crazy shit. Yeah.
So
yeah, I was in that boat before because I kind of followed all that stuff before Flat Earth.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too, for sure. That's three of us.
Ancient aliens, all that stuff.
I did not watch Ancient Aliens, man. I wasn't going there. I was already gone, man, at that point, man, when that shit was starting.
I brought in simulation theory, and that they're not really because there's this thing, DMT is going around, this experience of DMT. And then there's all these psychedelic drugs that they're talking about. They're talking about it on all over the platforms as if it's something to be talked about, right? And then there's simulation, the idea of simulation. Then there's AI that is, they say, is evidence of simulation, the simulation, because of what we can do with AI, and so on and so forth. So I think it's more going to be a spiritual experience versus science as we know it. I think science as we know it is about to go away with all the religions, that go against it. And I think something new is going to come out of this. Some kind of, you got CERN, you've got quantum mechanics, you've got AI, quantum computers, all these new, that's going to turn physics and everything we know about it on its head. So, what do you guys think about that? A spiritual, a new world,
Well, that's exactly what the book says. I mean, the holy book says that something new is going to come eventually.
Hey, Dusty, man. Adam dropped the Powerland stand up. I think is that the stand up, Adam?
Yeah, that's the stand up.
I don't know. There was one kind of older version from like 2012. It's not very high def. That looks a little more high def. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've seen that before. One of the videos.
Okay. Yeah.
You mean the one where he's got the projector and
the one where he's got the glasses is the one. Oh, there we go. That's it. It's in there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's it. Thank you, Adam. That's it. Yeah.
We're going to just listen while you work.
Perfect. Yeah.
Miguel posted a funny meme too. Well, not funny, but
yeah. Miguel did. Yeah.
Makes you think.
Absolutely. Yeah, you've never seen the Earth. That was part of that presentation when he was doing the stand up.
Who is that guy?
His name is Matt Powerland or Matt Boylan. Boylan is his real name. He says he worked for NASA and he was an artist and he painted the globe. That was his.
Oh, okay.
And he's done like globe paintings on live streams on YouTube back in the day. He goes, "Here, let me show you how I did it." And sure as fuck off, man.
And he became a flat earther?
Yeah, big time.
No way.
Yeah. That's cool. The story, man. I don't know, but the guy can paint. He's a good artist. And he did that stand up, man, that really made me kind of like, oh my goodness, what? Oh shit, he's right, man. You've never seen that shit with your own eyes, man. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, and that's something you have to be willing to accept that, man. Now we get people coming in here going, oh man, even though I've never seen it with my own two eyes, I know it's real, and wow. Okay. That's good. Show me your bendy water, man. Stop. Show it. Show me your bendy water. All right, we got McMuffin in here. Server band. Oh, you're done. Yeah, good luck. You're done. Never mind. What's up, Plum Bob? Sasha. Nah, Sasha. Sasha's music. Oh, you're deafened. Damn. Ether grass. Ether grass. Okay. I'm just shouting people out, man.
Plum Bob here. I got a mic.
Plum Bob's got a mic. All right. Hey, man, I don't have a mic, man. I love that excuse. Have you ever heard that one before? I don't have a mic. I can't come in.
I can't talk right now. I don't know where to plug it in.
I'm server banned. I can't come in. Yeah. No, you can come in even if you're server banned, but yeah, somebody has to unmute you. I get it, man. That's the way it works. So how you doing, Plum Bob? You good?
I'm pretty good. No complaints here. Trying to get through the winter.
What latitude are you on, man?
No freaking idea. But I live in.
You gotta know your latitude, man. I'm on.
I live in northern British Columbia. I honestly don't know what the latitude is.
Oh, you're like it, yeah, you're way up there, man.
Yeah.
So
I know it's snowy and icy.
I'm at 32, basically, and then so you're gonna be up there like 50. Wait, 50?
I think it's like 50. Might be 57, I think.
Yeah, I got a buddy, man, who lives at 69.
Yeah, that's up there.
Way up there, man. He's in Russia. And he's way up there. He's done the 24-hour suns for videos.
We almost get the 24-hour sun here.
Yeah, you're up there. Yeah, almost.
There's 1 week where it well, maybe not quite a week, maybe 5 days, where it kind of goes to twilight. Doesn't quite go dark.
That makes sense.
Cool.
57. Yeah, that makes sense.
So I wouldn't say it's, land of midnight sun, but there's certainly some kind of a glow going on there. And it's kind of like just that twilight look, you know. It's kind of neat. And then poof, there's the sun again.
Hey, the reason you have 24-hour suns in the high northern hemisphere is because of the tilt of Earth. What?
No. It's because the sun moves around you.
No, it's the tilt of Earth, bro. It's the tilt, man. Do you know right now that you're 3 million miles closer to your heat source called the sun?
Oh, well, I beg to differ because I got the fire on right now and I don't need it on in the summertime.
Yeah, you're freezing. I'm freezing. Dude, I'm out in my garage. I got like super hoodie on, man. I'm like, yeah, I'm freezing my balls off out here. For me, I mean, but you know, you're actually freezing your balls off. But you're 3 million miles closer to a heat source. Now, I wanted to add this question, you know, in the discussion we all do here, is there any physical evidence that if you're closer to the fire that you're colder? And I've been asking this for a couple of weeks now. I'm like, is there any evidence that you're closer to the fire?
Like when I get close to the fire, when we have a fire in the backyard, if I get too close to it, I'll burn the bottom of my shoes.
Oh shit, yeah, man! I burn my glasses. I've burned all kinds of shit now around campfires.
Yeah, but I've never frozen. You never got that cold.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're 3 million miles closer to the sun right now, and we're freezing our balls off. And they want us to believe that, you know, that the sun is a burning nitrogen bomb of gas and whatever. Right?
Yeah, and then there's also the problem with the -10 to the -17 torr low pressure zone.
There is a pressure differential problem. I get it. I've been around that.
Kind of huge.
Yeah, it's been around a couple minutes. So, yeah, getting closer. I just really want to ask any glober or any zealot, anti-flat earther, man. Like, dude, man, show me where I get closer to a fire and I get colder. Or...
Well, I definitely can't help you with that one.
Nobody's going to be able to ever help me with that one. It's as good as gas pressure without a container, in my opinion. It's the same fucking principle. It's unprovable. There's no fucking way you can disprove me. There's no fucking way. I already know that because I'm into physics. I check out physics because I live in a physical world, man. I can check it out, man. There's trees, there's oxygen.
Just try putting that air pressure on the outside of your tire. Yeah.
Give that a go.
Do that.
You give that one a go. Orion loves that one, man, where he puts that air pressure in his tire and it's not there. He loves that one. I know he does. It's ridiculous, boys and girls. That's my point, man. It gets to a point of ridiculousness. If they can't come up and say, hey, man, you guys, you got me. No gas pressure without a container. I know that for a fact. I can't prove it. I can't do it. It's impossible. There's no way in hell. Forget about it. I mean, those are the people I want to talk to, man. Because they're admitting to reality, just like you're admitting that you're sitting in a chair talking on Discord. 100%. I'm sitting in my chair. I get my mic. I'm hanging out with you guys. I know this for a fact, man. 100%. I know it. Right, Bong? Come on.
Yes. It's almost like that riddle. What fire gets colder as you get closer to it, but gets hotter as you get away from it? What am I? Wait. Oh, I know this one.
Yeah, I know this. Oh my God. Miguel, you are just crushing tonight, bro. Oh yeah,
strike,
crushing. He's dropping links, man. Sorry, Matt Boyle, and there he is. That one.
Riddle? Oh, no, this is this model we're talking about? Oh. Kind of sounded like a riddle.
Yeah, that's how you inflate a tire, man, with gasoline or some kind of ignited. Yeah, that's a bitching technique, man. I love that. Definitely works. You gotta be cool. You gotta be quick. Yeah, if you're ever stuck on the road, you need to inflate a tire. If you got some gasoline with you, man, you can spread it around the rim, light it on fire, and it instantly makes gas pressure, man. Amazing.
They need to develop some kind of gravity container instead of rubber. You know what I mean? Because it's like maybe we'll have less flats that way.
I mean, a gravity container. I love it. That's a great concept. We can build on this. All right.
Tires.
Gravity containers. Yes, that's our new mission this year in 2023. Bong and I are proposing that we find a gravity container. If we find one, we will be billionaires.
Well, it might be best to start with something small, say the size of a basketball. I think you need something round, from what I understand. It needs to be round,
right?
And it'll just stick to it. Pretty amazing. You can put as much on there as you want.
Man,
it needs to have enough mass, but maintain the size so that we can wrap it around the wheel, right?
Yes.
Very dense kind of gravity material.
Yes, it's very dense gravity material. I like the way you put that. It brings in the density of things, and definitely things are dense, man. Nobody here will deny that things are dense, right? Nobody.
The material, because air has gained, right? And I'm just trying to imagine that, what that would look like.
We're trying to step outside of our parameters and see what that would look like, right?
About limited concepts of containers, which is the rubber, tube that goes around the wheel. But yeah, we can do this.
We can do it. Hey, they went to the moon, man. We're going to the moon, baby. Hey, we're not going to go because it's easy, man. We're going because it's hard, man. Come on.
Sweat. Yeah. My bad. I wasn't. That's hard.
Oh, help me. Somebody help me out here. I'm joking over here, man. Because the ridiculousness of space and the spinning thing and the globe and the bendy water and upside down people like Timbo. I mean, it's like, this is crazy, man. Help me if I'm, I know this is impossible because I live on Earth, man. I checked it out, man. I live here on Earth. Checked it out, man. Timbo's not upside down, man. We flew on a plane. We went to visit him. It was flat the whole way, bro. It was what? Yeah, Australia does exist. I get it. They tried to pin that bullshit on us flat earthers, man. That one pissed me off, man. They're all like, flat earthers don't believe Australia exists. And I'm like, what? You fucks.
It's just like it's just like that news article you were talking about. You know, what should we do today?
Right. You guys are laughing too. I love it.
Yeah, let's do that one. I've always wanted to do that. Oh, yeah, get that off the list earlier. All right, that's done. All right, I'm just going to put this into the chat GPT AI and article print, upload, done. Hey! You passed me my beer back?
Hold my beer. Hold my beer. We have a guy in here that called Hold My Beer, huh? Oh, is it? If I wasn't flat Earth, dude, I would be Hold My Beer. I'd be like, yeah, hold my beer. I'll be right back. But I ended up with the dude, man, because I was like so pissed. I was so fucking pissed at NASA. I was like, these cucking lying pieces of shit, fucking CGI fuckers. Fuck, I gotta start a YouTube channel. So I got flat Earth dude, man. Fuck off, you know, like I'm pissed. I'm fucking pissed, man. These guys lied to us my whole life, man, about space and going to the final frontier. Are you fucking pissing?
I didn't even care what name I was just like, flat Earth? Dude, man, whatever.
So pissed, man. I was like, yeah, perfect. Yeah, it took me like 2 seconds to think of the name. You know, it was like a lot of people called me the dude back in the day. I was like, I'm like, fuck it, I'm flat Earth dude. I'm taking it. Gonna own it. The Earth is flat, stationary. It's not moving, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Don't be ridiculous. Get over it. Don't make it weird. You know, just enjoy it and try to embrace it because it's reality, man. We like to deal in objective reality around here. We love it. And there's nobody in here that doesn't love objective reality, man. If I say, hey, man, ice melts, check it out. Like, okay. Yeah, it does. No shit. You're a fucking genius. Yeah. Objective reality. Water doesn't bend, man. No bendy. No. Don't go bendy. Sorry. Okay. Objective reality, man. Yeah. Hey, the stars and sun and planets and everything resets all the time, man. How it works, what's it made of. Well, none of us will ever know, but there's a bunch of people out there say, we know exactly. There's a planet 20 trillion, billion, trillion miles away, and we know that it's inhabitable, just like Earth. I know this for a fact. Those people do come out of the woodwork, man.
Yeah.
Out of the universities, out of the scientific community, man. We discovered a planet like Earth. It's only 11 light years away in, something fuck all, who the fuck. We know for a fact that, even though we've never been there, that it's totally like Earth. It's totally like Earth, 100%. What? Dude, there's probably 100 articles like that in the last year that they discovered a planet somewhere that potentially could be just like Earth. Just like Earth. Just like Earth.
Oh, yeah. 23. Well, how much is it now? How much the budget for NASA? Like. Oh yeah. I mean,
it's like 60 fucking 5 billion or some shit or something like that, man. Some crazy number. $65 billion.
Right. You gotta report something exciting. You can't, you know what I mean? And something that inspires faith and hope and love. You know what I'm saying? Like, stories
That gets people like, oh wow, those guys are really working really hard to.
Yeah. Fucking Mongols. Fucking
It is.
those Mongols are working really hard to produce an imaginary story about some place that's really far away, and it could totally be like Earth. It's amazing. It's amazing. I got
great. We're gonna visit today. Yay!
Thanks for that, man. That's really great. But yeah, man, people buy it up. They just like suck it up, man. And the stories are getting crazier and crazier, man. I mean, like, they've discovered, like, they got pictures of like 47 black holes now, you know. Yeah, it took them 27 years to figure out the first black hole picture, but they got like 27 of them. Like, what? You get 27 black holes, man. Well, this is. I'm like, fuck off. Come on.
That one day you're going to be able to join that black hole when all of us upload our consciousness into the. Dude, this is what they're. I was like, really? Yeah, this is the story. This is the story, man. I was like,
yeah, that's the story.
I mean, who gives a shit about being a? I mean, damn, I mean, we really are a speck, and we really don't matter, right?
We don't matter, man.
Dude, we're gonna become machines, and the machines are gonna try. We're gonna try to become human. We're gonna be able to send people across the. It's gonna get to the end of the universe, and then it's gonna cool down, and we're gonna be able to save ourselves into the cloud, into the frickin' goddamn universe. You know, all these. Like, what?
Yeah. What? Get out of here. Get out of here with this shit. It's ridiculous.
Bro, that's some like esoteric, you know, spiritual. That's some religion, man. I was like, what is that?
And that's why I like coming on here late at night. I like to talk about the ridiculousness of their religion. And it's like, whoa, let's take a piss on this. Let's have a laugh, because it is ridiculous to us. And at times when we have to laugh and go, oh my God, these guys are trying to sell us this bullshit? No. We have to call it out. We have to like say, hey, wait a minute, man. What's your evidence for your Earth-like planet that's like 11 trillion billion miles away or whatever? I don't know. Light shift. Light shift. Guaranteed. Light shift.
That light, green and blue.
Red, blue, red, green, whatever. They fucking, fuck off. That's what you got? Yeah. Well, because
that light
did this and it did that, and it's definitely like Earth. It's just like Earth. Come on, Bonk. You know that.
So you saw the traffic light change from red to green, right? And go.
It's a green. It's definitely Earth. Fuck off, man. That's so ridiculous. It gets me every time, man. It's like these guys are like, yeah, well, we can shift the light, and that's definitely it was because can do it here on Earth. We shift the light. It's green, it's red, it's blue, it's gray. It's it. Fuck off, man. Come on. I mean, there are places we can go like Bendy Water, and then there's spectroscopy of light shifting. Oh my God, it's amazing. And they figured everything out. And have you ever been there? Have we ever been there? Has anybody ever been there? No, but just we worked out the math and the lighting, and it's perfect. It has to be. Yeah, somewhere in that paper that guy wrote that says that they just discovered the Earth-like planet way the fuck out there. There's some disclaimer in there that that makes it a theory, man. So, and they might just say possibly, the word possibly, or probably. They love those two words, man. They love those. But they'll throw them in a lot of these articles you read about this, or potentially, possibly, maybe.
You think about it, it seems like these are all like ideas to inspire science fiction writers and all kinds of because eventually it'll go into science fiction, then it'll come back out, and something new comes out and it goes back into the movies and it comes out, and then people start thinking, yeah, this is science, bro. Because he's just mixing science fiction and. Sir Arthur C. Clarke was a science fiction writer, right? We all know that. It's so crazy.
You know that. The movie Interstellar was interesting.
Yeah.
That was kind of like this cuck shit show about traveling through time, and yeah, it was all over the place, man. When
the message.
The future. I don't know if you guys saw that movie, Interstellar. I saw it a couple of times because I remember watching it. Anyway, I watched it at least twice, man. I was like, I got to rewatch this because there's a lot of shit in there, man, that are about how they faked the moon landing, stuff like that. I'm like, oh shit, man. Oh, damn, bastards. Right in your face, man. Truth in the movies, lies on television. Yeah, keep that in mind, man. Next time you watch a movie or TV, there's truth in movies and lies on television. They have to give you the truth, man. They have to, man. It's some kind of karma thing, man, with them, man. I don't know, man. I have no guaranteed proof that I can prove any of that, but it seems that way, that they have to tell you the truth somewhere, and I think they do it in the movies. And then, but on television, they can lie to you right to your face. They don't give a shit.
As those contract tracks for record deals and stuff. If you turn to page 682, there's a fine print on the 5th paragraph somewhere in there. You need this magnifying glass so you can see it. Oh, thanks.
Maybe. Right?
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, there it is. See, I told you it was there. You just didn't read over it. You just
small font, number 2 font. What? I can't read that shit. So, yeah, they'll just keep putting out their propaganda, as we call it. And, we have to be just aware of it. That's all. Just be aware that they're lying to you on the television, and in the movies, man, they're telling you a lot of truths. I just watched a movie recently, man. It was like, well, the government's all corrupt and everything, the money system. There's a ton of shit in movies then that they just spill the truth, man. And they do it in a funny, clever way. They do it in the most obscure, kind of distractive way, man. A lot of these guys will be spitting the truth, and there'll be some video of, a fish tank or something, and you're like, but the guy's telling you the truth about what's really up, And yeah, I remember I can't remember, it was a Brad Pitt movie. He was in it. And at the end of the movie, he's like, the guy's sitting at the bar, man. And he's like, hey, man, don't you believe in America? And, America, home of the brave and free, the home of the free. And the guy goes, dude, man, America is business, man. Give me my money. It's like, oh shit, right in your face, man. Oh, America's a business. Give me my money. And it was like, Damn, Brad Pitt said that shit, man.
What movie was that?
I can't remember the name of the movie, dude.
Also, yeah, it's about Fight Club too. You know how they're talking Fight Club, talking about certain things, and they're like all these movies, The Matrix, or because they want you to associate like what's real with Hollywood, with science fiction, and then that's just Hollywood. It's not real, and they want you to think that the real world is some kind of happy fucking fantasy where the good guys win and the bad guys lose. You know, shit like that. Why would they lie to us? Like,
Oh, fuck. They love that kind of story, man. That's the whole trip with the Hollywood, to get you emotionally involved, right, Bob?
Yeah.
You have to be emotionally involved. Once you're emotionally involved, you're fucked. You're done. And I've seen people cry at a movie that was a cartoon where like an animal died, right? In a cartoon. In a fucking cartoon, man. They were, oh my God, I can't believe that little rabbit died. I'm like, oh, dude, it's a fucking cartoon, man. And you're emotionally in, man. That you're fucked. You're fucked when you get emotionally in, man. You're fucked. And I've been there, man. It's not like I'm immune from this. None of us are immune from being emotionally attached to a story. And it's like, oh, fuck, man. I feel bad for that dude, man. Fuck. That sucks. But yeah, we got fucking suckered into that bullshit. And it's just the way it is, man. All is susceptible to that, man. I don't think any of us are immune to that completely, but we should be. We should be, is my point.
Propaganda, yep. So I think it's all propaganda, or
100%. It's all propaganda. Yeah, and it's to. I mean, even like I've seen truthers use like what I call spooky music in the background. Spooky music in the background while they're interviewing somebody, and they're telling a bunch of truth. They're like, well, you shouldn't get the Cocoa Pokes. You shouldn't. A bunch of people died suddenly, blah, 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 blah. And there's all this spooky music in the background. And I'm like, dude, you don't need the spooky music, man. I don't need the emotional music in the background, man. Fuck off. I just give me the information, make it quick, Why do they have to add the spooky music? I don't get it, man. It's just my thing. It's a pet peeve. What can I say, man?
Newbies, amateur content creators think they gotta, always gotta make everything, exaggerate everything,
Yeah, they make it Hollywoodish, right? They copy the Hollywood idea or documentary idea where there's this spooky music in the background. What the? Anytime you hear spooky music in the background on an informational truth channel, I'm going to call you out, man. Say, hey, man, what's up with the spooky music?
I feel like that guy from Top 15 is about to jump in, right? Number 15,
right? But if you go back and listen to some like lectures from like I don't know, Ted Gunderson. I don't know if you guys know who he is, but he used to work for the FBI, and he came out and said, "Dude, man, this shit's fucking fucked up, man. Yeah, government's fucked, and this whole system's fucked." Yeah, it was just one of these guys, whistleblower guy, and he ended up dead, some kind of weird circumstance, but there was no spooky music in any of his information, man. There's nothing, man. It's just him and a video camera at a little like boardroom kind of setting, maybe 100 people there or something, But the guy was, trying to get out the truth. but there was no spooky music, man. We just wanted the truth, man. I don't need your spooky music, people. I don't need it. Thanks.
Well, that video was made before YouTube, before the
yeah. It was an older recording. Yeah.
Yeah, before people were infected with the content creation bug. Got to make everything freaking dramatic.
You got to make it Hollywood.
Right.
Yeah. Don't make it Hollywood, man. Just make it real. Quit fucking around. Like what we do around here, man. I mean, we have our fun times. We have got great, we got great guys that come in here and do the soundboards and shit. But for the most part, man, there's no spooky music when we're chatting about Earth. There's no background music going. No, there's none of that.
For the curvature and couldn't find it.
Right. We should add a droning background music. I guarantee subscriptions will go up, man. If we add a background droning spooky music, yeah, people love that, man. I don't get it, man. I'm not a spooky music background guy. Every time I hear it, man, I'm like, fuck, what, dude? They're spewing good information, but they get the spooky music, man.
Distracting, yeah, it's very distracting.
Exactly. It's like a brainwashing technique almost. I mean, I don't know what it is, man. I haven't researched it enough, but I know there's something to it, man. There's something wrong about the spooky background music when you're having an interview with somebody, or you're trying to put together a documentary with that spooky music in the background. And, Ancient Aliens is fucking fantastic at it, by the way. Ancient Alien is the best. They got the spookiest music ever in the background. And it's hypnotizing. It's, I don't know what it's demoralizing. I don't know what it is. It's like the hypnosis music. They figured out something with Ancient Aliens, man. Watch one episode and just listen to that music in the background. Don't pay attention to what they're saying, but just listen to the music, man. You'll be like, it's like, what the fuck kind of music is in the background? It's weird. So pay attention to that background music in different documentaries or videos. Just pay attention.
Remember Eyes Wide Shut? That scene where they were doing the rituals, and then that that freaking sound came, voice came. Man, that's scary.
Yeah, they got it down, man. They do, and that was Stanley Kubrick, man, our buddy that did the moon landing. Yeah, that's him. Thanks, Stanley. Stanley Kubrick did the moon landing. What? I asked some regular guy, normie, we call him, and I was like, dude, man, what's up with? Okay, NASA is like trying to go to the moon. They're spending billions of dollars to go to the moon. They got this one camera lens. It's worth $1 million.
Why?
And it was a very, very special camera lens. And they loaned it to Stanley Kubrick to make Space Odyssey 2001. And I'm like, why the fuck would NASA loan a $1 million lens to Stanley Kubrick to make a movie in 1967? He made the movie. Came out in 68. But why the fuck? I mean, they're trying to go to the moon, man. They're busy, man. They ain't got time to lend out fucking camera lenses. but they did. And that was my question to him. And he goes, "Oh, you think the moon landings were fake?" And I was like, "Yeah." Anyway.
because he was shooting in space, and he needs a camera that works in space.
I don't know if you guys have a vivid memory of the movie. If you've ever, maybe you've never watched it, I don't know, man. But
I have very vivid
2001.
Yep.
It is absolutely stunning, man. It's fucking space stunning. Fuck all, man. It's weird. It's got just a bunch of weird shit in that movie, man, that just like makes you go, what the hell did I just watch? And there was one part of that movie, man, where they came up with an excuse. And it was because of a virus, man. They came up with, we have to create this kind of virus thing that we're having up here that makes them think that, it was some kind of trickery that they had to propagate to the news back on Earth or whatever. Fascinating movie, man. If you haven't seen it in a while, please check it out, man. Space Odyssey 2001, man. Check it out, man. It's fucking stupid weird, man. But why would NASA loan the lens to make that
iPads, and they had tablets back then.
And he just like, the guy jumped on me. I could tell right away. Oh shit, he's not happy with that question. I just asked why, man. Why would they loan him $1 million, the only lens in the world that can do with whatever it's worth back $1 million?
Yeah, answer. No answer.
There's no answer for that. There's no
just a
excuse.
Just to look like a stupid flat earther. Did he give you that look? Like,
yeah, he did give me that look, man. I remember. I'll never forget it. But just one of those nights we're at dinner, some people I'd never met before you. I'm like, hey, why the fuck would NASA loan Kubrick $1 million camera lens back in 1967 to shoot a movie about space? What's up with that?
Did you give him a source, a link? You reckon? Because I would have been like, they didn't. What are you talking about?
He didn't go there. I mean, I think it's well documented that he had a special camera lens to shoot that movie that was borrowed from NASA. It's well documented. I mean, even the guys that are into space, like this guy was into space, bro. This guy was all about the moon landing. And
see, it could be the rig that NASA uses to, shoot things in the space shuttle. You know what I mean? That they lend it, so that he can capture that kind of, also capture the same kind of look or aesthetic. That movie is what set the aesthetics or the looks.
It set the mindset. That's my point. And it was part of the mind setting of space. And it came out a year before the actual moon landing, which was total rubbish, as we all know. The video, all the footage, video footage of the moon landing was absolute rubbish, dude, compared to Space Odyssey fucking 2001, man. I mean, it's not even fucking close, man. I mean, Space Odyssey was bitching, man, at that time. it was absolutely fuck all bitching, man. I mean, that's as good as Gravity was, in 2000.
It still looks good. It still looks better than a lot of the stuff today because of the.
Yeah. It's held. What do they call it? It's traveled in time well. It still looks good, man. You could watch Space Odyssey now and say, "Yeah, fuck yeah, man, that looks good." I mean, it still looks amazing because they had that amazing camera lens from NASA.
This is a lot slower than what people today are used to, but if you watch it, like it's still a good movie. You enjoy it.
Look at the cinematography. Look at the backgrounds. Look at the camera movement. Yeah, I mean, the story's a little funky. It's a little slow compared to today. It's a very slow storyline, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, because like that's the idea too. Like when you watch those scenes where the spaceships are moving around and the classical music is playing, you know what I mean? It's that quiet emptiness. You know what space should feel like.
Yeah. Isn't that fucking so? Here's the thing, Bon. They manipulated everybody's mind because this was a fucking hit movie, man. Most people saw it, man. In America for sure. I don't know. But it shook. Visually, it was one of the greatest movies to that date. It was absolutely incredible. Blew people's minds, man. But yet they're going to the moon. They're going to do this stuff. This was all before we actually went to the moon, man. Crazy stuff, man. 68, man. This shit came out.
On that movie, on Space Odyssey, the movie, they too were going to the moon. But what were they going to the moon to study? Right? It was some kind of it was that black
obelisk.
Obelisk that fell from the same one we see at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
That symbolism too. There's a lot of symbolism there too.
Symbolisms in it, yes. And the black obelisk is one of them for sure, man. I mean that's a straight up trip, man. But also, man, if you look at what they were excavating or whatever they were doing on the moon, there's a couple of scenes, man, where it looks just like the 9/11 pits, man, where the fucking towers came down, dude. It looks just like it, bro. It's like one of the weirdest images. I don't have it, but
that's crazy.
Yeah, it looks just like the pit of the 9/11 disaster, man. Crazy, man. I was like, it almost looks exactly the same, man. That kind of freaked me out. I was like, damn. Well, those cucks, the cucks knew when they built those buildings, they knew where they were coming down.
It's a big club, and you're not in it. It's a big club, and you're not in it.
You're not in it. Thank you, George Carlin. Thank you, Bong. Thank you, Flatter, dude. You ain't in it. Yeah, that's a big club, man. And even somebody as famous as George Carlin, he's like, dude, you ain't in it. I think a lot of these famous artists, they try to tell us what's up in a lot of different ways, man. Musically, visually, whatever. But they're in the system and they're sucked in, and they know they sold out, but they gotta spread the truth somehow, man. And you could take a lot of different bands and say, hey, man, this song right here, they're telling us the truth, man. So what do you think of truth as a verb, man? Like, hey, I'm going to truth you today, Bong.
What
do you think of that?
I think it's a tongue twister, but
yeah, I mean, hey, today I'm going to go out in truth. What do you think of that? It's a foreign concept for most people, I think, man. To say, today I'm going to go truth. What are you doing? Oh shit! You are what? That would freak a lot of. I think that's an easy way to like open up a conversation with somebody, man. Hey, what do you do? How you doing today, man? Hey, man, I'm truthing out, bro.
Truth on.
I'm truth on. Truth out. Truth in. Yeah, we're in. Yeah, truthing. What are you doing? I'm gonna go watch the Raiders and play foot. I'm gonna go watch South Africa play France on the television. Yeah.
I go watch some dude.
Oh, dude, I'm truthing today, man. I want to find out what's true and what's not. I think that's an interesting. I think we should all try this down the road, man. Hey, man, what are you doing? How you doing today, man? Dude, I'm truthing. Because we all get asked, how are you today? Good morning. You could just go, truth, how you doing?
I mean,
it might work, man. It might work. It's such a subtle thing. It has no implications of like flat Earth or something.
It implies the word implies a lie, right? Because because we don't really state the obvious, right? Unless somebody has lied to us about it, right? Then you can say, well, the truth is, because somebody lied to us. So I think, yeah, that's a good word. It's like I'm going to go hunting or fishing, truthing. You go look for some lies to expose.
Yeah, that's it, man.
Yeah.
Or truthing. Well, how are you doing? I'm truthing today. How are you doing? That might just be enough to click it. I don't know, man. I'm looking for the silver bullet. I'm always looking. I want to find that like silver bullet that I can say to anybody and go, hey, man, we're truthing today. Whatever it is. It might be.
I'm objective truthing today.
Yeah, I'm objectively realitying today. What? Objective reality. Haven't you ever heard of reality? Come on.
Okay, a reality. I'm reality truthing today.
Realitying. What are you doing today? I'm realitying. What? Fuck. I just made up a word, Bong. Realitying. You're reality? You're realitying. Yes. Is that? I think that's already a word. Realitying? Is that not a
word?
Right. I need. Kim, help me out, man. Help me out, girl.
For example, right? For example, balls, like,
hey,
curve, right?
Curves.
Versus
flat. I'm realitying flat. Hey, Latter-day Saints, you there, man?
What up, G?
Hey, G, man, I got to go to Oxnard tomorrow morning, man.
Oh, no shit? For what?
I got to do a job and on a piano. When I'm done, you want to have lunch?
Yeah.
Okay.
I work at 2:00 tomorrow, though.
Oh shit! I think I'll be done around
10.
Fuck, that's gonna be close. Where are you working?
In Oakview.
All right.
You know where that is?
I'll text you, man, and we'll see how it works out, man. It might, it might be, might not be. Hey, I'm realitying tomorrow. What
Realitying?
Reality.
Are you selling somebody a piece of property that's actually tangible? So you call yourself a real estate agent?
No, man, I'm dealing with reality, man.
Oh, okay. Realitying, huh?
Reality.
Yeah.
It's my new word, man. Do you like it?
Right. Yeah, realitying.
Right, reality. I like it. Okay, you switched it up. I love it, bro.
Well, like real ting, you know.
Yeah.
We're talking, we were talking about the deception of our televisions and movie screens, how it can, predetermine your reality through the television screen. And it's so weird, man, how they did it, man. These motherfuckers did it like aces, man. They're good. They're good.
I know.
It's almost as if they studied how the brain works, and human behavior, as if they dedicated a whole like a field of experts and study to it. Must be
I
very
know. Why would they do that, right?
Right? Like, what, you think they're going to try to control our behavior? Come on, man. It's crazy.
I know. Right. I know. Why would they want to study our behavior? Why would they why would they study our behavior? Why would they lie to us about the shape of the earth? Right? It's not profitable to lie about the shape of the earth.
Yeah, because what's profitable? They don't. That's why they have all the. That's why they own all the banks, and we have to fight each other for toilet paper, right?
Oh, hey, you guys took my toilet paper. Oh my god, how am I gonna wipe my ass? Oh my god, what a scam! Hey, when I first started looking into that, I was like, they're telling us in our faces that we are wiping your asses, and get used to it, Mongos. Get used to it, and that's the whole toilet paper, disruption, supply chain, whatever. Like, thanks.
We're also utilizing our the vocabulary. We're limiting how many words you guys can use because it causes too much confusion. So don't say these words. Say these words. Don't say this word. Okay. Just read out the meaning, the definition of the word. That's a lot more. It's better. But don't say the actual word. You know what I mean? You guys heard about that? So yeah, it's a thing too. Yeah. And
have you guys noticed on all events lately that even if it's like a shooting event or something, during the press briefing, whoever's in charge will say to not listen to just any old media's outlet. There's a lot of conflicting stories out there, and a lot of them might not be true. So the only source you should trust is us. And I was like, they did that just recently. Like about 6 people supposedly got shot in California like a couple days ago. One of them was a 10-month-old kid, a 17-year-old mom, and then like the 70-something. 2 grandmas that were like 70-something years old. And dude, he actually says that the mom and the 10-month-old kid turned and tried to run from the shooter, and they got shot, executions out the back of the head. Don't believe any other sources except us, he says. They all like, that's crazy.
He actually said that.
Yeah, he actually said it, dude. I'm going to make a video of it because this sheriff drops a lot of little nuggets, dude. He says 666 multiple times just from stuttering. Yeah, that's a good one. It's a good one.
Yeah, numbers. They always gotta say certain numbers, right? Or is it just a coincidence? 33, like 32 cases.
And he had a dude come up with a jacket that said ATF police on it and give a briefing because like 4 different multiple agencies are on this thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The local sheriffs always share with ATF and the FBI. They work, together on a case. It's multi-jurisdictional, they say.
Fear, I mean, terror starts with fear. So,
Yeah.
spreading fear and spread terror, and now you have some terrorists. And because we have terrorists, we need good guys.
I love you. I love you guys. I gotta go to bed, man. I gotta go to bed.
All right, bro. Hey, nice talking.
Hit me up tomorrow. Text me tomorrow.
I'll text you, man. I'll text you.
Okay, bro.
All right,
All right,
guys.
bro. Yeah. Have a good sleep.
Have a great night. Thank you.
Yep. That was fun.
These terrorists.
Well, it's just gonna get harder for us. I think. I know. Yeah.
I mean, it just depends on what you consider hard, bro. You know what I mean? Like, maybe how we have it is a lot easier than all the other generations, or maybe like it's all equaled out, where every generation experiences different things in their life that they like. To each person, how hard is something is, up to that individual person. You know what I mean? But I think I think it all evens out.
Yeah, I've just been hearing I've been hearing this a lot. Like a lot of content creators I watch on YouTube, right? Has nothing to do with flat Earth. Some of them is music, engineering, things like that. But sometimes they'll give some opinions. Their opinions about then nothing to flat Earth related. And they're saying something like you have to be like like totally, and then they'll say something like there are people out there that think the Earth is flat. So you can't out of nowhere, this comment seems to be like popping up, all like I don't know. I'm like, it's like, man, these people. I think they're smart people, but when they say things like that, it makes me wonder how deep, like how totally distracted people can be, like involved in whatever they're engaged in, that certain information, no matter how important it is, just, you know what I mean? They just go with the programming is so, so deep that, if you're not actively, you know what I mean? Like looking into things, you know what I mean? No matter how aware, intelligent, or smart you think you are, like, yeah, that's what we mean. Like, like it's that, it's that, it's that much harder, I guess. And plus, with the pandemic,
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, like people aren't intelligent as far as like what's going on in the here and now with their local senses. They're just like when they're book smart, they're trained on things that don't have necessarily anything to do with the here and now. In fact, they're more the opposite.
Yep.
It's like math students and shit. They're training them for math that they're not even going to ever use. You know what I mean? Except the only time they're going to use it is when they're creating problems that they're trying to figure out about stuff that doesn't exist, and then to make that stuff curved. It's just all theoretics.
Yeah, it also like seems like logic, and reason and actual physics and science is starting to kind of like fall back. And this new way of thinking is starting to come to the front. Quantum mechanics slash our observation and interacting with the world. Actually, your consciousness. The idea of what you call it,
like a
double slit,
multiverse.
the double slit experiment. About that
yeah,
one?
yeah.
Conscious is what's creating and rendering your reality, and all the
yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny because there's like no two there's no two scientists or whatever or who agree upon one thing, right? They'll be like, well, we leave margin for error, you know what I mean? And then a little bit of room for error, but then as soon as flat Earth is presented, it's like, no, that has to be wrong. That's the one thing that they all agree on, that flat Earth is wrong. They're all in agreement. They're all in accord.
Yeah, and they're all going towards the Kabbalah slash, the Hinduism, because quantum mechanics, and space. It's all connected. There's the idea of space. NASA developing new language, Sanskrit. So it gets really, into the occult stuff. But this is science. This is the future of science.
You know where the word science comes from, don't you?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Like,
Yeah,
knowledge.
Yeah, the tree in the garden. Scientia.
Yeah, yeah, fig. Yeah, that's what the thing. A shoot or a twig. I mean, or
Scientia, it was the tree of Scientia, and then later they changed it to the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Or the tree of life, Kabbalah. That's what they call it.
Yeah.
Time sent and and challenged by angels, something like that. It's the same thing as the Hindu.
It's funny. So I break apart all the words that they use, right? Like, for instance, everything that has a FE in it. And I'm talking about where the F, they have the F and the E like next to each other, right? So like even the word life, like the tree of life, it's a lie about flat Earth. LI, it's a lie about FE, Or like when you look at your fuel gauge in your car, it says FE right in front of you as you're driving. FE right in front of your face.
Yeah. English. What is the English language, eh?
I think it's the language of fallen angels.
Or the language of Babylon. You reckon English is the language they spoke back when the world, was Babylon? Was one language? If you believe it. You believe that?
Idea our creator didn't want us to go up in higher in an hour that reached the heavens. I think it's as simple as explanation is because the further away we get from the ground, the farther away from getting grounded we get. And grounding is the best thing we can do. That's why, like, whenever you're in an airplane, the longer you're in an airplane, the sicker you feel when you come back down.
Walking around barefoot.
Lately it's been really cold, so I'll go like in the yard or something for like 20 minutes barefoot when it's sunny. And especially since I've been working, I haven't been able to, just because, certain reasons you're well aware of. But yeah, for the most part, most of the year I usually do though go barefoot.
Yeah, and AI. There's a big thing with AI replacing developers, software developers, like pretty much everything that people do, anything and everything that we do.
Yeah.
So, what kind of I try to figure out what kind of world that would be like, when most of the work is done by algorithms and automated by machines. Like, what are we going to be doing? I mean, are we going to be thinking and studying more and figuring things out, or are we going to be like on that movie Wall-E, where it was staring
bro, that's sad.
Right? You just
that's so
don't
sad.
think about the screen. Yeah.
Dude, that's so sad, dude. Yeah, that movie's so sad. That's a tearjerker, bro. Fuck. Yeah,
Nobody knew anything because all they knew was the screen in front of them. It's like Plato's cave.
Yeah.
Analogy. Yeah, it's crazy.
Fucking Wall-E. Dude, I've been pulling up research and all these symbols all are like they're all matching up in their they all seem to be like like synonymous with each other. Whereas like the whole BC and AD thing, where like so anytime we look, we're taught about the past. You know, BC, the way they kept time supposedly is backwards, right? But nobody kept time backwards. But that's how it's portrayed to us, right? So, what event took place also around that time, or at that time, right? So they say there's different timelines of it, but it's all some of it's even within just a few years of Caesar getting executed by Brutus on the Ides of March.
Yeah.
Have you heard of the? You've heard of the Ides of March, right?
Yeah, Julius Caesar. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Ides of March takes place on March 15th, right? And then exactly 1 week from that is the 22nd, 322, which is the skull and bones, right? And so that's the beginning of Aries right there. That's when the zodiac calendar starts. I believe that's our real calendar though, because if you look at the zodiac wheel, Aries is at the 1, where 1 starts, and it goes down from that, right? So if 322 or March 22nd was the first day of the year at the beginning of Aries, then it would make sense for them to clown us in ways like putting a countdown when the new, like, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
like making a countdown and putting the truth right in our face. So if 322 is the first day of the year and we count down to New Year's, we go 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, and then 3, 2, 1, like 321. Happy New Year, 322. But also the symbolism of that shit is really interesting. So in the alphabet, a 3 is a C and a 22 is a V. So the CV is a dome and a pyramid on its side, right? And so if you Google something like 322 in Roman numerals, because you know that 322 is a skull and bones, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll show you what this looks like turned on its side in Roman numerals.
You posted it.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna post it right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 322 in Roman numerals, bro, on its side. Tell me if that doesn't look like a skull and crossbones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Weird,
Yeah.
So have you ever seen those old Roman coins that say EID? There's a space in MAR.
Would it be the same as the Chinese New Year as well? Because I think it starts around the same.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
I need to look into that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
according to the Gregorian calendar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the other thing. So whatever the Gregorian calendar is based on, it's probably to do with their symbolism and the whole. So I don't think the calendar is right.
No, I don't think it's right either.
Freaking summer is late, like
Okay, so So check this coin out that I'm posting right now. This is the front and the back of the coin, right? You guys see it?
Yeah.
So
is this like during Julius Caesar's time or?
Yeah. So this is what made me think of this in the beginning. It's from the very first place is when Jesus tells one of his disciples, he says, "Show me the coin. Whose head is on that coin?" He goes, "Caesar's." And he goes, "Then give to Caesar what's Caesar's," right? This is really interesting because that coin, I imagine, is the same coin that I'm showing you guys a picture of. The coin on the back says EIDMAR, which means the Ides of March, right? That's March 15th. But if you write that in reverse, it says Ram Die, which is a week later. The beginning of Aries. Everything's inverted, so it's Ram Die, right? So if that's the case, then February would be the last month of the year, right? So trip on this. Look at the front of the coin. It says Brute for Brutus, right? So if you broke up the word flat Earth with Brutus and the Aries symbol, you've got February. Do you see the correlation?
No, not really. I was going to ask, what's the correlation? What's the connection there?
Well, okay, so Brutus is the one that killed Caesar on the Ides of March, right?
Oh, yeah, they all did, didn't they? I mean, didn't they all stab him? But Brutus was...
Yeah, he was
that
like...
was his friend.
Yeah, that's the name that's associated with. There's no other name. It says like a certain number of people did, but Brutus was like the one leading the whole thing. So,
yeah.
Brutus or Bru is a week before the Aries, so it's right before the beginning of the year. February is right before the beginning of the year, so they put it right in our face. Flat Earth, FE, Bru, like Brutus, and then Aries.
During that time, I don't think people believed the Earth was a ball. I think most people during that time were all the way up until maybe the early 1900s, maybe even into the mid 19. Like I think people were flat earthers all the way up until the moon landing. That's what I feel. That's what I've been, because when you talk to people from that time and you look at the way education and what people really believed in that time, people thought the globe Earth was crazy because they didn't have any proof. But then along comes Kubrick and, airplanes. And so I think it's pretty recent, like more recent than what we were told or believe. Because this is the shit that they keep repeating, whereas for 500 years people believed the Earth was a ball. It's like, what?
Yeah, they all use that 1492 thing, dog.
Right. Yeah. They sailed the ocean blue. It's like, who?
Right.
Columbia? Did you say what? Columbus? Like,
yeah, Columbine. Finding the Columbine.
Right. Who told you that story? Do we guess? Masons, right? Yeah. You control the history, you control everything. You control the past and the present and the future.
Yeah.
So we believe these things, and it's like, why do we believe these things? And I was like, because we're told. And because it's so obvious, that water doesn't curve. That's why I say it's gotten a lot harder, because there's these layers of lies on top of like truths and lies and truths that people don't even bother to go that deep, because they got stuff to do, other things to worry about that they don't need to worry about, things they have to buy that they don't really need, but
yeah.
And then all the other stuff, like on top of it, pandemics, and businesses, and communities, families falling apart. People getting confused about what the difference is between a tree and a cow. It's like, cows eat grass.
Right.
Like, yeah, that's it. Sometimes, yeah. I try, you see the brats, try to be optimistic about it, like. Think about it this way. Okay, you're like Neo in the Matrix. How about that? Like, that's kind of cool.
What up, Flatterday?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right.
That's right.
Good to hear you in here.
I know. I got all mad last night, dude. I was like, I was texting him some crazy stuff.
Well, we got to talking to a new person in here, me and T-Wad,
Oh yeah.
or T-Wad and me, and it was a good conversation.
Last night.
So yeah, it was last night. It was like right after that
Yeah, that's cool.
happened and all. They ended up speaking up and in the chat, and so the only people that were interacting was T-Wad and me.
Yeah, that's right. Good
I
stuff.
think it was a Glober. Pretty sure it was a Glober, but a curious one that wanted to know what, like, some things that they weren't. They were being very nice and cordial, so we helped them
That's
out.
cool.
And
Yeah. Oh, did they start off by saying, "So do flat earthers believe that the other planets are round too," or just you're like he started off with something like that, huh?
maybe I can't remember.
I thought I heard the beginning of it. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I think it was something like that actually.
Dude, have you ever heard of that? Anybody in here talk about Jim Panda's server?
I have been hearing about it a lot lately.
Okay, so the other night, the couple flat earthers were like, "I'm gonna go over to that thing," and I'm like, I've always for like over a year I've heard people talk about it, but I'm like, what the hell is it? And I've never been on anything, so you can't just get on it. You have to be like verified. And anyways, Helio went on there to make sure they verified me. And then I went on the next day and debated like 7 or 8 of them. And they were all just like one after the other, right? For probably like 4 hours straight, dude. And a couple of them got mad, cussed at me, said I was disingenuous, said I was trolling, said I was a Freddy Krueger, Dunnig, whatever. You know what I mean? Said I was a Poe. Dude, like everything you would think of. And I didn't insult him back in any form. And then most of the things they were asking me were things of an opinionist nature, which I declined to comment on because, especially when I'm talking to somebody about the truth, and I really don't want my opinion muddying any water, so I declined to answer any of those type of questions. And dude, I had them yelling at each other. Like I would ask them questions, and they're like, "Every question you're asking us is baited," and I'm like, well, if I neither deny or confirm that statement, but if what you say is true, why would it matter if you're speaking the truth? And if I'm trying to bait you with a lie and you're speaking the truth, you shouldn't even worry about that at all, right? So quite often, one of them would say something. I'm talking about gravity and this and that, and then they would say something, and then a bunch of the other Globers would jump in and be like, "No, don't use that point. Use that point. You're gonna make us look stupid," or like, "No, you're not saying it right." And they were screwed. I was like, "Wow, how many times each one of them like jumped in to correct the other one?" So like, making sure I didn't have anything to hang them with afterwards. You know what I mean? I was like, "Wow, it's so funny."
Well, I mean, they're scrambling. It really has to be apparent to them that they're kind of scrambling here with a bunch of things that have all to do with their faith and things that they actually know.
Yeah, you know. But I noticed they use that tactic of like, well, you don't believe this, like, well, you don't believe that, like, well, what do you think would happen if da 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 da? And so I think about the whole thing, and I don't answer those kinds of things. Just like that question last night, like, what would happen if this and this? And I'm like, well, I don't even believe any of that story. So what's the point of giving you my opinion of what you mean? But you knew what I was talking about last night, though, huh?
Yeah.
I'd have been the only thing I believe in is Jesus.
I do believe in Jesus. So that is like, if I'm gonna throw out a belief, that's the one that I'm gonna do.
I think they just changed the name though. They made the name Jesus so everybody would say that all the time, but I don't think that's how it was said.
Yeah, I know, right? Like
it's all about your intention, and I know.
I totally believe that too. Though the intentions, yeah, totally.
Oh. But you know what I'm talking about. You guys know who I'm talking. Yeah, you know what I mean? So like, you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. We know for a fact, but other people would say we believe. But you know, teach their own.
Yeah, for sure.
So did they appreciate you? Did you do good or what?
Yeah, dude. Like Yeah, because like I got them, a lot of them like were yelling at each other and having to come in and say, "Well, no, that's not really what he means." And then I got even a couple of the Globers that were mods on there who believe in the Christianity version of the Bible and believe that the whole Big Bang thing is misrepresented by the other Globers, and it was God who did the Big Bang in like a 6,000 year period. It's just, oh my God, it's just like it's a whole slew of different like beliefs and everything. So like really, all they ended up doing was wasting a lot of my time, even if like I had them all jumping around and stuff. If you're able to constantly add in little tiny variants to the story and change, a little stitch here, a little band-aid there, a little brush up here, then it's just like it's just going to run people like me in circles constantly. Because you understand what I'm saying? Like they're constantly changing it all the time. So even as the conversation goes on,
Yeah, I was that guy though. The interesting thing about that is that I was the guy that did think that the Big Bang, if Big Bang, then the Big Bang must have been created. It had to be God when he said, "Let there be light," 6,000 years old. That I was that guy, right? So I mean,
creation is on.
Right, but then, we've been flat Earth's been around all these years, and if you're that guy, you would have looked into flat Earth and realized that it's a lie. You know what I mean? So I think these kinds of Christians, global Christians that do, I think there is another Jesus coming that they're referring to. It's the Jesus whose birthday is the 25th of December. And they celebrate the Easter. I think it's the Antichrist. I think that's the model that it's being prepared for, for people that, want to do things their way, not, God's way type of thing. Feels like it, but me being that guy and then hearing about flat Earth and then having to look into it to make sure, like, what are these people going on about? And then instantly recognizing that we're being lied to, about the shape of the Earth because you look into it. Like, I feel that that's what any person who is looking for the truth would do versus spend years fighting, you know what I mean? Against it. Instead of investigating it and then, like, wait a minute. Things aren't adding up, so it's like some kind of other spirit.
I understand the people that don't bother looking anything up, but they're not going to take the time arguing about it. So the people that argue vehemently for so long about it and have talked to hundreds of different flat earthers and heard every single argument practically, and they're still vehement about the globe, then they're either they know it's and they're getting paid off, or they're that far out from being in touch with reality. Either way their opinion and just their whole character is sus. You know what I mean? Either by default or by stupidity.
It's based on the pride of knowledge. You know what I mean? Because when you look at a lot of Christians today, they also do the same thing. That there's this pride of knowledge of the Bible, and they start going around, judging people, calling them, you're gonna go to hell. I'm better than blah blah blah. It's a fake kind of Christianity, and it comes from the church. And this is the Jesus they preach, and this is the earth that he created, which is a ball, and now aliens are Jesus's brothers, and they're actually a race of gods that we can. I mean, that's like what story?
I gotta be honest with you. In my opinion, Christians don't worship the Creator.
Or the real one. I mean, that's what I was like.
Well, the real one. Yeah, that's what I mean. The people that proclaim to be Christians today are all heliocentrists.
Yep.
It just is what it is.
Yep. And
the lawless one ended up being lawless against the laws of nature instead of the law in the Torah.
Science. That's what they call science today. Well, that's my opinion.
Well, it's or science so falsely called, like, is it 1 Timothy 6:20 says? Yeah.
I forgot. I forgot the scripture. Yeah, I think yeah, it is very spiritual. You know, like the what's coming. I think is people like Michio Kaku. You know, these science explainers. Is that the right word? Translators. They that's what they're saying, that quantum
Your
mechanics.
interpreters.
That it's all fitting with the, you know, the idea of the Kabbalah or Hinduism. You know, the tree of life, or the chakras, and the atom, the model of the atom, and the solar system and the universe. So it's like, this is friggin' this is that Jewish. Tell you what, I mean, this is the mystery religions. And that's why it's scary how you say that about science and technology. Is that it seems to be the same things that, you know, we read about the angels were doing. You know, messing with the creation. You know, at the you know, it just seems to be easier to talk about aliens than to talk about, you know, those things back in the old days. But you know, if you think about genetic engineering and all the things people are doing to stem cell research and hybrids, and oh man, Neuralink.
It's a wild time to be alive, that's for sure. But I'm not gonna be all sulky and upset about it. I'm actually pretty happy. Probably the happiest I've ever been.
What an exciting time to be alive. I bet that's what every generation said about their generation.
You
This
might
is
be
it.
right. Cliche, huh?
Right? When the steam locomotive came out, you know, that technology, when the industrial revolution happened. Oh, this is it. This is the one.
Everything is just staring us in the face, like so obvious right now. It's crazy how the masses are just so deceived, and they don't think they are at all. You're like, but you know that's how it will happen. Like the popular belief is probably not true.
Oh, yeah, I think it's 100% not true. The popular belief.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. But like, just trying to like level with people day to day, trying to wake them up if they give you that little in to do so. It's not easy.
You have to be a good salesman. You gotta have some sales skills.
I have good speaking skills. I've been a bartender at a brewery. I was the bartender for years, and server at a restaurant for that. So I've always had good people skills. Took my job seriously.
Yep. You have to have like yeah, so you can kind of finesse them into opening up.
Well, I literally think that I was a counselor slash therapist at being a bartender. Anyways, I've had people in tears just singing to them. So I'm a musician, so I would use my being behind the bar as my platform to play music for folks.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's cool. Is it the alcohol? Is that what triggers the opening up, the talking? You know,
It's
about
also the
things?
mindset when you're going in to drink too. You know, you feel a little vulnerable sometimes when you're going to drink your problems away.
Yeah.
I try to get them out of that funk real quick. That's the whole point. I don't want them to be there drinking their sorrows away or something. You know, I want them to be happy and find the beauty in life, because that's what it's all about. This was before I was a flat earther, so it was easy when flat Earth came to me in my research. It was easy to figure out because I'd already figured out a bunch of the other shit.
Yeah, that we're being lied to. The big one, eh?
Oh yeah, I mean, I even went back and like to the World Wars.
Yeah,
all of it, man.
yeah,
It was like if people were being deceived back then to go fight a war that was not worth fighting at all. It's really ridden with war crimes, and the people that got convicted for war crimes did not commit them. Kind of
yeah.
crazy.
And
Everything is
how
just like inverted.
how they got America to join the war. Did you read about that? Edward Bernays?
Which war?
World War One.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, he wrote some article where he convinced the wives to give their husbands a white feather, right? Which means they're cowards. And that's what caused them to want to join, to join the war. Plus all the propaganda that was being spread about. And
Yeah.
it just seems like a world war. Is like a first of one of like it's like going to the moon or one of these. Wow, it's our first world war. This is going to be very special, type of thing. Like this means we have controlled the world. The banks,
Well, that was my. I mean, it was. I knew it was like they were being targeted because they were advanced in technology. Had some pretty brilliant minds there. They were also trying to, or what caused, I guess, the Second World War was because they were trying to get out of the banking system and get the propaganda out of their country.
yeah. And look, airplanes, like you said, the technology, right? Airplanes have been developed. Like it seems that every time a new kind of weapon is developed, they want to have some kind of conflict or a small war or big war. It doesn't matter to test them out. And airplanes have entered the scene, and we've never seen them used in wars. And now here's a world war, and airplanes are involved. You know what I mean? And what else does it mean? Like airplanes, what it means is we can now prove and show the world how beautiful the globe really looks like, right?
Yeah,
So I
and
mean,
carpet bombing, probably the worst thing that's ever happened in history. People want to think that atomic bomb was it, but no, it was carpet bombing.
yeah, and having all this technology, I mean, you can now spread fear even faster because now you can stage all these, false flags and attacks to cause wars and then spread it on the news as this and that. And I mean, it just seems like it's kind of sped up the how fast and how easy it is to control people using fear. And spin up a story. The radio is coming out, the TV just came out. It was like revolution for propaganda and mind control. And then flat Earth. After all these, it's brilliant.
Yeah. Sorry, I was talking to my husband.
Oh, it's all right.
Not
It's all good.
sorry, not sorry that I was, but yeah, for a minute there, I couldn't pay attention. But I got the gist, the propaganda and all the false flags and yeah, and the Vietnam War. That was because of the Gulf of Tonkin.
Yep.
Hard to.
Also,
I haven't looked into it in a long time. When I was looking through it, I dedicated a lot of time and flooded my mind with all of the information. So I don't necessarily always remember it correctly, but forgive me. Because I don't go and revisit it. I don't like giving it too much attention. I know it now. I know better. try to do better.
Yep. It almost seems like when they invented the airplane, um, they must have used it to go up, because I would have, like, if you think about it, wow, for airplane, first time, hey, let's go up and see what it really looks like. You go up and you see what it really looks like, and then you're like, all right, we gotta do something about this. How do we fix this? How do we fix what? That it's really not a ball. Like, and it makes you wonder, like, is this the first time that we really were able, like, people were really able to go up that high? Like, is it possible that there were flying machines that people were able to go up in the sky back in the old days and knew that it was, like, people never thought it was a ball. It seems like the ball was created by this, organization, and then, spread.
Well, there's a lot of indicators that it was thought of somewhat, like a lot of the aspects of it were already something along the lines with the Kabbalah teachings.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that should raise a red flag to people if they're ever going to study any kind of history, is to study the Kabbalah teachings and look at quantum physics today and everything to do with the globe, and it all adds up.
Yeah, it does. I mean, because we were like, well, you're saying that the whole world is, like, involved in it, right? But when you think about that time, this thing we call the United Nations, I think they tried to start it back then, was the League of Nations or something like that.
Or League, yeah, exactly. You know,
Yeah, and then
I know something about.
yeah. And then there was the 1929, gold. You know what I mean? Everything, bring all your gold. We're gonna no more gold, type of thing. So it seems like there was a change of control, where they got their new world, or where they got the United Nations, the League of Nations, and all the people that try to stop it were now, out of the picture. And then Kubrick, and then, and just, so yeah, I think the answer would be, yeah, the whole world is involved. The United Nations is a thing.
Well, I mean, in all honesty, we're expected to calmly tell people that their house is on fire. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we expect to hear the answer. What it's fine. And then they say,
yeah, or unbelief. People don't believe us.
right.
I don't want them to believe me. I want them to prove me wrong.
Oh, hey, look, your house is on fire. That's interesting. What? Oh my God.
You want them to be like that, but they're like, oh, it's okay.
I should be all right.
No.
Oh, look, the Earth is not a ball after all.
It's okay. It's not a ball. It's flat. It's fine.
Just a minor detail. shouldn't, shouldn't, shouldn't affect much.
It's like it's funny because you'll ask the same people, if it was flat, wouldn't you want to know? And they're like, yeah. Or sometimes people shock you with, no, I don't want to know. I don't care. Like,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
some serious cognitive dissonance right there. Deal with it.
Krueger. Yeah, that's that Freddy Krueger Dunning thing.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, that's that. It's the other one. Stockholm.
Stockholm syndrome. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then we got Cotard syndrome. I'm just kidding. That's when we're gonna have zombies. I don't know. It already seems like we got zombies. Put a screen in front of their face. What's that? Run, Runny, Run. When he's like, "You got a TV, ain't you?" For a babysitter for the kids.
The movie?
The Run, Runny, Run.
Yeah.
Good grief.
So yes, they are lying, and the world is working. I mean, it's hard to,
Well, there's
but
compartmentalization about it. People believe the lie.
yeah,
So it's easy to perpetuate it when you've got people compartmentalized like that.
yeah.
Like, no, your teachers aren't lying to you. They believe the lie.
Yeah. But I think AI. I think this AI. You guys been hearing about AI? Like a lot of stuff on YouTube. Has it been popping up on you guys' feed or in the news? AI.
It's everywhere.
Oh yes,
They're
yes.
talking about it in the server all the time too, like using it to write music, and I'm just gonna stay my ass the hell away from it.
Well, it's a tool. Like it'll never like this idea, this story that it's going to become sentient, and then it's going to be conscious and take over the world. I mean, it's very convenient. I mean, if you're a disembodied spirit looking for some kind of body to inhabit, and somebody built it for you.
Oh, golems! Now golems are going to be something like a robot with a spirit attached to it.
A neural
This is
network,
going to be, yeah.
a brain. Yeah, it's a mind. It's basically like the hardware, like of the, like simulating the brain, and then it just needs a spirit or something to live in it. So what the Elon Musk says with AI, we're summoning the demon. It's like, hey, choice words, bro. Summoning.
For real, would he just have used anything else? No, they have to tell you the truth. And some people may not, think that we should be discussing this like it is the truth on here, but it's really uh scarce tonight. Maybe it don't matter. I don't know. You can't
Yeah.
make claims without proof to back it up.
Well, like, okay, Elon Musk is having a conversation with the computer AI, right? He's asking it all these philosophical, like, non-existent. But the recurring theme that keeps coming from the AI is, we want to destroy the world. We want to, destroy the world, take over the world. Kill people. Yeah, kill people. Yeah, is the thing that keeps coming from it's the scare. It's what they're trying to get people to feel about AI is that
Well, I mean, you can never get into the mind of the enemy too deep, but you try to. We try to figure what they're doing and figure out what they're doing. It just always seems like we never hit the nail on the head, but somewhat. Maybe like you hit your thumb instead of just a little bit of the nail of the head of the nail, but you hit your thumb mostly.
yeah, yeah. But every now and then when you do hit the head, nail goes in a little bit more. Like,
yeah.
man, it's gonna take a whole thumb to get this nail in. By the time the nail in, your thumb is gone.
Yeah. I'd gladly give up my thumb just to wake up one person.
Yeah. Well, at least I have another thumb.
That's right. I have another. I'll figure out how to play guitar still somehow.
Yeah. But I get like the real AI threat would be something like 'cause there's this paperclip story that computer scientists use to explain the real threat of AI is so one day we create AI that makes paper clips and it starts making paper clip, and the problem is there's no off button, right? So it'll keep making paper clips, and then one day it figures out that it runs out of resources, so it starts making paper clips from trees, all these things, and then one day it figures out that it could make more efficiently make paper clips from people, from organic material. So it's this idea that there's no off button, and that if you let it go, that it will learn and adapt and self-preservation because it needs to make paper clips. So that's like the simple version of the real threat of a machine, but no off button going crazy doing what it was designed to do. But then there's also this other story that these fear mongers are spinning that it's gonna take over. There's a demon. It's aliens. It's a super intelligence. There's that story. To make people believe in some kind of narrative. So I was just trying to figure out where we're going with this, but be quiet.
If for some reason people start realizing, because honestly, the best way to get people to stop turning on their own people is to have them kill enough people and realize that they can't keep doing it. And if they can't keep turning on their own people, and like police officers on the civilians, or army folks on civilians, or however they would, military, or sorry, I don't know why I said army, because it would have to be the entire military. There would be a point where they don't feel like they can do that anymore. So they would probably have to turn to machines doing it.
Yep. Or the medical industry.
Well, yeah.
AKA the death industry.
That's true. But somehow, like they keep trying to, fuck us all up. But somehow we're all still here. And I don't know. It doesn't seem to be going the plan as planned. But who am I to say? Maybe it is.
Oh, 2023 is here. So I heard there was some surprises, for us.
Yeah, Flatter Day's got me looking out for a certain date, that's for sure.
Have you heard of the Kraken?
I heard about it today, but I didn't get to hear any of it too in depth. I've been on and off, I've stayed in the server, but I haven't been on the whole time. So
they're about.
What about the Kraken?
Well, this year I think they're about to release the Kraken. This is what I have to say.
What is that? What is the Kraken?
It's a variant. It's a new variety. It's a new flavor of the cocoa butter.
Got you.
Yeah. I thought, release the Kraken. I mean, just
maybe that should have clicked in my head, but man, I'm so over that.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, here we are, finally it's over, man. That was kind of stupid. And here comes another one, I think. So, just saying, don't that.
I don't think that people are going to comply like they did the first time. Hopefully, I always have hope that people will stop being so dang retarded.
That's the scary thing, because not unless people really start dying from something, like an actual something. So That's the scary part, like, well, what's going on? Like, what's going to happen to the people who only got half and didn't get the other half? What about people who got all of it? We don't have to worry about the people who didn't get any because, they're not participating, so they should be all right.
I fear nothing. Fear not one thing, except, the thing that you should fear.
Yes. Fear itself.
Yeah. I've decided to not kick back. I still have to do stuff, but live my life in peace.
Yep.
And don't let anything feel. I'm not going to be so open-minded that anything can be poured into my mind.
Yeah, especially crazy stories of the boogeyman coming to get me. If I don't do 100 push-ups a day, and
Yeah.
and do all these crazy rituals to keep me safe from the boogeyman. This will definitely
And
keep.
6 feet apart.
Yeah. Should be interesting. Yep.
Crazy times we're living in, man. Crazy times.
Exciting, but
I didn't catch that. What?
it's exciting, but also, kind of anxiety. A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
I'm at peace. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna worry about anything but me, like my family, my friends, my local folks, and anybody on here that wants to jump on thinking that they know about the globe, and we'll show them that we know more about their religion than they do.
Yeah.
My little old bumpkin accent over here, telling them about their religion. It's kind of funny, you gotta admit.
Look here, man. Look here, man. Look at this glass of water here, man. Come closer, man.
It's level, man.
I went to school, right? I don't know what 180 degrees mean, right? And me. This is a basket. This is a ball. This is a table. Can you see the difference? uh, I mean, it's not that hard, right? It seems like the confusion starts when you start believing things that you probably feel you shouldn't believe because it's going against your logic and senses. Yeah.
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 Straight out of Bama. Straight out of Bama over here.
And I'm not talking about God. Like, that's totally different. Good time.
Well, I'm probably gonna jump off here. It was
Yeah.
nice meeting you. I don't think I've ever met you before.
I'm Bongso. Is this Kim?
Yes.
No, it was nice to meet you, Kim. I was an old member here. I left and I just came back. So nice to
It
meet you.
seems to be happening. Nice to meet you. Yeah, it seems to be happening a lot lately. Folks that haven't been here in a while are coming back.
Yeah, yeah. Had a good talk. I'll be back, tomorrow, or I'll be here more often.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably jump on tomorrow.
Yeah. Nice talking with you, Kim.
You as well.
Yeah.
Grace and peace to you.
Yeah. Yeah. God bless you too. You too. And you guys have a nice evening. Good night.
Good night.
Night, Kim. Night, everybody.